Hello, everybody. It's Wednesday, July 12th at 2023. It's a little bit afternoon. We are going to start another co-working stream. Make sure you pause the video and read all of this if you haven't done it yet, so you know what that means. Uh, I've gotten pretty fast at going through that now. It used to take me 5 minutes just to say, "Hey, this is what a co-working stream is," and now I'm like, "Just read this." Um, we are working on the SSH pool, which is I've been diagramming this here um, to kind of show what we're doing, and we are. I think we're going to be out of the design phase today. We're going to be able to start writing some code and some strawman code that'll have to be refactored and moved around and stuff like that. But again, the goal is a proof of concept of an SSH pooling package, a package that we can call into, or some sort of framework, if you will, for doing multiple SSH concurrent connections. So what we want to do is we want to have an established TCP/IP connection with any number of targeted hosts, and to create basically a bridge, basically a bridged tunnel, a session, if you will. And but it's not really a session, right? Because a session. So this is something we learned yesterday in the SSH Golang client library. We learned, hey, good morning, that you have the idea of a dialed up connection. You have this concept of a connection. You have the concept of a session, which, as I understand, is an individual instance of a login shell. Uh, we talked about that yesterday, but it's very important to know that SSH does use login shells, and it actually passes all the commands to the login shell of the target user. So depending on what kind of shell you have set up, that includes shell expansion, which is, a consideration for this design. In fact, as a side note, I did write a program called Safe Shell, which is a very simple shell that just hands off the arguments directly to an exec call without any command line parameter expansion, for the sake of just in case something sneaks in there. We don't want any kind of expansion happening. So a session is a logged in shell session. So it's equivalent to, if I were actually sitting there and I had SSH in, it would be every command I typed, hit enter, every command I typed, hit enter. Every time I hit enter, it's sending a command and it's receiving the output, right? So that's a session. And you can have multiple sessions. You can create new sessions on a single TCP/IP connection. And then, in addition to that, obviously, when you have a login shell session, and I'm going to call it that because it helps me remember how it behaves. When you have one, each command is a separate inline command. You cannot do two commands at the same time. Because it's a shell, you can background a command if you want, which would be really weird, but think about it. You could do that. You could start off a command and background that command and start off another command, just as if you had SSH'd from the command line terminal into it. And so that leaves us with just a ton of combinations, and that leaves us trying to figure out, well, how much flexibility do we want in our design? Do we want to be able to dynamically change the configuration depending on load? There's just a number of questions about this. Of course, in its simplest form, we just have one dial-up connection, one session, and one command, and then we close down all of that. Right, that's what I have right now, and that's, of course, the easiest to create. But we want to move to something far beyond that for the sake of performance and stuff. It takes a tremendous amount of energy relative to the other stuff to start up a new TCP/IP connection every time. But then we have other considerations like keeping it up, is it live, all that. And so this list of requirements is where we're at. I think the biggest one that people have questions about is, why aren't you doing this as an HTTP REST endpoint and putting those endpoints over here? And We talked about the politics of that decision that's driving that decision right now. But the baseline requirement is that we only get SSH. So the requirement of this project is you do not get to install anything on these SSH clients. All you can use is what is already there. And that is consistent with what Ansible agentless has done. And that's what's behind the term agentless, right? Is that there's nothing to install. SSH is your agent. Is it the best way to communicate? Is it the most efficient? No. Is it secure? Yes. Is it going to take configuration? Yes. You're going to have a user to log into. You have to keep track of those keys and all of that kind of thing. And frankly, that's actually one of the interesting things. Hey, Tavares. In fact, now that I think about the certificates, we should probably list as a requirement. We should have something about. Oh God, I started typing Russian. We should probably have key management, right? So, what do we want to put there? Key management. So we have to have some notion of keys for each of these targets that is configurable. So we have enough of our design drawn out. It took us 2 or 3 hours yesterday to come up with what are all the considerations. So we can now start exploring what the domain model looks like. And what is a domain model? A domain model is the terminology of your system. So what are the things of your system? And domain modeling is the process of coming up with what those words are, and the verbs. What are the nouns and what are the verbs in your system? And what do they do? How do they interact? And that kind of thing, so that you can then move towards implementing your system using that domain model. Domain model is not to be confused with a data model. A data model is sort of the same thing, but it's not, right? A data model is usually the data in your system. So it's a system that is data centric. It has like a concept of a user or something like that. And that would be your data, right? So a data model is a part of it, but it's sort of specific to the application, whereas a domain model is explaining the application that would manipulate and use the data, and what are the things that do that, and how do they do it. And the data model is, well, what is the data that's being manipulated by the system, right? The domain, the system that's been, a system is, domain modeling is for the system, and data modeling is for the data inside of the system. Does that make sense? And that those two get interchanged a lot. So anybody ever talks about domain modeling, that's what they're talking about. And these are all really common concepts in architectural design for IT, and software engineering, but they're not frequently taught, frankly. The way I learned them was a lot of reading, a lot of obsession with the Three Amigos in the 1990s, the people who made object-oriented programming, and at least the class-based object-oriented programming, if you're going to quote Jim Coplane. But yeah, so knowing about those, and Martin Fowler, who, enterprise business patterns, which, by the way, if you don't know about that book, enterprise business patterns, I think is still very relevant today. It's been a long time since I've read it. Patterns in enterprise software. This continues to have relevance, in my opinion. So it's worth a read, even though it's really dated. You probably get the whole thing for free these days. But a lot of the patterns that are in there, I think, are still relevant. There might be newer pattern books out there, but I mean, that's what makes them patterns, right? Is that they, no matter how they're implemented, they are still a thing. Speaking of patterns, we did talk about the idea of job submission. And so right now, this is kind of captured in this requirement. simple messaging scale, no data transfer. So um, there was some consideration, and I still don't want to dismiss it, to doing a queue architecture, um, so that we are not waiting around. But another thing we talked about yesterday was, do we want to add complexity without needing it? And what would a queue structure look like? So a queue structure would be, instead of having, running a command and capturing its output right away at real time, we would use SSH to basically SCP, or to write a program into a temporary directory on the target, and then we would set up other systems here to grab that, right? Now, the reason we looked away from that is because to do that right, we probably would need to have something we control on these endpoints. As I said, we don't know anything about what's on these machines, right? They're just SSH. Now, we could, if we wanted to build into the system, we could build a way of populating the target with an endpoint. We could copy some code to run and be executed with SSH. We could push basically a backdoor if we wanted. We could push a program to these targets and then run that program, binary, shell, whatever. But as it stands, the requirement right now is just to use simple SSH commands with relatively simple inputs and outputs that can be captured, maybe multi-line output from the standard output, and standard error. But we want to get that and pull it back, and be able to pass that off to the caller, in this case, the REST API. So that's where we're at. So we decided not to look at the queue strategy, the queue design pattern, and to keep these real time, and then to focus instead on, how many sessions per connection do we have? How do we manage the separation of those sessions? How do we manage the separation of the commands? Do we have one session per command, so we know exactly what's coming in and out of that? We started looking at the API itself, the standardized SSH API in Go, to see how that is already taken care of for us. Question: does the API expect the value from the request back, or can you have them make 2 calls to get the output of the command? That way you could have everything async and just beef up your API connection layer without affecting users. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. So this entire system is based on really quick, request and response, kind of like the original HTTP, right? And the reason for that is because if we're going to kick off something that has to go longer, that command to kick it off will return back saying, hey, yeah, okay, I successfully started a job. And then we're going to want to go back and say, okay, your job is this, right? So we have a requirement for very high level response times between the app API, because this stuff is all real time. The user is sitting around waiting for it, right? So that's actually one of the primary catalysts for this project. Is right now the inbound connection might have IP problems, or it might be on a slower one, and the user has to wait around a little bit longer than they should, and the latency gets to the point where you might want to time out, and we need to reduce that. So the primary driver for this is to reduce the latency between user originating REST API requests through the app. They go all the way through and they come all the way back as fast as possible. That is the primary motivator. So in fact, I should probably put that in the requirement. High performance request response. So the whole reason we're doing any of this is to get to that point where, because the primary use of this system is going to be monitoring. In my case, it's going to be monitoring very long running batch jobs, right? So we're going to want to get status. We're going to want to get basically pinging the thing, right? We want to it's not really pinging. Pinging is more of a, are you up, are you running? But it includes like, hey, start this thing off. Here's your parameters, and oh, okay, it's like in a simple sense, it's kind of like comparing it to backgrounding a command line, right, with the @ sign, and then going in and running jobs to check on the status of the job all the time. It's the same idea. It's just spread out over a bunch of different host machines and systems. Uh, in that sense, it is similar to Kubernetes. In fact, it is delivered by Kubernetes. Yeah, the workflow is very similar. Yeah, and I mean, and that's not a surprise, right? That it feels a little bit like Kubernetes because Kubernetes was designed around these requirements, right? So, um, that's what's up with the liveness probe. That's what's up with all of that. So, uh, right now, this piece, this archaic piece that we have right here, is on stage one. It just makes one TCP/IP session request, makes a command, and then it throws it away, and then it has to do a new one every time. And the current system does a completely randomized round robin here. It's not a round robin. It's a what it does is it picks from a configured list of 3 or 4 target hosts for the SSH connection randomly, and then it tries that one. And if it's able to get a dial-up connection, it then is okay to proceed with using that system. So then it uses that. And by the way, each one of these is a full-blown IP dial-up session and then close. As you can see, it's very inefficient, right? But it does the job, and it was essential. So what we do is we pick from one of these 3, and then we try to connect to it. And if it doesn't answer within a certain amount of time, we go to the next one, and we give that time. But the ping in this case is a full-blown dial, session open, and then just, can I get a session? Can I run a simple command? And if I can, then close that one down and start a new one, which seems really silly, obviously. I mean, it's easy to describe. And when you start to describe it at high level terms, right now, you start to see the flaws with the implementation of the code. But this code, like all code, evolved from hard coded SSH dial up connections. At one point, we were actually shelling out to call SSH. We weren't even using the client library. And I don't, it's easy to, throw stones when you're not in the heat of enterprise requirements, but that's how software works. And, now that we're backing up from the whole thing and saying, okay, how can we improve the system? It's really easy to see all the better ways to do things. But I just want to put it out there that when you have projects that do not have a lot of enterprise software is not like perfect from the gate, right? It's like, let's do what we can to patch the system and get it to work, and then let's iterate on that and add new, better components to it. And that's exactly what this is. This is a week-long POC. I don't get more than a week on this. I only get to play around with this idea for a week. So if I can't deliver a POC in a week, they'll just keep the existing system and we'll move on. So I just want to put that out there, that just because a system, I mean, I can't even tell you how many horrible systems we have deployed in our architecture, some dating back, literally 20 years, ancient Perl code that's been modified in crazy ass ways, incrementally without any sort of thought to the long-term effect, just to get an immediate need. And so then you get this brittle software over time, and that's what legacy is. And if you're new to this, a lot of people are nodding their head and like, yep, they've been here, they've been around the block. And there's a lot of newbies that are like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Why not just like rip it all out and put the good stuff in there? And I'm the reason I'm co-working streaming this is because I want people to understand that that is not how enterprise IT works. It's not always perfect. It's always messy. There's always some piece that could have been done better, that needs to be done better, that needs to be factored out. And how do you move to that point? Somebody mentioned the other day that obviously the better architecture, in fact, I think they said that they would be fired if they did what we're doing with SSH, because a more efficient way to do this would be to put an MTLS RPC endpoint on here and to install a microservice and then have those microservices communicate over HTTP and then, do that. But that's making a ton of assumptions, right? That's making assumptions that you have access to that machine. It's making an assumption about, and then to somebody who's, making statements like that, they're assuming that you have the power to control and design every single element of the system, and you don't always have that. In our case, we are constrained by SSH. We only have SSH to be able to talk to the system. And if you don't think being constrained in such a way is common, let me just cite Ansible one last time. So the reason Ansible is a wild success is because it is agentless. That means it uses what comes on the box out of the box. It doesn't require any installation management. It doesn't require, if you think about Kubernetes and the whole can't be 3 versions off, kubectl versus kubeadm, and the kubelet maintenance and all the day 2 problems that come with Kubernetes, 90% of the day 2 problems in Kubernetes are keeping all of the components updated and on the same level. So on the surface, it seems like using the, existing SSH infrastructure is, not optimal. But the point is that's already there. And so that addresses the day 2 problem better than, oh, well, we're just going to make the most optimized endpoint, and now everybody has to have our latest endpoints and everything. Then you have to communicate with the infrastructure team about deployments to the endpoints and stuff. Depends on how fluid your cloud architecture is, if you have a cloud architecture. Right, a lot of the reasons Ansible is so popular is we're dealing with stuff that's running on iron, it's running on metal, and it's managed by an entirely different team that has entirely different constraints. And we don't get to say, put our endpoint over here. That would have to go through evaluation. It would have to go through approval some way, and it's a much bigger ask as opposed to, can we have an account over there and we're going to do SSH access, because that falls within all the same established security policies and software installation policies and change management and everything. Right. So I just want to put that out there one last time, and now we're going to get done. We're going to get right into the code. But yeah, there's the comment here. You cannot always change customers' architecture and deploy binaries on there. So the reason Ansible is a crazy success is because it makes no assumptions about the systems that it's monitoring, except that it has SSH and that it be one of the standard distributions. Right, that it be a standard Red Hat box, that it be a standard, Ubuntu machine. That's it. And therefore, all of the components in the whole ecosystem of Ansible is built in a way that doesn't require, having the exact version of Ansible endpoint installed or having this sort of thing. And I've written several enterprise APIs, 2 big ones. One for security compliance auditing that ran on Fortune 500. For IBM, and it was the same thing, right? Well, in that case, we had to have an agent because there was, but our agent was a little bit different. We offloaded stuff into a file and we encrypted it, and then we would grab that stuff off. It was a different architecture, and it had different demands. It didn't have the real-time messaging demand that this does. So I believe Go. Yeah. So there's a question. What are the advantages of Golang for this project? Golang is the language of cloud native. That's really not up for debate. All substantial cloud native software, Helm, Kubernetes, Prometheus, there's just everything. It's all written in Go. And so, Go is really fast to turn around. The primary requirement here is that the API, the middleware API that's handling the REST requests, is already written in Go, right? So if we were to write it in any other language, we'd have to create some sort of like interaction, whether it be through Unix pipes or through TCP/IP locally on the machine, or any number of things. HashiCore's got a really creative way they made it so you can have binaries communicate with each other over stud in and stud out in a way that makes them sort of autonomous. But in this case, the entire binary is in Go, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to be using Go for this kind of thing. Comment here, it's that simple, it's genius. No agent to keep up to date or have firewalls open up. Oh, I forgot about the firewall issue, right? Yeah, if you open up another port, right? If you have another endpoint on there, then you've got to okay a firewall communication. You got to open up all the traffic on that port. Wow, I forgot about that completely. But SSH is already probably going to be approved. Um, in fact, I brought up this question earlier today. I said, actually, in a team meeting, in a team status meeting, and I was like, "Is there any chance at all that we could put an endpoint over there?" And they go, "Well, they already got stuff over there listening on port 80, right? So they've already gone through that. But that would mean that our endpoint would have to play nice with whatever's already listening on port 80. And I can tell you right now, it wouldn't, because we'd have to write a CGI script because it's really ancient Apache server code, that's serving up Perl CGI scripts, and we would have to offload. We'd have to write middleware to run under Apache to talk to our agent that would then, you see what I'm saying? Because we would have to be reusing port 80 or 443, and that is already completely taken by something else. So that's a good point. The good point about the firewall is a really good point. Uh, Join light. I already did an overview. I'm not doing it again. Redo the video. Uh, so yeah, that already opened. Yeah. So um, I think that covers it. I just want to make sure people understand that sometimes what seems to be the best thing might not be the best solution depending on the politics and the requirements of the project. And in this particular case, our requirement is SSH. So we're going to use only SSH for this. And frankly, uh, the resulting library that comes out of this is something that I want for lots of other reasons, right? I mean, you could easily wrap this entire framework up in a tiny little binary on your front end and do all kinds of really fun Ansible like things, right? In fact, I somebody said there's a project called GoSible, I think it is. There's a project that because Ansible's all Python, uh, and I is it GoSible, a toy Go based Ansible clone. So the Go SSH. There's a few projects out there of people that are trying to do Ansible stuff in Go. And if they end up doing that, the only reason you would do that is so that you could incorporate it into existing Go code, and different commands and stuff. But having the framework for communication, I think that all by itself is a really huge thing. And I'm really fighting off. Look, it's a matter of time management, right? I don't have that much time to do this POC, and so I have to decide how much time do I spend researching existing tools that already possibly do this, right? Versus just make it. And I got to tell you, that is the single hardest decision in my career anytime I have to make it. Um, it is very, very, very hard to play nice and use established tools versus make your own thing. And here's why. And then I'll get going on the code. If you spend a day or two looking for stuff that exists, you might find 12 things that exist. But the risk is that those things don't do what you want, and they're not even close to doing what you want. Or they do what you want, and they build up an expectation, and then they turn out that they don't do anything. They're actually broken and they don't work. So that's the risk. The risk of writing your own, obviously, is that, especially if it's security related, is you could do it wrong and put everybody at risk. You could, I mean, it could be such a big system that you don't realize how big a job it is. You could end up costing a lot of time and energy and money. Not to mention building a completely specified, customized system that has to be documented and everybody has to be trained on it and everything. So, I mean, we already have that with our API itself, right? Thank God we were able to get some of our internal standards people in line so we could use their, I mean, not in line. We just kind of, we were able to make it work with existing stuff within the company in terms of standards, like API standards, like Open API and things like that, Apogee. Um, and so, as a designer, as an architect, as a platform engineer, I mean, you constantly have to make decisions. Let me give you an example. So if you're making a REST API, this is not particularly relevant, but it's a good example. If you're doing an API, right? If you're doing a REST API, do you use Open API? Do everybody? I mean, just something very simple. When we Swagger, right? Does anybody know the difference between Swagger and Open API? Raise your hand if you know the difference. I didn't know. I had to do the research. In fact, my teammate had already deployed our entire API using Swagger and didn't even know Open API existed. And I was like, "Are you sure?" Because the entire Swagger team left, and now they're behind Open API because Swagger went proprietary. It is not the same. They are absolutely not the same. And so I'm using a couple specific anecdotes to illustrate this point. No research. Let me give you another example. I just did the K-login tool, and I did an extensive amount of research for pre-existing things, but I was also being pushed to use what had already been written by our team. And so a lot of it was just porting what we already had. Had I spent more time on research, I would have found this CLI runtime tool that does everything that kubectl does internally. But I was being pushed for time, and we need it right away, and I didn't, and I ended up finding that at the nth hour, the very last moment. And so I had to go back to my team and say, it turns out there's a command line package. I mean, there's a package API, runtime CLI package API for doing exactly what we've been doing. We just haven't been using it for 4 years. And I found it out. And of course, there's, one or two people in the team who always say, "Oh, see, I told you there's probably something out there." Don't do that, by the way. That's a really shitty thing to do. Oh, I'm sure there was always something out there. Yeah, okay, well then why didn't you know about it? Why didn't you tell me about it? Right? Why didn't you don't it's people are really quick to latch on to, this sort of bravado, and it's really annoying. Just don't do it. Everybody's gonna miss stuff and waste time and have to cycle back and say, okay, we got some cost fallacy here going on. We need to put that aside and do the right thing. In that case, I rewrote Klogin 4 times in the last 3 weeks. 4 times entirely, everything from scratch. And the only piece that stayed was all the OIDC queries and stuff like that. That all stayed, thank God. But the rest of it all got reworked multiple times. And so that's an example of not enough research, where a little bit of more research would have found it. And so I'm just going to wrap this point up. But when you're doing architecture, when you're doing platform engineering and design, it's a constant battle between, am I missing something easy? And, well, I can just do this. And not only is it, I personally think if you're not having that battle internally, that you're probably a bad engineer. Because if one or the other one is too easy, you're going to screw up big time. If you overly analyze and overly try to find a bunch of turnkey solutions for every single thing that's out there, you're going to stifle innovation. You're going to end up wasting time forcing cookie cutter solutions to do things that they weren't designed to do. And so, round peg in a square hole kind of situation. So that's the extreme on that end. The other end is the cowboys. The cowboy is a technical term. It's a pop culture term from IT. And these are the people who do whatever the hell they want, however they want, whenever they want, and not invented here syndrome. If they don't make it, they don't want to do it. And that is the other end of the spectrum. And it's really bad because people like that end up re-implementing security protocols that have already been established by the industry and creating security bugs, for example. So it depends on how big your project is, how much time you have, what are the factors and all of that. So I'm going to suggest that if you are not having something of a, do we use Ansible, do we use Chef? I mean, if you're not having a little bit of that conversation with yourself, and in my case, it's sometimes paralyzing because I'm always flipping back and forth between that. I would suggest that you don't qualify as being an experienced engineer. In my experience, people who are young tend to be either extremely, I'm too scared to do my own thing, so I'm going to go look for somebody else who has already done it, or they're so arrogant that that they want to make everything. They want to make everything. It's like I had a guy I worked with at IBM, and he hadn't done any TCP/IP protocols. He wanted to make his own IP server, TCP/IP server to handle all the things. He wanted to write his own protocols and everything. And I'm like, there's already MIME here. We've already got HTTP for the requests protocols. Why don't we just reuse one of those protocols? And he's like, yeah, but then we can't, write our own IP protocol. I'm like, you really want to write your own TCP/IP protocol? Just because, yeah, but because it would be so cool, right? He was just so excited about it. And I mean, I was excited too, but not that excited. I mean, there's like a balance. 95% of projects don't make it because the POCs don't get done. Yeah, and that's another problem, right? If you're gonna do a month-long project, doing a week of research is probably worth it. Yeah, if your project is a year long, a month is probably worth a small POC to prove whatever is doable. Yeah, and the sizing question is a big one, right? The sizing question is a big one. So, I mean, nobody officially said you get about a week on this, but um, it's tough. It's just really tough. It's as a I've been in this job for a long time, this particular industry, and I got to tell you, I to this day this is always the dilemma. How much time do you put in? How baked do you make your thing? And I will tell you one thing though, this is my own personal mantra: don't make your hack too good. Hack/POC. Raise your hand if you've had a stupid little POC hack that did the job get pushed into production without you okaying that. You could call it minimum viable product, MVP. I cannot tell you how many times that I have thrown something together and it was absolutely as fast as I could possibly do it with very little attention to detail, with redundant code copies, no code factoring, or this kind of thing, right? And and I mean, seriously, the code was so bad, and I knew the code was bad, and the only thing that the pointy hair bosses cared about was, does it work? I said, well, technically it works. Okay, good. Boom. And they would push it into production. They would push it into production, and they would put it on user systems and stuff. And I'm like shaking my head because I know that that's not enterprise ready. I just know it. And they're like, yeah, you're just being too picky. It's actually fine. And to be fair, that's usually a fair critique of me. I'm usually the slow, methodical German Swiss guy who doesn't want anything to go out without being perfect, right? And so as a project manager, they have to know that about me, and I'm pretty transparent about that. I'm like, look, I'm the guy you're going to have to slap to say it's good enough. Let's go, right? Stop spending 2 hours picking names in your domain modeling, right? This name is fine. The bad naming is like bad documentation. Bad naming is like one of the things that slows down my code the most. It's also the most annoying when you encounter it. Like you saw that 80 character name in the kubectl last week. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? Seriously, I want names. I want to find that person because I mean I want to torment them. I want to put like burning poop in a bag on their front porch. That's how I get about that shit, because then I have to deal with it forever, right? Because they decided to rush it. Now, who knows? Maybe that was one of these poor people who got their stuff pushed out by some Google manager somewhere, because that's where it came from, right? It wasn't ready. They knew it wasn't ready, but somebody who had more power than them made it happen. So let's actually get something done. Every hour your product gets released too early is 10 hours support to go on a call. Hell yeah. Support just cringes at all of that. Oh my God, yeah. Another comment, hell, half the startups that describes them. Yeah. This is one of the reasons I don't want anything to do with startup culture. I don't. Uh-uh. Startup culture is all about what can I get out there the fastest and get the money, and then they bail. I know that because I mean, one last story. So there's a product called Big Fix. It's a product called Big Fix, and it was actually this sort of all things to all people system monitoring software. It was originally written on a Mac, and it was really flashy, and it got really popular. And we made this kind of boring internal server administrator thing at IBM, and it did it did everything. I mean, it was wonderful. We went from 1 to 30 to 1 to 300 in terms of management. We really kicked ass because this software was written by system administrators for system administrators. The people that wrote BigFix was written by some Mac users in Silicon Valley who had no fucking idea how enterprise software worked, with no encryption at all, no security at all. And they wrote their own language because they didn't want to use shell, so they had to write it in BigFix language. I mean, it was just every single checkbox of dumbass Silicon Valley software. But because it was flashy, they got bought out, and the people that made that company became ultra millionaires overnight. Within a year, they all left. They all left. And I was stuck. I specifically, me and another person, we were all stuck with porting our existing endpoint checkpoints, code, which was written in shell and stuff, to porting it all to this big fixed language, which is just bullshit. And so we got stuck with their mess. And then they went on. You know what else happened? So that went on for years. And we had made a better product, but we had been forced out internally because they had bought this new awesome thing and they wanted to put it out there. And then what? Then what happened? So I eventually left the company. I left that team because I was like, I'm fucking done with this. This is disastrously bad software. I don't want anything to do with it. So I went on to a different team for a while. And then eventually I left the company to start SkillStack. And then I come to find out, like 2 years after that, actually it was a Twitch person who informed me of this, that IBM had been so damaged with their customer base by their customers going, please don't make us use BigFix. Please don't make us use BigFix. Please don't make us use BigFix. So the people who started, while I was still there, all the people who made BigFix, these Silicon Valley Mac dweebs, left. They left to pursue other interests after their contractual obligations to the company were gone. They left. They got ultra millions of dollars to go fuck something else up. And then they went out to go do stuff, and we were stuck with their mess. Because these cowboys had tricked IBM into buying this shit. And IBM is tricked all the time by this. I mean, Microsoft is a perfect example. IBM is stupid when it comes to innovation. They continue to buy innovation from sexy young companies thinking it's going to make them cooler, like vampires who suck blood from these teens, and then the teens go away. And the only difference is the teens keep living and they end up getting the bad blood and end up dying, which is what happened. So BigFix, it was so bad, and this doesn't usually happen. IBM usually just rips the carcasses apart like a mitochondria that's broken down in the middle of a cell, and just uses whatever they can, right? But in this case, it was so bad that it was destroying their customer base even more. So they said, okay, we're out of here. And they got rid of it. They sold off BigFix. They sold off this company that they made these kids millionaires, and they sold the whole company off. And they said, we don't want anything to do with you anymore. And I had spent at least 4 years of my life porting shellcode that would have worked fine as was into these BigFix pieces of shit that, just because they wrote their own custom language. Whereas if they had used a more common, better designed solution with encryption and a bunch of other stuff, even the thing that we had people internally in the company who knew, because we built the other system, they knew. They said, oh, please don't make us use BigFix. We want to use your system. It's so much better. And we kept saying, our hands are tied. I mean, they were saving audit data unencrypted on the disk. They were just doing a bunch of horrible things. And eventually IBM, their customer base said, no, we don't want it anymore. And they got rid of it after I was already gone. They sold it off. But the story is, if you want to make a lot of money, make something that's really flashy, that's going to get some big ass company to look at you, sell it off, and then go retire to pursue other interests and become some sort of crypto Jesus who grows a beard and sells off Twitter to Elon and comments on the state of humanity for the rest of their fucking life rather than perform any value whatsoever. I am so over Silicon Valley culture, because that's what it is. Get rich quick and screw everybody else. So anyway, I got to join crypto to grow a beard, and I wish I had learned this 10 years ago. Exactly. Yeah, make an app where everybody posts their dinner in 140 characters to the screen, and do it in Ruby. Oh shit, Ruby can't do 10 million users concurrently. I mean, the thing that makes me so sad is it's like these people actually think they know shit. So seriously, people like these people, they should be filled with the most crippling imposter syndrome. But for some reason, they are so filled with empty confidence and hubris that it doesn't even occur to them that they're shit at any level. So they just pursue this kind of thing. And you know what's funny is that they end up doing these self-fulfilling prophecies, and then they end up getting people to actually believe them. They're fucking cult leaders, what they are, because they believe it. They really believe that they're good, and they're not. They're shit. Like I'm telling you right now, and I very publicly show everybody how shitty a coder I am all the time. I think knowing your limitations and having a healthy amount of imposter syndrome is way more healthy than thinking you can do anything anytime. That's all I want to say. Silicon Valley does kind of equal Wall Street. It definitely does. My entire career has been Silicon Valley. Well, you know what it's like then. Okay, so let's go. Let's actually start writing some code. So, um, when I write code, the first thing that I start wanting for this is not going to be a small system. It's not a super big system, but it isn't really small either. So the first thing that I like to write into code is the model, right? So what are the things? What are the structs? And some people do this with drawings and stuff. I used to be a big UML fan. I'm just going to go jump right in, and we're going to start writing. And some people like carve out. Some people will even carve out a directory called model. If you're going to do a data driven approach where you're going to have data that just gets shipped around to everything, whether it be a function or and then not really put a method on the end of it. This is an important part of the project because we're kind of trying to decide what kind of thing we want to do. So, I mean, you could make a directory called model, and you can put all the things of your system in the model directory, the model package. The only downside of that is that if you do decide to hang a couple methods off some of your objects, your structure, whatever, that you now have to contend with, the conflict of the model package name, because obviously it's not just a model anymore, right? It's now doing things, and so that can become an issue. Uh, uh, if I have it work, what are you talking about? I don't have two Go mod files. You can't have two Go mod files in a directory. Somebody's asking about go.mod. I only have one. I have a Go at work. Maybe you missed that part. Are you trying to? What are you talking about? You would never, ever in a million years have two go.mod files in the same directory. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, somebody just saw it wrong. Yeah, so just the Go mod is the Go module, and the Go work is to help us get around package dependencies locally. Let's see, founders buy a multi-million while you're struggling to buy a house, and others are buying millions. Yeah, yeah. I don't look. I don't. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Let's move on. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not going to actually carve out a model directory. I'm just going to put, something together. I don't. I have to check myself because this is where I slow down because I get really obsessed with what to name things, and that can really slow me down. So I gotta. This is actually one of the reasons that the Balmer Peak, I believe, is an actual thing. Um, I'm just going to speak really briefly on that. So the Balmer Peak is this complete joke from an XKCD about a certain level of inebriation makes you a better coder. And personally, I have found that I'm a very OCD kind of person. So a certain level of developers, a certain level of inebriation shuts down that over analytical part of my OCD and allows me to just go with the flow a little bit better. So believe it or not, I wish I have been on a holy grail quest to find some sort of legal drug that can keep me in that Balmer Peak state. Right. This is not caffeine. Caffeine is the opposite. It overstresses me and I'm typing too fast. People who type really fast are not good coders. They might be really good at what they're doing, but they're not being methodical, and they're definitely not pausing to think about what they're doing. But at the same time, people who like me, they short circuit trying to think of a name, and I'll be sitting there going back and forth, and I can't think of what the name should be. I'm seriously, it takes me like 25 minutes to come up with a fucking function name, and I need to just set. Everybody keeps telling me CBD, but I tried CBD, and it didn't do it so far. So far, the CBD didn't work for me. Yeah, but he could tell you the difference between my caffeine on. He could tell the code difference between those on caffeine and those not. I mean, it could be chamomile tea, But I'm open to your suggestions. So we need a model. This is, you'll see me type JKH and D. That's part of where that comes from. Is I'm trying to close my brain down. So we need a model. What are the things of our system? Well, um, the go way of doing things is to not create generic names like utils or data or something like that. So what are the nouns in our system? Uh, do we want to name things nouns? What is this call going to be? I mean, how is the REST API going to get access to all of this stuff, right? Is it going to be a channel? Is it going to be whatever? But let's first talk about what the name is. Uh, try a CBD with good reviews. I should probably try that. I am Mountain Hard Mountain too. Um, I think let's start with some easy stuff. We need to figure out if we want to vary this. Do we want to allow multiple sessions? How can we write that so that we have the option to have multiple sessions per IP connection? You know what I mean? I kind of feel like we have a pool of some kind, right? So this would be SSH pool, SSH pool.pool. A lot of times your structs, there's a little bit of stuttering going on there. So what would the pool be? The pool would be, and this is another thing I do wrongly all the time. I'll spend too much time on the documentation to kind of get the idea of it, and then it turns out I don't want to do that. Pool represents a connection, one or more TCP IP dial up connections. To one. Let's see. See, this is what I'm doing. I'm doing it already. A collection of I don't know. I'm just gonna do the main parts, and I'll do it later. So we know we have to go over. So the SSH library already has sessions, right? The SSH library already has sessions. SSH pool. So we actually have a couple different pools, right? I don't think SSH pool. I'm trying to think here. Yeah. Oh, we have more than one pool though. We have this idea of a session pool as well, right? Do we want to put that in this one as well? Do we want to have a client be an object? I think what is the primary entry point? Let's go back to that. I think the primary entry point is going to be a client, right? How are we going to communicate with the thing? Are we going to do normal function calls or method calls against a single client? or are we going to send things over a message? Actually, we could make it so you just call this function call every time, and we could deal with the uh, asynchronous stuff behind the scenes of that. So the entry point would be a call, right? So it wouldn't be an we would have client. It would be an SSH pool client. That's really what we're talking about. Client, agent, whatever you want to call it. Should we call it client or agent? I mean, if we're gonna reuse, it really is a client though, right? That what this thing is like this kind of mega client. It's like a client to all of these things, right? But that is the this guy would be requesting. I kind of like agent. It's a controller, is what it is. Actually, the thing about a controller that I don't like is that a controller doesn't convey that it's communicating high performance messages, right? Um, we could call it messenger. See, this is me doing that thing I just talked about. I mean, if we call it something related to messaging, it's not a commander, it's not a controller. I think it's an agent. But the problem with agent is agent generally refers to the thing that's running on the target. Multiple requests outstanding. If so, it'd be good if they can list the requests and the statuses. Yeah. How about a client manager? Um, yeah. I think it. I think you know what I think we can name it SSH because it's not going to take. The problem with that is that's gonna have a name conflict with the built-in crypto SSH package. So I don't know that that's a bad thing though, because that's really kind of what we're doing. We're extending the functionality of the built-in SSH package. Hell, if we do that, we might even be able to get a PR into the crypto SSH project. You know what I mean? Actually, I'm that's enough for me to do that. Yeah, I mean, because they're already trying to. I mean, if we do this right, we could actually PR this into the Go X Crypto SSH library in package and get it out there for other people. If we do it right, I mean, we're probably a year and a half off from that ever getting approved, but we know people want it because uh, there's already a thing on that. I want to make sure I don't have an SSH repo already. I do. Of course I do. Oh, fuck. Yeah, safe dilemma. Oh, this is my safe SSH stuff. Yeah. Yeah, this has got a lot of the code in here that I was trying to tell you about. I'm glad I found that. So this is ssh.run. This is actually a way of being able to pass in SSH. The reason I wrote this is because this is one SSH TCP client command. It's like if you did SSH-C and hit enter. It's exactly the same thing, but from the command line. And I wrote this because I wanted to be able to do that, pass all the stuff in. It took me a long time to write there, particularly this parse public key thing. Whew, that was hard. Um, what the hell? Um, hey, ascertainment. So that code is there. I mean, I could actually just reuse that package and put this in there. This is not, this is just for myself. Um, yeah. See, I already kind of have a data model for this. Um, multi-host client. There you go. I already started doing this. There's my assert code. Yeah. Dial attempts to dial random host from the host and rotates through all hosts until one responds. As I said, this is a multi-host client. So this I'm thinking that I can maybe this is the best we got right now though. What this does is again it picks a random host from the list and starts there and it iterates through it until it gets one. Yeah, and it dials. If it doesn't dial, it'll try another one. So this is a different architecture, but this actually does work. I'm using this in production right now. Dial until attempts to dial attempts number of times waiting before sleep. The funny thing is I actually need all of this stuff, right? I still need all. I think I'm just gonna have to put it in here because, yeah. I'm glad I found this. Run gets the client connection with dial until, then runs the command with optional standard in as a session to the remote host, capturing the standard error strings and returning. Now, this particular thing, run does not reuse. I'm starting to think we could actually keep this existing code the way it is and provide some configuration to the multi-host client to have it to reuse existing. We could actually have like a persistent, right? We could change it so that if you set it persistent, it would open up a connection to reuse the pool internally. In that case, we wouldn't have to change our existing API for the multi-host client. It would still be run. Adding weights to the connections. How are they planning on doing that? The round robin logic. Oh yeah, the round robin logic is not that. That's got to go, right? So, yeah. What I'm trying to get at is we already sort of have an API, and we're trying to establish how much of this can stay and just get re-implemented. So these operations would have different methods. So dial would no longer do the rotation. It would. What we would do is we would create some sort of state for the multi-host client, depending on how it was created, or even dynamically, and then we could even tell what would be even better. I know it's convoluted logic, but we could actually say we could set multi-host client. We could say use persistent connections or something, and we could change the state, the runtime state of the multi-host client, so that it behaved differently. And the default behavior could be dial everybody up until you find one, run the command, and come back. But if we wanted to add persistence to this, I mean, a persistent connection, we could actually do that, and we could say either real time. We could force it to be you have to make a new client to do it, or we could have the default client does not hold on to any resources, right? No, I don't think we would have multi-host client pool. I don't think that would be a thing. It would mean we need some sort of like thing here. So and then we get into the problem of, do you have your struct have public? Then we get specific permission on a specific log file. Oh wow. So if you come from the Java world, you know about accessors and mutators, right? Set sleep, get sleep. It's also how you define an interface that has properties. And in Go, creating a struct and exposing its internal fields is not a bad thing until you need to have some sort of side effect, right? And in Go, side effects in general are bad. You don't want them. They're just frowned upon. Side effects would be like if I were to add, you know, if I were to add a method here that says, persist clients or number of clients or something like that. If I want to do it at runtime, then it's probably better to define those. It's probably better to define those as with accessors and mutators, because then you could have the side effects, right? So for example, what we get now is we're getting more into kind of like driver mode, right? Because if you wanted to say, so let's say that by default your multi-host client has one connection, right? And it's internal. Let's say we were to add, connections, right? Uh, you know, um, or wires or something. I don't know if that's too long. And we would say one, right? We could say pool size one or whatever. But see, now when you add that, you've got to, if I dynamically wanted to turn up the number of connections, um, I couldn't just change the connections struct unless all of my code logic checked that every time at a regular interval to see if it needed to be updated. So you'd have to have some sort of internal polling or something kind of thing to check to see if you've changed your struct. But if you make if you make your if you make your fields, if you make your attributes um, accessible only through interfaces, set and get, then you can put side effects. And this is Ruby people they really love this shit, right? Python too. In Python, you can take over the assignment to any attribute in a object and inject code in there. Now, there's some people who really hate that because there's a bunch of overhead to do things that you don't know are going on, and people would rather do it explicitly. Um, so rather than doing something like this, they would say, um, they would have like an internal thing. I mean, they may even have a read-only variable, but I mean, there's a million ways to do it. But if they would do something like this function, multi-host client, and then they would say, um, we need a pointer that's this one. They would say add connection, right? And that would, you'd have to give some kind of arguments. I don't know what they would be. But that's an explicit function that doesn't have anything to do with, changing attributes. So that's a very, I mean, you could go, one way is like you declaratively change, I want 3 pods. So you change the number of pods to 3, and then the system sees that there's a controller that sees that changed, and it tries to manage that, right? Well, you can use that same approach to software. You can say, do I want to do that or something? I got to take a break. I got to go. So back from a break. So last we left, we were talking about whether to reuse this existing multi-host client that I built before. There's lots of things to consider here, so I'm just going to I'm going to rubber duck them to you. Multi-host client, is that a name we keep? Probably. Run, dial, do we want to do all that? Probably. Connections, probably not. Do we want to have add connection? Maybe. So we talked about this right before I left, but I mean, it's really, really important that we know how this is going to be invoked. So I think the safest thing for users of this API that we're building, programmatic API, is that they just make a new client, and that client uh, have the first version of this, at least, that the client be that its configuration be static, right? So that we declare when we create a new multi-host client. Right now, there is no constructor, right? And for multi-host client, and by default, normally I would not make a constructor. And there are no such thing as constructors technically in Go, but it's very common to have somebody add one. And instead of having a constructor, we have this thing here called assert, um, which, I mean, this is something. It's one of those things I told you that my brain will just like short circuit on trying to figure out, because you can do it both ways, plenty fine, right? Why would I have to have an assert? Can anybody think? Why do I have to have an assert here? I have to have an assert here because I can't dial anything unless those properties have been set. So you see the waste here, though, right? The waste here is that, different methods on this particular struct multi-host client, and this is very definitely a method client. A client is a thing that's very specifically going to do something. It's not like options dot run or do or something, some stupid shit that should never have been an object in the first place. Um, this is very solidly a method based kind of thing. So, but every time I want to do anything, I have to reassert that my internal state is populated, and that's fucking wasteful. And that needs to go, frankly. In fact, it makes me want to see how many dependencies I have on this particular library, because I'm going to break the shit out of it. If I'm going to keep it, I'm going to definitely break it. I'm going to go look and see if I have any. I don't think I do. I want to see if I have anybody depending on it. I probably have software that depends on it, but my software can break. It's not that big a deal. It's mostly just shell scripts and stuff. So yeah, there's nobody with any dependencies on this. I could probably go look at the references library and see if anything uses it. I have a lot of public stuff that is meant just for information purposes, and it's not necessarily. But this is how you would know, right? You go in here. You get all this documentation for free, right? Save delim. Yeah, in V2. V2.4, run safe. I totally forgot about this. I'd worked on all this stuff. I mean, I have this. I didn't realize it was already out here. I don't have any package dependencies. I don't think I do. I don't think I have any package dependencies at all. It's not a stable version because we're not at 1.0. I don't want to do that. Oh, damn. We've got 6 imports. Oh, no, that's just what I imported. Math round strings time FMG. So no dependencies. I think we're pretty safe to break this library, and I'm very much going to break it. So, the first thing I'm going to break is I'm going to get rid of the requirement to do an assert, which means that we're going to make a constructor, right? So the question is, do we want to still have people still be able to access these without calling a function? And I can tell you that that's kind of a Go idiom to do that. It's kind of a Go best practice to do that. Rather than have gets and sets for values, they'll create a struct that's got the values with their 0 values in it, and then they'll have a constructor that will initialize, or better yet, they'll have an init function. Right? This is very, very common idiom in Go. You'll see this all the time. And sometimes sometimes you can even make the init function return itself, right? So then you can actually put it in line with something else. So if you wanted to make one and you did init. Another thing people use with init is they'll use init to reinitialize to a zero state. So they'll take an existing struct and rather than reuse that pointer or make a new one and have to update all the things using that pointer, they'll just init it and they'll send it back to its zero state, and then have everything just to depend on looking at that stuff in real time. Of course, if you do that, uh, you have to be really careful because you want to document it usually and say, look, don't go changing a bunch of these values dynamically unless you plan on having everything check those values every time anything happens, right? So some of these properties should probably be passed to a method of some kind, as opposed to just a generic, configuration. But again, this gets into the declarative versus functional kind of approach, and I am short-circuiting on that decision right now because I'm trying to decide whether I want declarative or not. If I wanted declarative internal architecture, the way to do that is to put everything into something that could be JSONified. And in fact, if you want really fucking declarative, this is what Kubernetes does. You put your stuff into a struct that can be marshaled and unmarshaled. So if somebody changes a property, then and they hup your process should go remarshal that JSON file, and everything should behave according to its current configuration in its etcd equivalent. And I mean, I don't want to get into a huge debate about what the best way is to organize software right now. I personally believe that declarative approach is becoming more and more popular. I think you could make a pretty strong case that Go has really pushed it because that is the default best practice in Go. And one of the ways you'll see a bunch of shitty Go code is you'll see people that are trying to write Go or write Java in Go, or they're trying to write C++ in Go, or they're trying to write Rust in Go. Any number, or JavaScript is even worse, right? They're trying to write in those languages. They're just trying to bring what they know from those languages in. And this idea of exposing fields of a struct to everybody is kind of rebellious. If you look at some of the other languages, the rule in Java is don't make anything public ever. Oh my God, don't do that. Make it, if you want to allow access to it, add it later, or give them a method to do it. And then you have all this runtime overhead to change values and stuff, which Go is like, fuck that. That's inefficient. It's stupid. Don't do that. And in fact, Go takes a much more C-like approach to all this stuff, right? I mean, the danger, of course, is that, if you change a value, these values are atomic so far. These are all atomic values. So if you were to change one, I mean, it would be fine. It would, if you, like, so for example, let's say you added a host, right? If you directly added a host here, what would happen? It's not going to automatically dial a connection to that host. That would have to be something you explicitly called, and we would have to call it out as such. The probably better way to do that would be to say, would to create a function called add host, right? So let's say and this is another thing with Go. Go will frequently, the package builders, the package writers of Go, they will frequently make 3 or 4 different ways to do it. And what they'll, like, let me give you an example. NetHTTP, right? So NetHTTP gives you everything you need to build your own HTTP client and manage it the way you want, with very fine granularity in terms of IP, timeout and everything. What kind of context you want to use for it, for to unravel the thing when it's all done. Or you can use, default client. And default client is initialized at compile time. So it's available for you to use if you want to do it. And you can actually swap out the default client. And the reason they did that is so that they would have, the usability. And this is one of the things I really love about Go. Go frequently gives you internal access to the stuff if you want to grow your own. And they layer on top of that uh, default implementations or default instances or something like that, so that you can also just use that right away and get shit done. But then if you grow out of it, so if you grow out of being able to use the default HTTP client and you want to do OAuth, which needs to refresh the token every time, you can swap in the OAuth HTTP client for the place of the default client. In fact, you can even assign, because it's a package scope variable, you could assign to the default client this other client that you're now using, and everything just works. So I got to tell you, that's part of the brilliance of the designers of the Go system and the Go based packages. They from the very beginning have always thought about that. And a big part of that is this the idea of declarativeness. We're gonna give you access to this if you want to go in there. If you want to, you should pretty much just be reading it. But if you want to go in there and change it, we're not going to force you to do a bunch of function calls just to read variables that are going to change in the struct, right? But if you're going to change something in here, you better make sure that you change up everything or use one of our methods that we've given you to add it and to also initiate a connection. For example, if I wanted to add a new host, if I want to add a new host, say another host comes online, right? And I wanted to do it dynamically, which I probably would. I'd probably fire up a new client if I was going to do that. I mean, the obvious answer here is to make all of it, put it in the constructor or the initializer, and then you get a new one, and you it's got new settings. You throw away the old one, right? I mean, that's super easy to code that, and it's probably the best way to go. It's also very Java-esque to do that kind of thing. But it's not necessarily required, right? I mean, you could make it so that you could have add client, and so at runtime, while the thing is still running, you could signal the thing somehow, and you could say, we need a new client over here. And you're like, okay. And so you would run add client, and it would update the host, and then it would redo all of its other stuff, right? Another thing you could do is you could keep your structs public, and then you could, in addition to that, you could create mutators, things that change that value, right? Now, in that particular case, I would not use the traditional set get kind of thing. First of all, never, ever, ever name something get in Go. It's an anti-pattern. Yeah. So and then you have, of course, interfaces on top of that, right? So, and it's not uncommon to do that, by the way. It's not uncommon to set up to write an interface which captures the default values and everything. I mean, the accessors, the gets, so to speak, and then now the problem with that, though, let me show you. So this is one of the biggest conflicts I have in Go all the time. So if you do, hey, how there? So if you make your properties exported, you're now going to have a problem, right? Because if you're going to follow the Go way of doing this, you would say, now I see this all the time. People break the Go best practice here to have both of them at the same time. They have their cake and eat it too, right? So the only way I can actually set the sleep value or fetch the sleep or implement. So if I make an interface that has got sleep as a, it's got sleep as a thing, and there's actually generators that'll do this for you, but I'm just going to do it. So, what is it? Return, oopsie, C, multi-host client. So we return C here. So that you're right. So that works, but whoops. All right, there we go. That should be good. Yeah, learning Rust is a waste of time. Show me one job you can get in Rust. Unless you just want to learn some language for fun, then yeah, go for it. If you actually want to have a job and be useful, don't learn Rust. Learn Go first, and then learn Rust if you want to. I'm not making the rules. Go do a search for how many jobs are in Rust and how many jobs are in Go. Go see how much money they make. All right. So get sleep. I just want to learn stuff. Well, there you go. Then learn Rust, and then use Arch, and then learn Nim. If you're just having fun with stuff, yeah, it's great for that. Rust will teach you to do lots of great things if you don't give a shit about being productive. Why is it so low? Don't get me started. Do a search for project manager abandons Rust. There you get a whole write-up by a project manager lamenting ever picking Rust for their project and throwing it out. So this is the idiom: get sleep, time.duration, c.sleep. But you see how I had to put it? I had to violate Go's kind of best practice there by putting get in front of it. Why? Why'd I have to do that? I have to do that because of this. Because I'd have to make it private and then give it an accessor like this, right? Now, the problem with that is that change I just made, that's a breaking change. So that's a breaking change because now if somebody's calling .sleep, they'd have to call it as a method instead of accessing the struct directly. And, you know, there's arguments both ways. And this is why it's so hard, right? So things, there's lots of them. Go is going to be a problematic in the future. Okay. No way, man. Go is the most solid language you'll ever see when it comes to enterprise computing. Go is going to be problematic. Tell that to everybody. Oh God, that is so funny. Thank you for cracking me up a little bit. Because I know the language. I don't need LSP for everything. I do have that if I want it, by the way. Oh, wait. See all the things I broke? Remember I told you about the breaking change? Oh, there you go. Right? Remember I said about the breaking change? Look, I already broke my own code. Because I was using c.sleep as a struct as opposed to a method call. And unfortunately, you get a mixture of this shit, even in the Go standard code base. So finding a best practice here is a little bit tough. If you know what I mean. So, where am I going here? Multi-user. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you know, I'm going to not break my code again. I'm going to fix my code back. Right? But now what? Now I got a conflict here. Because now you can't have a method that's exported the same as your internal structure. Right? So there's two ways to fix this. One of them is to fix it in a non-breaking way. The only way to do that is to add get here. Right? If you want to make an interface that actually uses your existing exported struct and make it in a non-breaking way, you have to have another name. You'd have to have get, right? But that is kind of a violation of that. So, and let me avoid breaking changes. It also create accessors. Yeah, I'm not a protobuf fan. There's no reason to add protobuf here. Nope. Protobuf is overkill for most things. And it's completely unnecessary. It's not bad. People use it, but there's not a need for it. Most of the time, a good old REST interface can work just fine. Yeah. You know, I'm not against it. I just, okay. So, yeah. So anyway, let me give you an example. This one last one before I get going and do something valuable. So the Go, was it file? I forget it. Is it os.file? I think it's os.file, yeah. Okay, so OS, it returns an OS.file type. So you see here, you have a file, and you have a, what is it, file info. There it is. You have file mode, open file. I'm missing something still. So, um, okay, so what am I trying to get at? What I'm trying to show is that in cases where Go itself has had to abstract information, here it is, file info, which is a horrible name, right? It's like a horrible name. Where they've had to abstract information about a file across all operating systems, they have chosen to use a data interface, which is extremely rare in Go. This is something that's more of a Java sort of thing to do, right? Um, and and they'll create, a file info object, and it will give you an fs.file. That's new. So, and then you can see, here's what I'm trying to get at. So this is one of the most prominent examples in Go of using an interface for what could otherwise be captured in a simple struct, right? Um, and I don't know all the reasons for that decision. This is a decision that was made very early on in the Go project, probably back in 2012, 2011 or something. And even earlier, because I mean, it had to have been one of the first things they decided. But the reason I want to show it to you is because this is specifically an interface. So anything that implements the file info interface can be passed around as a type. It can be returned. Something that's very interesting about this is this actually returns an interface. It's very rare to see an interface. In fact, there's a rule in Go: pass interfaces return structs, right? Um, and frankly, the fact that this returns a file info, that means that unless you cast it because it's something else, you can't use anything else in it. You can only use the interface that was allowed once it's returned, which is why if you have a struct that implements an interface, you should return the struct pointer instead, because then they get access to all the other stuff underneath with it, as well as the interface stuff that is needed. I think to be able to evaluate it, the file info again on call time. I don't know the reason, but a couple of things I want to say about this before we get going, because this is going to shape the rather pedantic, approach I'm doing to creating this thing. And I'm not twitching around doing this quickly because I really want to give this some thought. I mean, this is going to be used a lot by a lot of people. And as you already saw, the client that I have right now is potentially broken because of a domain language design decision that I made a long time ago. So this is one of those moments to slow down, right? When you're doing domain modeling and you're like creating the interfaces of your system and the structs of your system, stuff like that, that's the time to slow down, right? You should slow down and think about that, because that stuff is going to be codified forever. And you're going to have to deprecate your entire library or make a breaking change or anything like that. And so a lot of people, in fact, the entire Java community would argue that the only way you should ever provide access to data like name size, mode, and modification time is through a method call, because that gives you the ultimate flexibility to change it to be whatever you want. I mean, it doesn't even have to be an underlying struct field. It could be, it could fetch it from the internet for all we care. And that kind of not knowing what's going on in the back end, by the way, that's what killed Corba. Does anybody remember Corba? Raise your hand if you ever coded Java Corba of any kind. So Corba with IDL and all that jazz. Oh my God, it was so bad. So once upon a time, there was this thing, Corba, Common Object Request Broker, and it was and remote RPC and all this stuff. People talk about gRPC now, and I get chills because it reminds me of the old RPC stuff that was there. And the biggest problem with that system in general is that it allowed people to abstract away the details of how the data was being created. But in that case, the reason I thought of this is because I made that comment about we don't know where it came from. It's not just an underlying field in some struct someplace. It could actually be fetched across the wire from something else. You don't know. When you call an interface, you're calling it at runtime, and that data can come from anywhere. It can have any amount of latency. 9 times out of 10, it's just going to be a struct. It's going to come back right away. In which case, why don't you just use a struct? Right? It would be faster. There's no indirection. But the problem with Corba, and the reason I brought it up, is because Cobra was a system for creating interfaces that were implemented across the network. So you would create an object essentially with an interface that had, data struct accessors and mutators and stuff like that. But the mutation and the stuff that was going on was happening across the network. And you had no insight and no idea about the latency involved with that, right? So people couldn't design systems. They couldn't create systems that were reliable because they had no idea how long it was going to take for them to make this accessor call, which was just getting a value essentially from a field, because they didn't know if that one was localized or if that one was going across the network or how it was getting fetched, and they didn't know anywhere about where it was going. So the danger of jumping straight to an interface and assuming that you can put whatever the hell you want under there is you're putting out software with a set of expectations. People are going to do performance-based analysis on it and everything, and file info comes to mind, right? And even this thing here, I imagine one of the reasons they're doing this is because some of this stuff is probably hitting NFS. We have inode tables stuff, and anybody who hasn't had to deal with a network attached file system being thrown into their architecture without them. Oh, we'll just change out / whatever to be, now it's a network attached storage as opposed to localized storage. And the whole purpose of having storage classes in Kubernetes is to be able to avoid that shit. You can pick which one you want based on performance, right? Well, this abstraction in the file system has already caused this kind of problem, right? So let's say you do something simple as like moving a file across file system boundaries. Can't do it in Unix, right? It's not a thing you can do. You have to copy it, period, right? So, architects are like changing out the underlying storage in the file system and everything, and the people writing code are accessing those file systems. And this interface, I assume it's an interface because it might be fetching it across the network. I'm pretty sure it's because every operating system implements name, size, modification time completely differently. And so it can make a syscall rather than essentially doing like an ls on the file. It's doing a syscall into the kernel saying, give me the information about this file, which is a runtime thing. That is an action that has to take place. So making this data into an interface, I think is accurate because you are actually creating a function call into the operating system to get that data. You're not just looking at some static thing, right? You're actually making a query of the inodes table in the case of Linux and Unix for that data, and that query has to go through the kernel. So having that be an interface is appropriate. But that's a long drawn out way of getting into when do you just make it a struct and when do you make an interface. Another thing about interfaces is you can't marshal them, right? You can't marshal and unmarshal anything that's not a struct, period. Okay? And if you don't know what that means, marshaling is when you write stuff out to a file. And so you either read it from a file or you write it from a file. And I don't have to tell you in the cloud native world that you're reading and writing from JSON and YAML all the fucking time. You're constantly in and out, right? And so if your data needs to be marshaled, then not only does it have to be a struct, but all of its fields have to be public, right? So these considerations are crippling when you're trying to decide, well, do I need to marshal this data in and out? What if I did marshal the data in and out? How would I save it? And all of that kind of thing, right? So let me give you an example of this. In one design of this particular thing, we could make a multi-host client, and usually I've seen this idiom a lot. You'll see they'll create, if they have something they want to marshal in and out, but they still don't necessarily want to bite off on making all the data fields public. They'll create something called config, right? And they'll do something like multi-host client config. And that will be a struct. A lot of times it'll be a map string any. It's just, a data blob, right? And that thing can be marshaled in and out of anything. It turns into arrests, whatever. You can actually add fields to it. It's basically just a big ass data blob. And they can put whatever they want in there, right? And and then the internals of how the client operates and stuff would be, it would be up to the client to look at the current configuration and decide what to do, right? And that is kind of a declarative way of going about doing things. You wouldn't have to get into the nitty gritty of changing every single field. And Python people love this, right? Python and Perl people, they've been doing this forever, right? They don't have to define anything. they can pass whatever the hell they want anytime, and they don't have to have. In fact, I would argue it's one of the reasons I don't like PHP is because you have to have very specific, function signatures and stuff like that. You get these like 30 field long function signatures where you pass one map in there and then check to see if you have all the values you need in it and that kind of thing. If you do that kind of thing, by the way, you need to make sure to lock that map, because if somebody else is accessing the map, read-only access of a map is fine, but if you're modifying a map, then you don't want to do that, right? So, and that's why sync.map actually exists. It's write once, read multiple times kind of way of doing cache to pass around data. It's really good for that kind of thing where you're not changing that configuration in any way. So this has been good to rubber duck this. I've actually convinced myself of a few things. So in this version of the multi-host client, and I think we're going to keep that name, I'm gonna shut down all of the internal structs, and I'm going to create a configuration object because, as we've said, there's going to be multiple configuration possibilities now with multi-host client. Now, when we create a constructor, or we're going to make it so that if you call run, if you call run on the thing, it's going to do the right thing, right? It's going to do the right thing. It's going to have a default. In fact, we'll probably end up creating a default instance of a multi-host client and call it SSH.default multi-host client. And you can just use that right away, right? You can just use that right away and start to do SSH kind of things in your shell scripts or whatever. But if you want to tweak it, I'm stealing ideas from other packages that I know about. That's what NetHTTP does. The whole idea of an interface and closing things down. The idea from Kubernetes and kubectl and a million other things that pass the config object, which gives them infinite possibilities and flexibility in terms of declarative state changes to the application. Some people would call that lazy because you're just passing a single config object, right? But that does provide a lot of flexibility, and more importantly, it allows this client to be statefully configured. So we could actually set up a watchdog to watch a file, and if that file changes, we could actually create a new client, or we could update the configuration to the client, and all of our methods are now going to be accessing the internal config object, right? Now the question is whether we want to access that config object directly, so that if somebody's changed a value in the config object, that affects everything from that point on, or do we want that config object to be set, and when you save it or you update it, you call update config or something, does it inspect it all and then transfer its state into the internal private structs, right? So I think what I'm going to do in this particular case is, because there are so many possibilities, I'm going to go with kind of a data bucket approach, and we're going to call multi-host. We're going to make one right now. So we're going to say type, we could just do it this way instead. I don't know if we want to keep it here. Multi-host client config. Right. So that's a pretty long name. I'm trying to think about package naming. If I could, one of the tricks of Go is to make packages that have useful names. to save something like this, right? So like if this entire thing was named client, then I could have it be client config like that. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think we're gonna make an SSH package, and um, I think we're gonna do that. That's gonna be better. Then I don't have to break the existing stuff for now. I mean, I will, but let's do this. Let's make a directory called. Uh, I mean, we could do SSH slash client slash multihost. Um, I mean, I like that. I like that because the multihost would then be in all the identifiers. It'd be multihost dot whatever. Because client is so popular, it's such a popular name. Multihost is not. So I think I'm going to do that. Make directory um, client, and then make directory multihost. Because we could actually, if we do this, we could actually create packages that represent um, different types of clients for SSH. Um, of course, these are all mine. And the other thing about this too is we're not going to have conflicts with the SSH package name, which is super important. So, yeah, yeah. I'm trying to decide how much to keep of the old one. The old multi-host client does everything on level one. One TCP connection, one session, and one command per session. So, am I trying to decide if I should make a new name for the one that has multi connections, right? No, this is going to be new. All right, so multihost.go. All right, so now how would this be used? This would be used like multihost.Client, right? That would be a type. So let's actually go ahead and define that type. Type client. You see how the naming worked out? One of the worst things about the stuff in Kubernetes is just horrible violations of standard Golang package naming. This, you know, this is much easier. We're gonna have a config. We already talked about that. I can make it struct. I can make it so we have a multihost.config that can then be marshaled to JSON in and out. And then we can. The thing that's really cool about that is that the config can now be anything actually, and we're just going to map our own type here. Why would we do that, right? Why not just use a map string any? Because we want to hang off JSON marshalers and YAML marshalers to the thing. And so multihost config will go up here. I mean, if I wanted to, I could copy. This is nice for testing purposes above all. Client echo config.go multihost config.go. Yeah, I know. Give me a second. All right, so and we can. I mean, the config thing is like low-hanging fruit. This is really low-hanging fruit. We're going to give it, right off the bat, I know we're going to JSONify. I actually have, this is one of the things I want to play with ChatGPT because I think it could actually help me out if I could give it the data. If you want to add a JSON marshaller, there's like a standard template I have for doing this kind of thing. And I just could just like go blap and just have it do all of it. Um, so, nope, haven't used that one. Buckets on buckets and buckets, yes. So what I'm talking about is this. So if you were to make this into a, if you wanna stringify this, this is something I regularly do. Yeah, the Marshall JSON method. But the thing of it is you don't really have to add a Marshall JSON if it's a type string any. What I'm saying is that you can make it so that, now I've actually done two things here. So I found out that you can't represent a nil value using this method, and because the marshaller doesn't get a chance to represent it as a nil. But otherwise, so I used to implement the FMT stringer interface here, and now I don't. I don't do that as much. Yeah, omit empty is a pain. Oh, it really is. The other thing too about doing a config map like this is obviously you'd have to cast. We're going to have to cast all of the values. So it's very flexible, but it's also annoying. Whereas if you had an actual struct with values, then those don't need to be cast. And that's a lot to say if you don't know Go, but so but this is actually one of the things I do like to do, as create a JSON interface. And so I say if C equals nil, just return null. See, you can't do that with the FMT stringer interface. That step, you don't have insight into that. So I've started to just create a JSON thing. Return string byte. So, and then you do bytes and error equals encoding dot JSON dot JSON dot Marshall C. Did I get that right? I'll say I'm returning it right there. What the hell? Oh, error. So this is a fun way to marshal anything to JSON. And it's kind of a cool little thing. I add it pretty much to everything. It doesn't unmarshal it, but if you use a config map, you get unmarshaling for free. Yeah, you get it for free. If you use anything besides a map string any, and by the way, you can't unmarshal this unless I could actually do this. And that way the configuration could be a nil. It could be an empty file. It could be an array, a list, with brackets, square brackets, or it could be a map. But 9 times out of 10, a JSON object is going to be, bracketed stuff, and it's going to be the keys are going to be a string. So you can get away with, unmarshaling this. And the thing that's cool about this is you don't need a special method for this, right? You just unmarshal it. If you wanted to, you could add a load. And this is where things start to get interesting, right? Because if you wanted to add, like, if you wanted to read from a file, you could add a load method to client, right? And you could pass it a configuration object or a file, and it could go out and get it all and then populate its internal structs with that data from that point on. Hi, how are you? So that's definitely something you could do. If you did that, then you wouldn't have to deal. If you don't do that, you're gonna have to take that configuration object, and you're gonna have to unmarshal you're going to have to cast each specific value from the struct. So as you use it, right? So it might be better to have a gatekeeping way of changing your configuration data. Uh, and that would be okay. You can you can change my configuration right now. Another advantage of that is that we could actually lock down. So let's say we're managing 4 connections, right? So if we're managing 4 connections, and someone says client load conf or set conf or reconfigure or something or init, maybe we make an init that takes a configuration object as an option. Init by default returns a new one that's been initialized to its default values or its default configuration. God, I can just think of all kinds of awesome ways of doing this. Yeah, yep. Returns a null. Another method where a yeah, because a is not a thing yet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not a thing yet. That's the reason that's not working. So yeah, you can see if you do this is not a thing. You have to instantiate var a. You need to put bracket there to make one. Either that or to make or something. You can't marshal something that doesn't exist. You've just declared a map. You haven't made one yet. So that's what's up there. That'll work if you run that one. Well, map string any. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, this is what I would do. Or yeah. So there you go. Yeah. All right. So and that's the problem with nil value, right? So that's why you can't use a string marshaller, by the way, because the string marshaller doesn't have insight into. You can pass the nil to the string marshaller and it doesn't know what to do, and so it'll end up printing out bracket nil, which is not valid JSON. We found that out. It's a bug. That's a bug in the underlying Go marshalling system, in my opinion. And ever since I found that problem, I used to implement an FMT stringer as JSON for everything. I don't do that anymore. Ever since I found that bug, I don't do it. Nowadays, I'll add a JSON explicit function and call it a day, right? Because you can use the unmarshaller on it, but because you generally have it, and then that way if you want the JSON data, you get the actual JSON. The thing that everybody misses in this is they forget that nil is a valid reference receiver. These are called receivers, by the way. So they forget that nil is a valid receiver, and so they return JSON and they don't check for nil and they blow up, or they map nil to its default value, which is this, instead of null, which is a valid JSON field, null is a valid JSON value. And so they end up producing data that's not JSON at all. And that causes all kinds of problems. I actually had a hard code, a fix for this into some code I wrote the other day because their code was fucked up because it didn't know that you could pass a nil in there. And yeah. You know what's crazy? Yeah, well. Which is weird too, because it's like, you guys know about the FMT stringer. This is the stringer interface. Okay, so I used to do this, and maybe I'm missing something. So I'm going to go ahead and show you. So in this particular case, I would normally always add this, right? But by the way, you see that receiver is not a pointer. It's actually really important. You cannot pass a pointer to this. Right? The hard part of this, though, is the stringer interface doesn't get called if it's already a nil when you're doing a print statement. When you go to print, so the FMT stringer interface, anytime you print something, in any print capacity, whether it's you're S printing it into a direct variable or you're just doing it out, you can't do that. I mean, it will automatically call the FMT stringer interface. If there is a string implementation. If it implements FMT stringer, it will call that at some point during the printout. The problem is that it doesn't invoke the bug, in my opinion, is that it doesn't invoke the available stringer interface method until after it's allowed nil through. So even though this is locked down and says C config can't take a pointer, it would have been so much better if they'd allowed a pointer. If they'd allowed a pointer in there, then we could have trapped the nil value and done a null like we do with JSON. But because the FMT string interface does not allow a pointer, people make that mistake all the time. Unless they fixed it, then you can't do that. So the thing that's cool about this is if you build up a config and you just print it, you get some JSON data, right? It's kind of nice. So that's a thing. And then you have to decide, well, what kind of JSON data do you want? Do you want it to be pretty JSON, by the way? Marshall indent. So Marshall indent makes it pretty at the cost of, this is not something you would put in a REST API because you're paying for spaces here. But that's a lot more data to send because just to get it to look pretty, right? So, but that's usually what people want. They usually want to see, the JSON data. I go back and forth on this all the time because if you don't do an indent, then you can always expand it later by passing it to JQ and make it pretty. And then it's one line that can go in a log or anything later. So the JSON, I mean, it's a very small, stupid thing that we're talking about right here, but it's just becomes immeasurably useful when you're starting to do testing because you can actually check against what's in that file and stuff. Let me give you an example. So here's how you make a test. I have to make a test case anyway, so I might as well do it. So I'm going to use example-based tests. A lot of people don't use these. I love them. Example config. An example-based test uses reflection to just look for a comment that says output, and then you can it turns it into documentation as well. So it gets automatically included with your documentation, and they can run it on the playground and everything. I don't know why anybody would not use an example-based test first, and then use the other more cryptic test framework that's built into Go. The people who automatically use Testify are morons, and I refuse to work with anybody who would ever do that. Because they're just automatically making multiple levels of complexity and dependency for no reason at all. And it also doesn't go into documentation, which they have to write anyway. So here we go. So print ln, we're just going to print the sample config. So we'll just do a C, I guess. So C equals, I can make a new config. I could just do this actually. New multi-host config, and that should resolve. Okay, there we go. This is why I like example tests, because you get an actual example. And let's actually add some values. So C foo equals bar. You can have like an int 1 equals 1, true equals true. God, I can't type today. What else we got? It's a problem. Oh, right. Actually, no, I think I need to do this instead. I could just do this. Non-terminated. What am I forgetting? Oh. There we go. 1. true, struct, one, whoop. Let's say string, int, integer, we're doing it inline, so I don't know about that. Do. I'm doing inline structs, so it's taking me. Oh. Oh, do. What's my problem here? My inline struct is not happy. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I think I know. I know what it is. This is a semicolon. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, so I gotta tell you, I'm not a fan of this stupid ass. You know what? I'm turning it off. It's so fucking annoying. It burns up too much of my screen real straight. I'm turning off this AL shit. It's getting in my way. I fucking hate it. I thought I might like it, but I don't. I don't like it. I would rather have my normal debugging method. It's way better than that. So I just tried to turn that on last week. Normally, the better way to do this is to actually do something down here. So, wait, where am I? Client multihost, right? So, entr bash dash c clear go test. And then give it a list of all the files here. There we go. So, I mean, dude, did you see what it just did? Did you see how much it like chewed up 5 lines and didn't refresh them? So, I would rather have what I have right now, actually. So, look, I got nothing against people who want to use it. It's just annoying the hell out of me. I would rather have my build and go test running down below in a separate window. Yeah. VS Code does not have, I mean, not compared to what I want to do. Like this, what I'm doing right now, try to do that and go. Forget it. You'll never get anything better than ENTR, in my opinion. If the level of functionality and testability. So, because I can go down here. I mean, not if you got terminal integration. VS Code obviously is not even a terminal application, period. So if you're a terminal person, forget it. I'm not putting you down if that's you. Don't take this as an attack. If that's you, fine. Do it. I don't want to. Take my code and go home. Okay, so did you see what I did? So there the test is done. And the test passed. And I didn't have any annoying things pop up. So what I did is I took the implementation. But did you see how it printed it as a map, whatever? See how ugly that is? That's actually not what we want it to do. What we want it to do is we want it to print it like JSON. Remember the whole idea of JSON, right? So we're going to do that. We're going to say, we're going to change it so that we're going to implement the stringer as JSON. And I want to tell you where the bug is. I'm going to show you where the bug is here. So we already did it. I had it. I'm just going to add it back again. It can't, as I said, it can't be a pointer. This is a common problem, right? So we're going to return c.json. So this will convert our thing into JSON, and immediately our test fails because now we're getting a JSON object. Which one would you rather have? I would rather have JSON every day, all day, right? Because I'm not able to necessarily decipher this. Now, this does become a problem though, because um, there are occasional edge cases where you'd have a nil, right? So let's do this. Let's say, um, I mean, I don't know. I think I can do C. I don't. How would I even define a nil? Let's try that. And then that will break it. Now that doesn't break it because it's able to get to this particular command is able to interact with the FMT stringer at the interface, so it pulls it out and does the right thing. But I don't know. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it in there. Create a pointer in the value. It'll be nil. No. No, it'll actually convert those. That's kind of cool, actually. Yeah. It will convert a nil value into a null because it's still getting a chance to marshal it. The only time that doesn't happen is if you have a caller that's doing something before that gets in. It's a very, very weird case. I can't even recreate it right now. Sorry. Let's just config. Sorry. So yeah, nil is a valid JSON value. So if we wanted this test to work, obviously we're going to change this to this. And again, this is why I like tmux versus VS Code, because I can copy and paste without leaving. I don't have to touch the mouse. I haven't even touched my mouse in the last few minutes. I don't like going over touch my mouse. I'm too lazy. So there we go. APIs had a mid-empty in your UI. Freaked out because the field was not there. Oh, yeah. Exactly. If you have a mid-empty. But see, again, this is another reason to use a map, right? If one of the reasons to use a config blob, object is that it's almost never going to be nil, right? And you can put whatever the hell you want in there. If you want Python-esque, functionality, that's how you would go about doing it. You just make a config object and pass that shit around. Now, again, the hard part of this is that if you're going to be this generic about everything, no pun intended, that word does not apply here. Then you have to tell. People don't know what the any type is. The any type is the 1.19 version of 1.18 version of the empty interface, which was a horrible name from the very beginning. And so they've made it an actual direct alias. By the way, this is a really cool technique. This is an idiom. If you set a type and you define the type to be another type, you see how it says equals? This is a very, very rare thing to do in Go, but you can make a syntactic alias for any of the other types doing this. Yeah, it is basically let var. Yeah, in that case it is. Yep. So any is an alias for interface equivalent to the empty interface in all ways. So the reason they added that is because when they added generics, they wanted to make generics of any, and it got really hard to read because you had that big long interface word. I'm so glad they added that. I will never type the word interface : in anything ever again unless it's an actual interface and has values, but there's no reason to have an empty interface or bracket. So there's your config. So there's our config blob. Why did I do this? Because the thing that's so cool about this is we can hang off. You could have load on here. You could have, I geek out on this kind of stuff, right? So I've got several of these variations written that they will fetch them from a file and the default, xcg, whatever, home directory, .config, whatever. I have one that's called fetch. So it's config.fetch. It'll go get it from a REST API. This is a really cool thing you can do here. Yeah, I'm so tempted to do it. You could do this, right? So you can say fetch, and then just have a URL string. And you can write code that will populate itself additively from a URL that it went out to get. So to me, that's like the that's like the perfect method to add to a data struct. I mean, adding methods to data structs is a bad idea, unless it's writing stuff or loading stuff or anything else like people who do like config dot set up my full operating system, and they use the config object as the object as opposed to passing it as a parameter into another function are idiots. I see it all the time, and I just want to slap them. It's so stupid to do that. It's so stupid, and I just ran into that the other day. I ran into that was in the runtime CLL module and the kubectl stuff. But fetch, load, string, JSON, those are all very, very natural methods, right? Fetch in particular is particularly elegant, right? Because I can go now, instead of getting a Cobra thing where stuff is happening behind the scenes, I have an explicit function call, method call, to point to a URL that goes out and grabs the REST API for that and downloads the data and probably returns an error, right? If there's an error. So if I wasn't able to get the data, we want to return that error. Otherwise, I want to fetch that data and I want to populate, myself from that data. If you need 5 bash scripts, pass it what scripts you want and have one giant bash script at the end. I don't know about that. Yeah, that's like, yeah, but there's, yeah, it would be OS, yeah, config, right. Yeah, you would pass the config or set config or something like that, right? And so I'm actually kind of glad that we went through that sort of pedantic thing. This particular template is the use of a config thing, a config map like this. Which, what is that? It's a config map. Oh, I wonder where else I've seen that. Where else have you seen the term config map before? I know you've seen one, right? Unfortunately, Kubernetes has decided to like really, really go crazy with that idea. Yeah. So, yeah, and that, I mean, Kubernetes is built around everything's a config map under the hood. It's just whether or not it's the config map, the official resource, the config map, which is different. Yeah, and config maps are kind of interesting. I mean, they're completely interesting, but architecturally, I think multihost.config is fine, and then it's already a map, right? So that's the thing. But this is actually one of the reusable pieces of architecture that you'll be like dumping into, whatever, right? Now, if you wanted to break that out into its own package, fine. But the truth be told, that is, that's in fact, this probably doesn't belong down here at this point. This probably belongs a little bit higher. This is more of a utility kind of thing. I'm wondering if I should put it under internal instead. I do think I'm going to put it under internal. So I'm going to do something that I will describe. So I'm going to make an internal directory. Will you still be able to get to it? You would, because it would be returned. As long as I return it, you can still use it. You wouldn't be able to access its fields for marshalling and stuff like that. I'm actually going to test this really quick. So if I make a directory for internal and I factor out something that, who says I might want to use that config object for something else, right? Not necessarily just that one thing. So we've already got an instance of like, we've already got a case where we want to go grab, we want to factor this out. So let's factor that out and put that into the internal directory. And internal has special meaning. And I'm going to make a config object, fconfig directory in here. I find myself vendoring my own stuff all the time doing this. So what does that mean? That means that I'll have stuff all over the place, and I don't necessarily want to add a package import dependency, so I'll vendor it into my internal stuff. And that means that I'll go cut and paste the code. Usually it's files. And actually, one of my favorite habits in Go that I picked up from, I don't remember who. I want to say it was Ben the Elder from the Kind project. But what they'll do is um, they'll maintain exported. It's normally if you had exported symbols with capitals on the front here, that would give access to everybody, right? Everybody could use it. And they could create package dependencies on your stuff that you don't really want people to be using. You just want to have control of it. You don't want people to use it, but you don't want to have to rewrite it. I mean, if before the internal package existed, before I started using the internal package, I used to like go into this and I would make a private version of config, and I had to change the names everywhere and use however you change names, the symbols and stuff like that. It was annoying as hell. But if you follow the workflow or the best practice of keeping everything exported as if it was in a publicly available module and just isolating it by putting it in the internal subpackage, you immediately block anybody else from exporting it, including yourself. So when you put it in internal, nothing can use it except for stuff that's at that peer level or below, right? So I actually think I may have blocked myself from being able to use it in my client here. I'm actually going to test that right now. So if I'm in the client and I say that I want it to have a config, right? It's not going to know what it is. So let's see. I want to make it a internal config. You could call it a config or a config map. That might be a yeah, internal config. And that should, oh boy, it doesn't know about it. We're going to have problems there. Yeah, let me go back up a bit. All right, so here we go. Where's my test? Command safe SSH. Oh shit, that's right. I wrote safe SSH in here already. Undefined internal multihost client. Go. I need to import this. I have a feeling. Yeah, I think I have to do an explicit import. This is where it might have trouble. SSH internal dot config. Oh, this is one of those repeats. Oh, wow. See, this is where we would want to do config.map. Now, see how this is coming together. Damn. This is really coming together. I'm glad we did this. See how when you do package names correctly, it makes your identifiers like beautiful. It really does. It makes your identifiers just so beautiful. So I'm going to change this to package config, and now I'm going to change it to map, and then the package name can become part of the qualifier of the identifier, right? And then it's just, I mean, that's just like, oh, it just tastes so good, right? That is the way to do this. Now, what I was trying to tell you though is that found packages config and multihost. Oh, whoops! I got my test code is still screwed up. Remember the whole package testing thing? Yeah, I did that on purpose. That's why we did that, because we were testing the importability. This is why I have go work dot, by the way. If you don't do that, you can't do it. It won't find it because it's 100% separate. It's a separate package when you put underscore test in there. So we're going to do config test. Hey, how's it going? So here we have undefined config. So now I'm not testing config anymore. Now I'm testing map, and I'm testing config. God damn, look at how much better that is. Watch this VOD. It is so beautiful. Look at that example map, config.map. Woo! I just love it. That's when I know. This is when coding becomes an art, right? And it took me forever to arrive at that, and it's such a simple thing. It's just a configuration object. But when you get in an identifier like that, that's just like really beautiful and only available to internal, that I can copy around to any of my other code anytime, that's when you start to go, yeah, that's pretty damn awesome. So I still have some code that's still using the other identifier. So we got to find that and change that to map. There's ways to change that so it changes it all at once, but that's good enough. Yeah, pull for SSH clients. We did the whole architecture overview again. I will take a break here pretty soon. I can review that for you if you want. This is the architecture we're talking about and the requirements. Actually, there's a co-working stream that I did yesterday that talks about all of that if you want to go through it. So, so there we go. Otherwise, I'd be describing the project every 5 minutes. JSON Marshall stringing. Okay, so again, this is the kind of thing that I want to reuse. So let's actually incorporate one and use it in our client. And now, do we want to make it external? Probably we don't, right? We want to make it internal. The question here is, do we want to use a map or do we want to have values from the map? So like hosts, or I mean, let's just play with this. So let's say int, right? So now we have an internal int, and then we can add a method onto our client that loads a config, right? You could do config. I don't like using nouns as method names. I have a hard and fast rule for anything that I make. All methods begin with verbs, unless you're doing an accessor interface, in which case the Go best practices overrule that, like the file info thing I was talking about earlier. So yeah. And then, so we're going to load, and the only thing we're going to look for is an error here. Return nil by default. And we're going to take a config object. Now the question is whether we're going to take a pointer to an object or, check it. We can do config.map. God damn, that's beautiful. Now, I actually don't need to take a pointer to a config map. And the only reason you would need to take a pointer to a config map is this is a possibility that it hasn't been predefined. Maps are already passed by reference. So if you're passing a map or a slice and go, don't take a reference to it. It doesn't make any sense. The only time you would do that is if you wanted to check to see if that map had been populated. But by not making it a pointer, you're actually precluding the possibility. I mean, you're preventing the possibility of this method being called with a nil value, which is going to blow up in your face because you're probably going to trap the nil, right? So if you don't do that, you can just pass it this way, and you're good to go. So, and by the way, it's important to remind you that you can actually call this. You can have a nil receiver, and this is actually something that's very annoying. You could have a nil receiver, and if you have a nil receiver, you need to be. People don't do that all the time. They think that they don't know whether to do a pointer or a non-pointer here, right? And if you do a pointer, you have to check to see if C is not nil or not. Otherwise, your code's going to panic. I cannot tell you how many bugs I have seen because people don't check the receiver for a nil value and they're taking a pointer. And the reason they're doing it is for other reasons, but this is the very reason that the FMT stringer interface, in my opinion, I don't know, but this is the main reason, in my opinion, that it forces you to not take a pointer. And what's the difference, by the way, right? The difference is that you have to pass a pointer if you want whatever's in here to modify the state of the current struct, right? It needs to change the one that's being pointed to. If you don't put it there, it creates a copy, an identical copy at that moment in time of all the data in that struct, right? So that means boy, I tell you what, beginners, I can't tell you how many times I struggled with this. I would change all my values and everything. I was like, why isn't my code changing? My struct is not being updated. And it was because I was doing this without a pointer, right? So there's two beginner mistakes here. One of them is not using a pointer and thinking you want to change the data and have it work. And the other one is using a pointer and not checking for nil. Those are two really, really, really big beginner mistakes. So you can totally have a nil receiver. Absolutely. Yeah, you're wondering where that was a where and go. Yeah, it's fucking nasty. And I promise you, as soon as you hit it, you'll never hit it again. Pass by value, yeah. So it is. So we have dependency injection for that in my work. Do you really? Yeah, and that's, yeah. So that's all you need to take away. Either it's a pointer or it's not. If you don't, by the way, people will usually default to a pointer just to be safe because they don't know if they maybe want access to it later or something, and they don't want to have to change the definition of the API. And although I don't think that's a breaking change to change it from a pointer to a non-pointer as a receiver, I think you can change those willy-nilly without having a breaking change. Um, if you do that, just don't forget to check the nil. That's all I have to say. It's annoying though because it's either that or you have to say, look, don't call this with a nil value, right? I'm not the kind of guy who wants to write nil pointer checks in every one of my methods. Do you? I don't, but I do. I do now, but I don't want to do that. You know, so another thing would be to keep to do the functional approach. What's that? The typing system should have caught that, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. Do you have a method rate it in every method? You would have to if you wanted to do that. And it's a very, very edge case. So you don't see, there's a lot of production code that doesn't do that. There's a lot of production code that assumes that it's just fine, right? Let me show you what I mean. So like if I do, we're already passing a config map, right? Now, strictly speaking, the map that gets passed, the pointer inside of it gets copied, but because it's passed by pointer already, the reference values, the values of the map to keys and maps, or the data inside of the map is the same. So this, if you were to look at the binary value of C going in, it would be different. It would be a different integer than the one with the pointer. If you did the pointer, it would be exactly the same as here. So it's technically making a copy, but it's copying the pointer. It's not copying the map. And I know that's confusing as hell, and I hope I got it right. But for all intents and purposes, you're still operating on the same thing, right? The only reason you would want to point past the pointer is if you wanted to do something specifically with that map, with that specific map, and you'd use that pointer for that map in some other struct or something, and you wanted to have the reference to it so you could delete it if you were at multiple stuff. You can really see the C origins for Go. Yeah. And it's simply syntactic sugar compared to passing a struct pointer as the first argument C. Exactly, Shars. Exactly. And the Go homepage used to say a simpler C. It was designed to be. It was heavily influenced by C. And the original people thought they kind of expect you to know C before you start writing Go. So anyway, let's do this. Let's say I want to give you an example of this. Return nil error. You know what? That's fine. I can just do this only, and that way we can just do nothing. To do implement me. So now we can actually do a compile here. Other declaration of C. So, oh wait, did I already have one? Oh, whoopsie. My receiver is the same as my, and the receiver, by the way, if you know Perl or any of these other languages, right? Perl object-oriented programming, I know it's weird to say, but you can do it. The receiver is always the first argument. The only thing they did is they just broke it out and put it to the left. That's all they did. There's no alternative syntax for that, but that's all that's really happening, which is why the C's are colliding. So, and I can't use map because that's reserved, so we'll just say CM. How about that? Call it as CM, and I'll get out of my conflict. But what I was trying to show you is if I try, let's actually write a test case for this. MultiHost. What is that? Is that an internal / multihost, right? So test func example. God damn it. Example load. Actually, that's a method, so I would have to. The reflection uses the name of the thing, so config underscore load. This is a convention from the example-based testing. It uses reflection, as I said. Don't forget the colon and output. I do it all the time. So let's actually call one. So C equals. Wait, no, we want this to be client load. We could say load config, or the reason I don't like doing load config is because that's implied by the first argument. I don't like it when people repeat what can be inferred from the argument signature unnecessarily. So um, config could also be, strictly speaking, could be considered a verb. In fact, let's do that. Let's say client config. Um, I think that that's the way to go. So we could say c dot client dot config, and then we could just make a new map. I mean, we could put the map here if we want. Yeah, right here we could do config dot map, make a new one, and just have like true, the true, and you'll see that this will not succeed. My ENTR has to be reinitialized because the file didn't exist before. So undefined client. All right, so didn't we call it client? Oh, we called it multihost. We could have called it multihost client, but undefined multihost. What am I missing? Oh, I think it's because I need to change this to be config. I mean, people might think that that's like loading it. Colon for docs. Yeah, well, examples are automatically included in the documentation. So let me show you. I mean, if you haven't seen this already. So anytime, so here's the old version, right? Anytime you use an example-based test, you get free documentation that's runnable. Why would you not do that? You see what I'm saying? If you use the testing.t, you don't get this. So my rule of thumb is make it work with an example-based test. And if it's too complicated to work with an example-based test, like you need fuzzing or something, then fine. But there's really no reason whatsoever to not get free documentation by using example tests. I cannot tell you how many Go people have no idea example tests exist. They've never even heard about it before. And I'm like, okay. Client test Go 6 undefined multihost. Am I going to have to do an explicit import? I shouldn't have to. Did I rename it on accident? I think I might have. We're going to find out. Client, wait, SSH. Where is it? SSH client multi-host. If that throws it out, oh, well. Yep, it's not seeing it for some reason. I don't know. I got to go find it. It should be multi-host right there. multihost.Client. multihost.config. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot my Go work. This is good that you saw this. Okay, so this is where Go work saves your ass. Normally, if you have stuff in separate packages, even if they're in the same module, you can't import them from each other because Go doesn't know about them until you install them. In the old days, I used to have to do Go install, client whatever, and then it would go in my localized cache, and then I could use it, but it would always use the old one that I last installed. So Go work to the rescue. Go work init. Go work use dot, and that should save our stuff. I mean, I hope. We'll see. Still got a problem, but still, that we're getting closer because that says that it can allow the current directory and all that stuff in here for imports. What I'm hoping is that the stuff under internal can actually see the other location, and I must have something very. I don't know what's wrong. I really don't. I gotta just keep working at it. Internal config timeout config multihost.Client. Did I put it in the wrong package? Multihost test. Maybe it'll find it this time. Why is it having trouble finding it? It should not have that much trouble. I don't know what's going on. Something is not right. It might be the internal actually, and that's why I'm hoping that's not it. It shouldn't be, but client multi-host. I wonder if it's missing the intermediate package, and that's causing it to not see it. Oh no, it worked that time. What? It worked that time. That was weird. I put it in client multi-host. Huh. It's stuck. That time it found it. So I think the work fixed it. Yeah, undefined multi-host config. Yeah, it's not multi-host config anymore. Um, that is that we know that's a problem now because I changed the name, right? It was load or something. It's multi-host client config and config.map multi-host client. Oh, right. God, I'm silly. New multi-host client. Now we have to decide. This is if you don't want to do a a constructor here, you can do this, right? You could say c.load. No, c.config or init. Init would be another thing to put here, right? Okay, so that worked. We didn't print anything yet though, so but I want to break it. I want to show you how to break it. Um, I'm gonna break this on purpose. We need this stuff anyway, so this is not wasted effort. I still need to do this. So, um, if I go in here and I say, if I change the timeout, right? So let's let's make an interface, but it's what will eventually be an interface. Now this is always a weird one, right? Because do you really need to, accessors, right? Timeout returns an int. So if you're going to make an interface, right? I mean, this is how you do the interface, by the way. You do interface. I don't know if we're going to be able to have the interface in here. I think we can. Whoops, I'm screwing up. Type multi-host client. Yeah, you can do an interface, and it has a timeout. I mean, if you know what I'm saying, this is you don't have to have an interface, but if you did, that's what you would do. And it has to have a timeout that returns an int. If you want to check whether your thing is going to implement the interface correctly, you can do this. Client, and it will tell you whether it's an implementation of the interface or not. So that's a pretty common trick. If you don't have this, like if you don't implement the interface, like if I add something else, blah, it'll say, I'm sorry, you're not a member of the interface. It's supposed to anyway. Did I do that right? I must have that wrong. Oh, no. You need to cast it. That's right. Multi-host client. It's like a trick that people there use. There, you see that? See where it says it's not an interface? I hate it when people leave that code in. It's just compile time code. It's not costing anybody anything. It's actually runtime code. But because this is a runtime assignment, it's var assignment is right before init, which is right before runtime. And I don't like it when people leave that shit around. I don't have any problem with people putting it in there to check to see if they're implementing the interface properly, see how it worked without it. But it's a nice catch-all if you want to put. So you see how I don't have blah in here, right? If I delete this, it will fulfill the interface. At least it should. Multi-host client interface. What does it say? A client is not an interface because why? Invalid operation line 15. Did I do that right? I think I'm doing it wrong. New. I can't remember the idiom. I don't use it that much anymore because I rather catch it other ways usually. This is a cast. I can't remember. I'm going to go look it up. Go slash interface requires loop. I determine default IP for return structure interfaces and go. Generics and block interface validation trick. Oh, this is so important. God. Casting loops, speakable command line interfaces. Trick go to help you check it. There it is. That's my note. So, oh wow, it's just a. Oh wait. We have to. Okay, I had it wrong. Whoopsie. Multi-host client equals new client. Multi-host client. That's the trick. Okay, that worked that time. Let's do blah. It should catch my bad interface now. There we go. Client does not implement its missing method blah. That little message thing is super valuable during debugging when you're developing. If you wait around for that until you're actually writing test cases for it, that can be really annoying. So if you actually do define an interface, it's a great idea to do that. Uncomment me to validate interface implementations. Right, but if I get rid of this, it should fulfill it now. And non-implemented implementation of interface for initial testing. Yeah. Yep, there's lots of ways to check for them, but those are the two main ways. I actually can't take credit for that. Obviously, I saw that trick in a book. I can't remember what book it was in. But I don't like them. They are waste. They're wasteful when they're left in final bits of code. In my opinion, they should be taken out. You know, I have a lot of pet peeves, like people who document their interfaces right here too. I fucking hate that. I hate that because I can't get a bird's eye view of the whole interface from one glance in the documentation, and they'll have like 5 pages of documentation right here. I fucking hate that. I hate it when people do that. What they should have done is they should define the interface up here in the documentation and then have a section for each one, right? And say fulfillers of this interface should do blah, 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 right? And then you read the documentation with the documentation, and then the summary of the interface is not gobbledygook that you can't understand. When you're looking at an interface and you want to implement that interface, you want to see the methods and the types right away on the same screen. And by the way, if your interface spans more than 20 lines of text, you're doing interfaces wrong. So, anyway, there, I'm done. If you do public comment information in the interface, no, it doesn't. I don't think it does. And maybe it does now. I don't know. Anyway, so we shouldn't even really have an interface here because we really don't care, right? The reason I'm trying to show you is so that you can. I did that kind of as a matter of fact when we were doing the timeout thing. So we're gonna break something here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a change. So the config map. Let's say our object has a timeout, okay? And the timeout is the get. This is the get, not the set, right? You cannot set the timeout through here. If you wanted to, you could do this. If you wanted to allow them to have a direct set on the timeout, you could do this, but now you're basically writing Java. So the bigger interface, the weaker the abstraction. Absolutely, I love it. Golang does that experimental. Interesting. So again, you're just adding an attribute, right? We did a whole thing about whether you should have attributes as interfaces at all. I like my interfaces to actually do things. But it's not unusual to set, properties doing this. If you want to do that, obviously you'd have to add a set method to it, right? But most of the time, it's just I want to retrieve a value that was updated by adding this config object. And so right now they couldn't change the timeout with a method call. They'd have to change the config map, and then they'd have to pass the config map and change the overall configuration of the entire thing. And yeah. Oh God. Remember upgrading to Golang version mandatory when running Go build. Yeah, wow. What was it that they broke on? I want to be sure I know what that is. Throws an error if you do not comment public functions in an interface. Oh, right, right. You're talking about revive. Yeah, I turned revive off. I turned revive off too. It was also annoying the hell out of me. Uh, yeah, I actually think I have revive. Um, do I have go revive? Go lent. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, yeah. Look. The reason I turned off revive is because I had documented my package in my doc.go file, and all my other files still had lint errors in it because it didn't see that that one had already documented the package. Super brain dead linting. If Go linting can't tell that a package has been documented because it's been in one file, then it's broken at a base level. I'm never using it, and that I turned it off after that. I was like, this linter doesn't have any fucking idea how to write Go code. I was really pissed. I was pissed because I was getting like skull and crossbones for like documenting it in doc.go. I I can't talk about it. It just made me angry. So okay, so let's do this. Let's say this fmt println c dot timeout, right? And that's going to be we got a 0 there, right? We want the timeout to be 2. So we'll change timeout. You could actually parse this from JSON and marshal it if you wanted to. And we'll change the Python to 2. Uh-oh, why is it 0? I wanted 2. It's doing exactly what we told it to do. It didn't change any values, right? But if I change, by the way, that's not there are generators. There are generators for this thing because it's so common to do what I'm doing. So I'm just saying you can. I wrote my own too. I wrote my own generator for that. So you can. I have a generator that will take. Where is it? It will take an interface, and it will build all of the accessors for it automatically. Oopsie. Yeah, there it is. So this this will build all of the stuff. So if you want a whole bunch of functions, you just write it, and then it'll flush. This is see it has it builds the getter and the setter, and then you just delete it. It's pretty easy stuff. That's in my dot files. But that's something. If you want that kind of thing, you can use that if you want. Yeah. So documentation tools are amazing. Yeah. Is there I made an automate updates example? No, no. You just have to copy it over. Yep. And it can't be dynamic too, which is also a problem. So if you're doing something that's time based or whatever, because so that's actually where any kind of test case starts to fall apart. Anyway, so what do we want to do here? We want to update. So we want to do c dot timeout equals, but we only want to do it if it exists, right? So this is where stuff gets kind of hairy. This is where a config blob starts to fall on its face, right? Because I mean, if you had to do this individually for each value throughout your whole package, it would be really annoying. So, because you got to test everything. You got to say, do I even have one? Right. So you have to say, you might probably put a big ass switch in here because you can't marshal it. No, you can't. I mean, it's already kind of been marshaled. So, so you can say case, what the CM has CM timeout. We're doing our own unmarshalling here, basically. You see what I'm saying? We get the flexibility, but we also now have to do kind of our own unmarshalling. And I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, honestly. Um, so yeah, oopsie. I mean, this is kind of like we're kind of like cherry picking our pieces out of here. I don't even know if I can do that. I don't think I can use this particular constructor in a case. I think it has to be an if statement. I think I have to use if. Now, another way to do this and do two things at once is to cast the type at the same time. That's another secret that I found out that I have been using a lot. So again, we're using generic config maps, which have to be cast. So you can do something like, um, CM. I mean, this, you could do the actual value. Actually, or we could do a type switch, but this is just a type switch, one line type switch. So we can say, you know, the thing is you have to say like, timeout colon has colon CM timeout dot, and has will be empty if it doesn't exist or it can't be cast, which is kind of cool because if I remember right, hopefully I got that right. Because otherwise you have to check for both of those conditions. And this is just a Boolean, right? So if it has it in timeout is an int, right? So you can say if, and if you want to, you can put this all into a single if statement. It's more idiomatic to do it that way. In fact, if you want to make a generic way of doing it, you could just say, v has, and then if it has it, then do this. Otherwise, don't do it, right? So, and if you do this, it actually closes up these variables so they're available just to this block. It's very idiomatic go to do that. So sometimes you can't do that though, right? Because you need access to the v outside of the block. And then we would say cm.timeout equals v. The thing I like about that is that could be easily scripted, right? That could be easily scripted. Timeout client does not have, oh wait, C, not CM, C.timeout. So this could be easily scripted. So if you wanted to write a filter, you could generate these for the entire, all the objects from your map. And the thing I like about that is every bit as efficient as reflection on marshalling, which is really fucking slow. It is a map lookup for everything, but that is way faster than reflection. So the built-in JSON reflection is abysmally slow. So that's not bad, you know. And then if you whoever you want to get, you're going to have to unmarshal the JSON map anyway. But anyway, so that gives you a timeout. And I don't know if you saw, but the timeout, the code breaks when I take the pointer off. Why? I want you to understand that. I'm pausing because it's really important that you understand what just happened there. I've got a 0 value now. Let's look at the Go code. I have, so it's not outputting a 2 anymore. So I created a client and, I mean, hell, I could even, yeah, you know. So we created a client. We got a config map. We set our config map to timeout of 2. And then we tried to print C dot because we expected it to update the internal state of the config map, of the client to have a different timeout. But we're still getting a 0 because we're passing by value and not reference. Because our receiver is a pointer and not a receiver is not a pointer. And that I can't tell you, beginners like get that wrong all the time. All the time. That's one of the most subtle, horrible errors that you'll ever encounter as a beginner. Because you're like, what the hell? I'm doing everything right. It's not changing my value and it's not throwing an error. It's doing exactly what you told it to. Check it out. It's doing exactly what you told it to because the C in here is a copy of client. So it's actually doing it. You can actually check it out. So let's do a log here. Another great thing to do is you want to macro this as log because log will separate your output, right? So let's do this. C dot timeout. I'm going to prove that it's the timeout. Let's see, timeout. All right. So, I mean, it's a quick and dirty log. Oops. And you go up here. Look, the timeout was 2. And now, as a beginner, you're looking at it and you're going, oh my God, it's changing the value. What the fuck? It's changing the value. Oh God, I will never forget the first time I hit that. I thought I was going crazy, and that's where knowing what a pointer is a thing. So because it's actually changing the value just doesn't actually get changed in the client itself. No, but as soon as I do this, now we get a 2 in both places, right? And it all works. Actually, if we do that, you gotta do -v if you want to see those outputs at that point. So now we have a timeout of 2, but it also passes the test because it's doing the right thing. Did it happen to you too? Well, hopefully it won't happen to as many people now because, dude, but, watch this. Watch me blow the shit out of this. Yeah, I'm going to blow the shit out of it. You remember the whole null pointer error? Here's another error that's even more insidious that hits beginners all the time. Probably not as much. Now we're going to get rid of. Now we're gonna make C a null value. Yeah. Uh-huh. So yeah, because that's actually valid, right? You could do this. You could do C equals nil and blow that to shit. Now you gotta panic. Now you gotta panic. Yeah. .config. No, you can't because you can't pass the pointer in, damn it, Dutch. Nope. I don't think you could. No, it doesn't persist. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Yeah, if you had a destructor or anything that messes with that null, you need to be damn sure of it. And believe it or not, you can actually recover from that. That's what's so weird. You can recover from this because your methods. I don't think so. Let's try that. But so you cannot check it. So if you see here, this is actually valid code. If you wanted to check for a null value receiver, people don't do this because it's super fucking annoying, but I was kind of talking about it. If C equals nil, right? Return FMT error F WTF. Right? And oh no. Wow, that doesn't even save me from that. I kind of swore it did. Where is the panic coming? Oh, it's coming after that. It's coming after it. Yeah, it's the other one. Yeah, it's this one down here. And this one's fine. This one will survive. See that? See, that survived. It's not what we want, but it survived. It didn't panic. You can. What I'm trying to show you is that nil and go has a type. Yeah. Its type is associated with the thing. It's really weird, and it's hard for me to explain because I don't fully understand it. It's not just a matter of checking for a null. It's not that. So, early failure gets used way too little. Yeah. So, anyway, this as you can see, that those tests ran without blowing up, right? And I mean, if I the problem is if you're going to support that, which I guess is not very, survivable. Then everything's got to do it. So if you have an accessor, you have to say, if the thing of it is this is one of those places where a panic actually kind of makes sense, right? Because otherwise you'd have to check it for every single receiver. You have to say, I mean, and what are you even going to return at that point? You're not going to. Are you going to return a value? You can't really return a value because you don't have a value. So this is actually I'm kind of glad I went through this because, um, you should never. People should know not to pass nils to method calls, and if they're not checking for nil before that, shame on them. It's their fault. And I kind of said that prematurely earlier. I'm glad I went through this. I have been burned by that before. I have been burned by people. I was using code that was not checking for nil before it called into the code, and I was writing code that it was farther down the chain, and it blew up, and I had no way to fix it because it wasn't checking for the nil value before it called a method on the thing, and I was somehow able to get around that. I can't remember the method, what was going on there. Uh, yeah, if you're operating on nil, that's a valid panic in my book. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. I think it's a net, but there was some weird edge case that I had where that was happening, and I didn't have control of the caller. And I can't remember it now. I wish I could. So yeah, checking for nil. Expecting a nil is a pretty sane thing to do, I guess. So I feel better now, having gone through that. I do. I feel a lot better because I was, yeah. But yeah, so I guess defaulting to a pointer is probably for beginners is kind of okay because most of the time the beginners are going to want to change the data. I think most of the time beginners are going to want to change the data there, and that's going to be the default. So that's the way to do that. Okay, so our configure object is done. How much time I got? I've been burning up on this conversation. Got a couple hours. Okay, so let's actually get into the meat of it. So we already know that we're going to have to pass the configuration object, and that's fine. And we can do all those other client config pulls and stuff. I mean, for the SSH stuff, we can pull our config from anything now. And I think fleshing out this config, either config or load or set or whatever, or init. I'm tempted to make this an init function, and then if we call it, um, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, init. If we call it init, this is a little tough because there's a lot of best practices there. If we called init and allowed it to have a variable signature that didn't take a config map, then we could have it set. We can have it create an initial config map internally and set all its default values. And then if we passed a config map, we could harvest the values out of the config map and set those as initial values. I mean, that kind of feels like the right thing to do. I feel like having the name config is going to lead people to think that they can fetch a specific config value out of there. And unless we're going to expose the current config map, which is another thing we might want to do, right? The problem with exposing the current config map and storing it internally is that if they make a change to something in that config map and they don't call config, it's not going to update the internal state. So they might think that it's going to, it's going to do its thing. And I think by forcing people to always pass a config map, and then maintain a copy of that config map outside of the instance of the multihost client is going to allow them to independently make changes to the configuration of the multihost client, and then reconfigure by basically committing that configuration at that moment in time by passing it to init or to load or something. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, another thing would be to make an entire interface that makes the internal structures, and then another thing would be to just make everything exported, all the internal fields exported from the multihost client. So I mean, there's lots of ways to do this. We've been debating about all of them. I'm going to stick with this. I'm not going to call it init. I mean, what would that look like? Our client would then be. The thing I like about this is I can do this, right? Config map, timeout, :2. You see what I'm saying? I could do that kind of thing. I kind of like that. It's kind of idiomatic Go to do that. So, did it work? What the hell? This is file directory. What did I do? Did I delete something? What's going on? Do. Why isn't it doing it? What the hell? Something is not right. Am I too far down? Oh, -C. Hello. I don't know where that went. Missing a comma. Oh. See a timeout undefined. All right, so yeah, we really don't need this anymore unless we're going to create an interface to it. I mean, I don't have a problem exposing the current values. I don't know. I feel like that's okay. Hey, Brains Up. I feel like that's okay because they're going to want to read the actual state. If they want to, you can't even write test code, right? You couldn't even write test code to see if you've changed your internal state unless you do that. So that kind of makes sense to make that an interface. You know what I mean? See that timeout. This is just read only though. This is not a. Yeah, we're not changing anything there. No filter method name timeout. Oh, did I not do the access? Oh yeah. Oh right, because init. That's because init is returning an error. This is a design decision problem. So, what should if you return the idea of returning like self references is a thing. You know, if you want to change stuff like they do in JavaScript. The problem is that in Go, it's very idiomatic to return an error for everything. So we have a choice here, right? If I return init, then I can return the object and an error, or I can return just the error, right? In which case it's a two-step process. And I would have to check for the error and see, okay, we have an error. And then we would trap errors where people are trying to set configuration values that can't be set. So, and we would be all of the validation and assertions going on with the config map data would happen inside of the init function. You know, this is where I get really paralyzed. I think what we want to do here is like this. I think we want to do set, and I think we don't want to panic. So that's going to be a two-step operation. Error equals c dot set. The crazy thing about this is they could actually create a temporary config map to pass argument values in. I'm tempted to name the package C.map. Yeah. Well, I think the word set is more important because that's going to take the value and change it to that value. And any values that are set in the map, it'll cherry pick the values out of it and then set them if they're in it. I like that idea, right? Because then you can have. I've been using this all over, and I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to make it a C. Yeah. You can make it an arg map or a C map or something. This is, I mean, the way to do that is just do this, right? But the reason I like that is I like this idea of data blobs that just pass around and you just maintain the current state in there and then everything's state is in one place. I've liked that. I used it. That's how I did the shopping cart for Nike back in the 90s. Is that every stage along the way would update a data blob and it would just hand it down on the assembly line to the next thing, right? And then it would inspect the thing to make sure it had all the data it needed in it, and it would go to the next thing and see if this data was there. And this data blob was just kind of getting constructed on down the path. I like that pattern. I don't know if that has an actual name, but I really like the data blob pattern. Somewhere in Kubernetes admin is crying already. Yeah, that's I like the idea of having kind of a state blob. I don't even know what you would call that. I think some people would call that data centric programming. I think that's what goes on in high performance computer games too. Is that there's these blobs of representational state, not rest, right? But they're the state of the entire game. Like where is everybody at any given moment, and those things are passed around like crazy to everybody. There's no through pointer references, I think, but there's no. I mean, from what I understand, I haven't gotten into it. How you doing? Um, so I'm gonna go for that. I like C.map, and I'm gonna use that convention. In fact, because it's internal, I can be stingy with it. I can say, look, I want to name my package C. Here's something cool. You want to see something really cool? Go knows what the package name is. So you see my test here? Watch what happens when I save it. It's like, I can't find you, right? Because I named it C now. Now, I don't have to do that. Actually, if the package name differs from the actual name, it will deliberately change it. This is actually pretty damn cool. So you see how it brought the C in because that's the package name. Yeah, yep, that's right. I was on a team that built a custom game manager that did that, passed around the data struct. The idea of like throwing data around and modifying that data to represent a ton of different states rather than having a global that does the same thing. That is a thing. The thing that's really great about that is for high performance games and stuff like that, that data glob can just be a shared memory pointer. And then you're just passing around a pointer, and then it feels like global data, but it's not because it's getting passed. It's getting passed to things. It's getting passed by pointer ref, so it's really freaking fast. And if everybody's gonna write to it, they gotta. It's basically its own. It's like building a database inside of your app. Is what it is. That's what it is. It's like building a database in your app, and then but that super high performance database. Um, does that affect the actual game state? Passing player positions, many major shooter has an easier job. Yeah, yeah, you could definitely hack that shit pretty easily, right? Um, so this is going to be a new thing now. So instead of having config map, now it's a C.map, and my God, what a smaller, more elegant signature we've just created there, and I'm super happy about that. So I'm good to go with that. Line 4, Packages found config tests. Oh, whoopsie. I forgot to change the package name. Yep. All right. Client tests. I mean, you can tell that I'm spending a lot of time on these little decisions, but this is the kind of stuff that I think sets apart this kind of thing. Client tests. What are we missing? See that set undefined. Oh, we changed it from init to set. Yeah. So undefined C. There we go. Error declared and not used. All right. So I have a macro for that, but all right, we're error free. I mean, I could do this. I could do timeout and then error, and then that's actually just as easy of a test. So, what's that? Has infrastructure admin? What do you recommend Python or Go? Both. You need both. You absolutely need both. Because Ansible's all Python, and you're going to be reading Python for all kinds of stuff. Python's a language of operation. Python, Bash, Go, and C, so you can understand syscalls. I mean, that's my take on it. You got to know the web languages minimally, but that's kind of on the secondary thing. So this is shaping up quite nicely. I know it's a stupid thing. I'm like, this is called bike shedding, by the way. What I'm doing right now is 100% bike shedding. Bike shedding is from a term, I don't know the original term, but it's from like, you got to build a whole building, and the building's going to be hard, but the bike shed is going to be really easy and it's fun. So you spend all the time on the bike shed and you have no time left over to work on the building. So that's what bike shedding is, and this is 100% bike shedding. Working on the configuration. Working on the configuration thing is super easy. It's totally the bike shedding. And not to be confused with yak shaving, by the way, which is a completely different thing. But I'm not even, ashamed of it at this point. So I am going to make a new branch, though, so that I can save my code without losing it. I don't want to lose my code, so I'm going to save it to a new branch. And then we'll take a quick little break here. After I do this, I'll take a break and answer some questions. So what am I doing? We need to make a branch. I haven't saved any of this yet, so I need to make sure my git ignore is all up to date. God, I don't even have a git ignore. Go to work. If I could type. Oh my God, Rob. Anything else we don't want? So, a nuclear power plant. Really, I did not know that. Yeah. Actually, why don't I do that? Yup. Okay, so let's commit this. GH, let's make an issue. Add, what do we want to call it? Persistent connection reuse to multi-host client. And press the EJ as a spin. I don't really need to do that. Submit. Now, why did I do that? Because now watch. This is so cool. You can do gh issue develop 3, and it will make a new branch for you. Damn it! It didn't do it. I missed something. I think it's -C. There we go. Yeah, isn't that cool? So that I think it actually made a PR too. I don't remember. GHPR list. No, it didn't. Okay, so there's no PR for it yet, but it did make a branch, and I'm pretty sure it committed the branch. Oh, I got 2 branches open now. I do. This is -1 here. I must have made another branch. I don't know if it pushed it though. I don't know if it didn't. We're about to find out. So we're gonna go see. I don't know if it pushed the branch or not. It's just GitHub magic. So we're gonna go check. Protect this branch. My main branch is not protected. Yeah, I need to protect my main branch for sure. Oh, it did. See, that's why we have to review all branches. And it deletes the branch after it's done with it, so this one we can trash. We're not using them. And this is the other branch. So why is that useful? Because now I can just, save it. Git commit. What do we do here? We is it a fix or a feature? Sure. Add new home for multi-home. Yeah. Actually, damn, I should have done an add-a. I should do incremental adds. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do I want to do this right. So restore staged. All right, so let's do this. Let's do get add-p. So come on, get add dot get ignore commit dash add chore add get ignore get add internal get commit that add chore factor actually no, that's a feature. Add c dot map for passing configuration. Get status get add dash wait client get commit dash m feature add new client multi-home scaffolding. All right, so get status get push dash u origin tab 3 whatever the hell. And so now my stuff I can go rest and not and relax because my stuff is saved someplace in case my computer blows up or something. I can still go look at it and I have all the changes. And the other thing about this too is other people can follow your changes while you're doing them, and they can see what you what you're messing with. So yeah, if we go to, God, I forgot I wrote safe shell already in here. It needs to be tweaked. It's not perfect, but Yeah. All right. So let's take a break. Let's put some music on, take a break here. We'll be right back, though. So the question is, I'm going to read this question for everybody here really quick. This is something we were talking about on the break, but it has relevance to other people who might be watching. Um, I got hired as a Go engineer. I love it. I want to put my job. I want to really get to the next level. What do you think I should do to get to the next level? Okay, so um, it's very hard to deal with the question of how to learn Go the first time as a beginner because there's not a lot of beginning resources out there. Bottom line. Um, and this is a really old web page, so please don't bookmark this. I'm going to change it, but let me just go through it. You can shoot me for saying this, but read the freaking manual, right? Seriously, if you want to be a pro, I mean, if you want to be a pro, and I'm talking like 10,000 hours, and you're planning on going the distance with this language, then you should read their language specification. Nobody's going to tell you to do that. Strangely, you think that you would want to at least consider reading the language specification instead of some book that's going to get some part of the specification wrong or have broken errors in it, something like that. And the Tour of Go, which is an incomplete project, you can actually go see the issues in the Tour of Go. Tour of Go is designed for C coders, and it gets into bitwise mathematics. It's horrible if you're young and you don't know about that. But if you already have C knowledge, you will like the Tour of Go up to a point. And you can really tell that the Tour of Go falls off, and it's consistent. It bears it out if you can read the wiki for the project for Tour of Go and all the issues that are open, you can tell that the project just died on the vine and they just stopped maintaining it. So there's a place for you to go make a contribution, right? If you could go add some more Tour of Go things. I don't know how far along they are, but the official, according to the Go Developer Network, this was announced last year, exorcism.io. Exorcism.io is the official source for learning Go for Go developers. Now, when they recommended it, I was like, okay, because I'd actually been out here and I'd already seen some of these tracks for learning Go, and I was like, damn, that is like wrong, and it was like whatever. So I wasn't impressed. I'm just gonna say it. I was not impressed at all, and so, but that's it. I mean, it's worth saying. So I don't officially recommend that, but that's their official recommendation. But these other two resources, How to Write Go Code and Effective Go, are mandatory. If you don't read these and you try to write Go in a professional capacity, shame on you. And everybody agrees on this point. I don't know why this isn't listed elsewhere, and these are both free. How to Write Go. This document demonstrates the development of a simple Go package inside a module. This document assumes you're using blah or later, and this particular document has undergone updates with the generics and everything, but it's largely dated to still. And by the way, before you buy a book, make sure it covers 1.18. There's Go before 1.18, generics and everything else, any type and everything, and there's Go after 1.18. And I'm just going to tell you, it's not worth learning Go before 1.18. So Head First Go is one of my favorite books of all time. Completely irrelevant. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. The writer's got my favorite writing style. It's got my favorite projects in it, but it covers Go 1.11. It's like ancient. It may even be 1.7. It's really too bad because by far that's my favorite beginner book for Go. But again, the question was about where to take it to the next level. So the very simple answer is read. If you already know Go and you want to take it to the next level, read a language specification, do some of the Tour of Go, read How to Write Go code, read Effective Go, right? And then start reading Go code bases, starting with the standard library. Read through the Go code. Read through the standard library of Go to see if you understand all of it. Read it, try to use it, memorize the standard library, find things in there that you're going to use. Just, it's like telling you to read the dictionary to learn English, but it really works. If you want to get really good at writing Go code, read the code that Rob Pike wrote. Read it. It's brilliant. One of the most intelligent, amazing pieces of code I have ever written. I mean, I've ever read is the parser framework and the scanner for the Go template language, which is the basis of Helm and everything else. Right? It is so amazing. It is, and you'll never look at GoTo the same again after that. It's like you'll say, "Oh my god." Read anything Rob Pike has written. Read, Donovan and the gang. Thompson didn't write shit. They just put Tom. I swear, I don't have any proof of this. I don't have any proof of this, but I'm almost sure that they put Ken Thompson on the creators list for the notoriety in the name. Period. I mean, he was involved with the decisions about whether something should be in a language or not. I haven't been able to see a single line of code that Ken Thompson has actually written for the code base. It's pretty much all Pike and him putting stuff out on Donovan. In my opinion, I'm going to get roasted for saying this. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I don't know any of these people personally, so don't listen to me. Uh, yeah. Anyway, go GitHub is nice too. Yeah. So that's the way to do this. Okay. So if you want to take it to the next level, or even the first level, read the language specification. By the way, you can't read the language specification until you learn EBNF, which you should know. If you're going to call yourself a software engineer and you do not know ABNF and EBNF, and frankly PEG, and I wrote PEG in for that reason, you can't call yourself a software developer. I'm sorry, you can't. If you don't know how to read a meta language in order to read the grammar definition of a language or a structured data of any kind, how can you call yourself a developer? I'm serious. Whatever. I mean, I have strong opinions there. Obviously, it just drives me nuts. This is EBNF. This defines how to use this language. If you can't look at this and immediately understand what it's telling you, because it's too dense, or you need some $70 book to boil it down to you and give you like nice, pretty examples, get the fuck out of software development, because you're going to be staring at this shit all the time. If you need somebody to make it nice and pretty and warm and fuzzy for you, you're in the wrong industry. All right? So take it as, I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying, get the fuck out, because you are going to cause a problem. Ask your average. This is why I get on people who do, that's the first thing you learn at university. God bless them. I mean, university do a lot of things wrong, but this is one of the things that they do right. They make sure you understand how to define the structure of a language, how to do parsing and scanning and that kind of thing. Most substantial languages of any kind are done in EBNF. And there's ABNF. ABNF is used to define all of the RFCs for the internet. So if you want to read how to craft an HTTP response in TCP/IP or whatever, you're going to be reading ABNF. And seriously, if you're going to call yourself a software engineer and you cannot read and write EBNF and ABNF and PEG, in my opinion, PEG, forget it. Forget it. So if you want to take it to the next level, do that. And then write your own language. Why not? Write your own language. Define your own language. Specify your own language and have fun with it. It's really fun. That's all I have to say about that. And then just read tons and tons and tons of good code. The only way you can know you're reading good code in the Go community really is by reading the core libraries, because the core libraries go through such intense scrutiny before they get added. Absolutely promise me you will not even open the Kubernetes code base. The Kubernetes code base is the biggest horrible clusterfuck of Go code I have ever seen. I have seen a lot of Go code in my day so far since 2016. The Kubernetes code base is the shittiest Go code I have ever seen in any production system. It is so fucking bad. 85 character identifiers with mixed case and underscores, random, like options and hanging methods off of data structs that should have been it's just so bad. And that might be good for you. Maybe you want to read why is it so bad, particularly kubectl. Kubectl is so fucking bad. It's just so bad. So AWS SDK SSI. Oh God. I don't know about the AWS SDK. It's probably pretty good. But so yeah, the Go GitHub is pretty good. So anyway, you can't go wrong by reading the extended libraries from Go. Stuff doesn't get committed into the Go library without usually a certain amount of scrutiny. I believe the context got committed without that level of scrutiny. I think they got kind of rushed in personally. And Ian, who's the gatekeeper there, he usually does a really good job. He's a very even keel, nice kind of benevolent dictator over there. And I don't know that Ian personally. But I've watched him approve and open discussions. He actually entertained the possibility of me. I suggested an alternative to stuttering. Stuttering is frowned upon in Go. So context and stuff like that. They tell you to pick good package names instead. But they at least entertain some of my proposals over there. But ultimately they shot them down, and I whatever. But they at least listen. So Go is very solidly controlled by the Go company. I used to not say that. I used to say, oh, it's independent. It's not part of Go. The Google company is in charge. The people who do the administration and the acceptance of commits and the acceptance of the proposals and stuff. Ultimately, almost all of them are Google people. So the lead Steve Ranchia, who made Cobra, who you guys all know I hate, is the lead evangelist over there at Google for Go. I mean, I used to think that Go was independently managed, and I don't believe that anymore. I think the Google company is very directly related to what gets in the language and what doesn't, and at least the people that are making the decisions about what finally goes into the language are all employed by Google, as far as I can tell. So, and oh, the Kate's level, it's Kate's level horde, AWS SDK. Yeah, well, I mean, another good code base that I actually really like. It was written by, you can tell it was written by web people, is the GitHub command line tool. The GitHub command line tool, you can almost tell it has kind of a flavor to the code base when you're reading it. You can read the flavor of it. It has the flavor of I don't mean this in a bad way at this particular instance, but it has the flavor of a Node developer. It's got attention to detail with regard to like pretty interfaces, and it uses Glamour and I find the GitHub command line tool, the GH command, to be extremely elegant in its creation. I don't particularly like that it uses Cobra, but everything else does, so why not? But if you want to read a good command line code base, I think it's probably a good one to read. But that's the best way. The best way to learn code is it doesn't even have a help command. Yeah, and of course there's I mean I guess I'll put a plugin for my own stuff. I'm pretty picky about stuff, too much so, and I created a list of awesome Go projects, half of which are mine. What would you expect, right? But here it is. It also repeats what I suggested just now, reading Go 101. I have not read Go 101, but I understand it's really good. I have not read this. This is free. So again, awesome Go. You can go read the Go comment review styling. Oh, I put more stuff in here than the other one. I forgot about this. Yeah, this you can't get anything committed to the Go project unless you can pass all of this, and it tells you like all of the idioms. It's got all of them here, right? If you're not following the idioms here, you're immediately going to stick out like a sore thumb on any Go project. I mean, like for example, the use of else. You shouldn't be using else anywhere. It's more idiomatic to have an if statement and then have the main flow, not an else. It's very, very rare to see an else. In fact, I complain about it every time I have to use it. I usually think, is there another way to do it? Handling errors and all this stuff. So again, this is github.com/RobXRob/awesome-go. And if you want to see how to use generics to implement, map, filter, reduce, or any of these fun things, I have lots of examples of that. You can go see those. They are in my, let's see. I don't know about that one. Oh, I mean, that's just a bunch of stuff. Some of this stuff is older than others. Pure Go secure shell functions. That's what I'm working on right now, actually. I have a scanner, buffer rune scanner, functional generics, stuff like that. So again, just add mine to the list, right? Whether you put me in the good category or the bad category, be able to interpret Go code and get a sense of whether it's good or not. If you want to read really shitty code, read the Kubernetes code base, and then you can say, as soon as you can see the difference between the two code bases, then you kind of start to be able to say, oh, I know what I'm doing, right? And I think I feel very confident saying in 2016, actually 2016, 2015, 2016, I was very tentative, right? I wrote my first programs. I wrote actually I wrote a physics engine API that was fronted by some WebSocket stuff. It was pretty fun. Um, and we wrote the WebSockets API backend in Go, which is really fun. And I think what were we using? We were using what physics engine? It wasn't the Haptic physics engine. We were using some kind of physics engine on the back end, which is really cool because you could actually do it in terminal even. That makes me want to do it again. And anyway, we wrote this kind of block game that you could bunch heads together and stuff. And it was fun. Just do something fun, write something fun, and then write something that's useful, right? So create an API, write your own mid-level API, write one or more command line tools that do things that are useful. Write one or more REST APIs. Make sure you get really good with Open API and stuff like that. So you should probably write at least one project that uses command lines from using Cobra. Even though I hate it, I've told you that already. Um, Bonsai eventually will take the place for Cobra for me, um, but there's so many people that are going to tell you to make a command line tool that uses Cobra. Know how to use the flags. Basically, just go through the standard library and do I know this library? Why would I care about it? Even if you don't use it, you'll at least know about it, and then you can add on different things. Let's see. I've been interested to hear about ABNF, ABNF. I swear that was never mentioned during my bachelor's. No, some colleges will talk about it. Right. Time to become a professional. I'll be back in a week. To be look, full confession here. I was a professional software developer for and Nike's webmaster, and I'd been at IBM for like 8 years, and I had never even seen EBNF and ABNF. I had read RFCs before, but I never took the time to learn ABNF. In fact, it wasn't until I wanted to write my own RFC uh, that I started getting into all of this. And then, of course, I obsessed about it and created Pagan, which is if you guys don't know Pagan, Pagan, Pagan is, Pagan is my answer to ABNF, EBNF, and JSON and JavaScript all combined. This is it. It's basically the one, meta language to rule them all for me. And it's not ready. I mean, the specification is ready, but um, it also has short form ASTs and a bunch of things. I got really obsessed with Peg, parsing expression grammar, and I really, really, really love writing parsers. And there was no standard for Peg. Brian Ford created it. So if that's a thing that you like, if you do an ABNF and EBNF thing, and you kind of get obsessed about writing metagrammars, which are meta languages in order to capture any grammar of any kind, uh, let me know because I still need help with the Pagan project, which it's kind of gone on the back burner for a while. My Zettelkasten and parser that parses the markdown in there is written in Pagan, and then what the idea is that you just write a specification, and then instead of regular expressions, you can use it to parse things. Pretty fun stuff. Um, I just got to warn you though, if you start going down the path of parsers and compilers and stuff, you may never come up for air. It's just so stinking fun. It's really, really fun. I really enjoy it a lot. All right, so back to what we were doing. JSONet. Oh boy. Yeah. You had a course that mentioned EBNF and made us implement our own language using Antler. Yeah. So Pagan is Antler, but for anything, any language instead of Antler. Antler is this generic meta language. I think you write it in EBNF and then it implements it. It implements packrat parsing and I think in Java, if I remember right. So it's even stronger at EBNF. Antler Antler is nice, but I don't like Antler because it's Java dependent. So I made Pagan to replace Antler. Yeah. And I'm not there yet, but look at the specification for Pagan. The specification for Pagan blows the fuck out of Antler. It's so much easier to read and write. Plus, it's a peg grammar, right? It's a parsing expression grammar, and Antler isn't. Antler never was. Peg from Brian Ford, which is by far the single. Go watch the video from Guido van Rossum who made Python. It's talking about changing the entire Python internal engine to use the peg grammar. You'll see why. I learned about it because TJ Holowaychek used Peg to write his own log querying domain specific language using Peg, and I helped contribute to the Go Peg project as well. If you really are into that stuff, you look up parsing expression grammars. The biggest problem with parsing expression grammars is they're all over the board. There's language specific implementations in every language, even though Brian Ford's paper specifies a specific grammar in his meta language grammar for Peg. He uses the example, and for some reason, every single implementation of Peg has decided to thumb their nose at it. And my Pegin, Pegn, is an attempt to take everything from his example grammar and keep it the same, have it be language agnostic completely. I challenge you to find any peg grammar on the planet Earth that is language agnostic. They've all got hooks into a specific language, and it sucks because they could have wrote one language and ruled them all, and they didn't, and that's what Pagan is trying to do. Pagan is trying to be that, and it therefore encapsulates things from ABNF and EBNF that are not included in the baseline peg grammar example from Brian Ford, and I went ahead and went the extra mile and put that in there. Yeah, a Java to Go transpile recommendations. No, I don't, and I don't know that I ever would do that. I would never want to maintain that code base. How much code are you dealing with? Lots of stuff probably. Processing library for parsers, nice. Very cool. Okay, so let's get back to it. Yeah, this is all fun stuff. We actually need to start doing something besides writing configuration objects. We need to actually start writing some SSH code. So just a reminder, everybody, I am still, for another hour at least, I'm going to need 2 here because I got to do some stuff. I've been talking too much. Just to be honest, my employer. I obviously I had there was a bunch of meetings this morning, so I'm going to put my time in, no problem. But you're going to sleep? All right. Have a good one. So anyway, so we've got our configurations and stuff, and what we need to do now is we need to decide how are we going to get a new client. So let's pretend like we're using this API. So client multihost client.go. So we're going to want a new one, right? So how do I get a new client, a new multi-host client, right? And actually, I'm going to break this interface out because it's kind of messing up my file. I'm kind of a stickler when it comes to that stuff. I don't know if we want to go all the way down there or not. Let's go try it though. Copying client to go to types.go. I mean, change it to types interface. ANTR. I don't know what to call it. I guess I can keep it there. That's fine. I guess I can keep it here. I just don't like doing this. It's kind of messy, you know what I mean? I'll keep it there. Anyway, so we got our ability to configure the thing, and we're starting on our configuration. So that's good enough. So how are we going to make a new one, right? Do we want to make it so that we can just make a new one and pass the configuration, and then, or do we want to make an accessor for them, right? we already have a set here, so it's kind of a convenience method. We just make a constructor and just call multihost.new, right? We could call multihost.new client, and let's do that. That makes sense. Let's do that. So, um, I mean, this could go any number of places. So let's do it right here. Let's say, funk. This is the closest thing you're ever going to get to a constructor. New client. So this is the entry point to creating a client, right? Um, Now we need to decide. Well, I think we already have that decision made. So if somebody wants a client but they don't want it to initiate any connections, uh, then I'm trying to think about how it would be called by default. Uh, when we pass the configuration object, we are not initializing connections to different things, right? We want those things to be explicit calls. Um, so I don't even know if we need I don't even know if we need a constructor here, because what would we do? We would just be handing off an object. We don't really need that. We already have that. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that's very common to do that, but I feel like that's kind of premature. Whoops. I know I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this decision here. So, what is our end? Right now, the end user would say, "Hey, give me a new multihost client," and then they would pass this to set this stuff, right? One of the things we could do instead of that would be this. We could say C equals new. It would be multihost dot new client, right? And that could be, you could actually pass an optional map, right? I mean, that feels better to me, right? Because all that stuff would be nice and clean. Um, you know, I mean, this is also fine. I think if we do the new client, we should actually also have it make those connections, have it make the connections. If they want to just instantiate the client without having to do anything, we could combine all of that into this one thing. Does that make sense? So like if I say, and this code is gonna have to not be an example, because I'm not gonna be able to actually run this code, because it's gonna actually make remote connections, and I can't mock that up. It's gonna eventually get commented out, but for right now I can. So new client. Um, New client. No config. I'm making some stuff here. Output. So we do multi-host client. Let's make another test case. New client with config. Etc. We don't have a new client yet, so um, 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 timeout would be 0. Two. So, all right, let's do that. Let's go ahead and add it. I mean, test-driven stuff is good, because it's like, how am I going to use the thing? And then it helps you make sense of the rest of it, right? Turns out I actually do want a new client. And we're going to have a, so, I mean, somebody might tell you that the way to do this is to have new client and new client with config. Um, I mean, I don't know. What do you think about that? What do you make a timeout? a uint versus an int. Use int always. Use int. You should always use an int because yeah, you should always use int for everything. Uh, I think it's one of the stuff that's in one of the writing Go code thing. People like get really precise with the integer size and stuff, and you should just use the default int because then it works on the most systems. Uh, what's that? Introducing changes for the way safer. You have good test coverage. It does, but you can't always have test coverage. Like, how can I test the remote? I actually can. I'm going to show you how to do an HTTP test, but I can't. There's built-in mock testing for HTTP, but not SSH. So I'd have to build an entire mock test framework just for SSH, and I'm going to do that in containers and Docker stuff, but not that way, right? Um, multi-host client. I could. This is where people tell me I should learn to tab better, and I probably should. I'm going to try it. How would I do it? It would be like I've been trying to do file completion, but I can type pretty fast. I don't need to do the thing. I mean, it just depends, right? I'm not putting it down. I'm just saying. What's completion again? It's CO. I think it's CO, right? Or is it? Wait, it's this. Wait, so I do multi. Okay, I got to get better at doing that. I don't do that much because it's a Vimism, and I don't want to learn that. But I've been telling myself that I want to kind of get better at tab completion for stuff that's long like that. So multi, and then shift control period will grab the closest thing to it and finish it out for me. So I'm gonna start using that more. I know everybody else on Twitch and YouTube does that, but I tend to not do that because it's a Vimism. Um, anyway, so return nil by default. As a habit, I usually return something, whatever it's going to be first, so that I know, what's going on. So if length of a equals 0, well, then we're going to use the default config. Let's do this. Let's say, actually, it's not going to be a string, right? It's going to be, it wouldn't be a string. It would be a, what do I want to say? A config map, a CMap. It's going to be a CMap. Oh, wait. It's going to have to be, is it going to be a reference to a CMap or no CMap? It can be either a CMap or nothing. So, if the length of equals 1, all right, let's do this. C equals default multihost dot default config. Yeah. And I'm gonna have to add a default config now. I'm just gonna add it right here just because I want to do it. I'll do it later. Default config equals c.map, and we want the timeout to be, so this is where I put all my defaults. Timeout 23, put the timeout 3 seconds. And default config. We can't make that constant, otherwise I would. So if A equals 0, then C equals A. And then we're going to load it up. So we do, wait, let's do client first. config. Let's just call that config. Equals A0. C equals new multi-host client. And then return C. Right? So there'll always be a client, even if it's not configured. If it is, and then we want to do initiate connections. And this does make me think that we need to have something inside of the client that represents its current state. So what is it connected to? And stuff. And I don't know what that's going to look like yet. Should that be a multi-host kind of thing, or I don't know. This is a tough one. If we make it a map, then we can put anything in it without breaking stuff that uses it later. Yeah. I don't want to hard code the state. I want to be able to add things willy-nilly to the state. But I don't know. I mean, we could make the state itself an interface so that it has things you have to get off of it, but then it would still be brittle if we wanted to add something to the state. We're gonna have that brittleness no matter what, because if we make it a data glob and we change something on it, then the display of the state is gonna get fucked up, right? So we'd have to create an API for the state representation as YAML or JSON. So we'd have to have that problem anyway. So we do have to consider what that state object is going to be like. And since we're locking it down per version, we might as well lock that down per version of the API itself, and then use, go versioning to lock that down. So as opposed to trying to create some abstraction of that thing. Object naming convention, calling it object A doesn't tell much about it. Yeah, you don't need to know anything about it. You just need to know it's a CMAP. That's all you need to know. Yeah, this is very standard Go. People violate this all the time and put big ass names, and then they repeat those names like 25 times, and you can't read the code anymore. I am very thankful to report that is against idiomatic practice in Go. Thank fucking God. Can you imagine this being like some long ass name? Some long ass name? Who wants that? Oh, the timeout? No. No, actually, it is time iteration. It is a time iteration, but the reason we're doing it is it's because it's a config map, so it can be any value whatsoever. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's do that. Time dot second. That'll make it a duration right there. Again, because it's a config map, we can put whatever we want in there. The value can be anything. I mean, you see the disadvantage of this, though, right? With flexibility comes annoyance later on. Wait, if C is empty, we will use it for syntax anyway. Where? Here? Oh, whoops. I was greater than 0. Sorry, good catch. FSC map. Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, wait, we don't. We don't want. Oh, we want new. That one should have been multi-host client. God damn it. We need a multi-host client no matter what. So, default config. Yeah. Better than A. Dude, you should see. You know how many times I've seen this? A string. You know how many times I've seen that? No, it's fine. That is very, very idiomatic. Go. Um, I mean, I'm okay with. I'm okay with this. Args. I'm okay with that one though. That's kind of a Python-esque way to do it. That's fine too. So, what config declare my use? And to do. So no matter what, we're gonna load those configs. So c dot set. Now I don't. Again, I might throw out this generic data blob eventually and make it a hard-coded struct configuration. Anyway, yeah. I do like it though, because down here you might forget what it is. So I like args better. Agreed. So set. I may regret this later, to tell you the truth. But now this is one of those cases in Go where you could have completely done this as an if else, right? But that would not be idiomatic Go. Idiomatic Go is to use the default and then have the edge cases be presented on the side. So, and because we have to check for the length, that makes that the edge case, unfortunately. We can't assume there's an arg0. We'd have a panic for a null pointer. So we assign the default, which some would say is wasteful. I mean, if you really wanted to be not wasteful, you could do this, right? And then you declare var config is c.map. That is probably more suitable to what people are used to seeing. But I'm telling you, that's not idiomatic Go to do that. Based on the Go that I've seen, it's more idiomatic to do this and have the default value and then have the edge case overwrite it. And that assignment is not that much extra work. So it's just a pointer assignment. So it's fine. But it makes the code much easier to read, right? It's much, much easier to read, in my opinion. I got to tell you, this is why I'm so into Go, because when you read Pike's Go code, it's just so succinct and clean and readable. It's just beautiful. And then we go c.set config. I think that language turned out to be well. So we're passing that default object there. This is one of those cases where I would love ternary logic, right? If I could do that, then I would do it, but somebody would hate me for doing it. So we do want to initiate the connections. So I think we probably want to do c.connect. We're not going to do dial. We're going to do connect, because if we don't connect, we die. Now, here's the thing. If we're going to do this idea of like, we can't return, there's no error code you can return from this, right? So it's like a machine that's got multiple connections, and we turn it on, we're going to look at a dial, we're going to look at a display to see which things are connected and which things are not working, right? We're not going to look at the thing. There's nothing coming out of the turning on operation. The state of the machine is now something we have to observe, right? So that is something we have to put there. Yeah. Nobody likes else. Yeah. It's one of there's like very little tolerance for else. And I mean, people will reject your PRs into the Go source code if it has an else in it, just for that only. Um, so I'm going to go ahead and put c.connect. Now, the thing that's weird here is you're like, well, how do I know if it worked or not? Shouldn't I return an error? No, we're going to attempt to do a connection, and then that's going to update the state of the client, and then we're going to look at the state of the client. And the client is not a state machine. It can have multiple states, right? It can have these ones are connected, this one's not connected. It's a machine, sort of. So we're just flipping the connect switch when we make a new client as kind of a convenience. That's all we're doing here. That's why we're not returning an error here. In fact, there is no circumstance where we might want to return an error. I am not a fan. It's idiomatic to return errors with everything, okay, and go, but I fucking hate it. All right. It's idiomatic to return a multi-close client and an error, right? Especially if you're doing other things like this, right? And unfortunately, I'm going to be forced to do this, and I really don't want to. Which makes me think that our connect object, even though that's going to be updating an internal state of affairs, like, hey, what is the state of all my connections, that I probably should pass an error out of that anyway. So, and yeah, well, that's what I was just saying, damn it. So, because we're doing this extra work, this is why combining all these things together in a single function is kind of annoying, right? But because we're doing so many things in this, we do kind of have to have this, right? So, now this is not this is also an interesting thing, right? So now we have to decide whether we're going to return a multi-host client, which, by the way, if I did that, it would never ever 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 have a pointer. You never ever return a pointer to an interface. That's stupid. So you return the interface. But if you do that, then anybody using the thing that comes out of it, the only thing they can do is they can only use the stuff that comes from that interface, including your own packages. Right? So don't do that. Did I panic and connect? I don't know. I don't think we're going to panic. No, I don't believe in panicking at all. I think what we're going to do is we're going to pass an error from connect, so that if something went wrong with the connection, we can look at it and notify the people to go look at the rest of the state. But I'm not going to communicate the entire state. I mean, maybe we could actually hand off the state as an object, and we haven't got there yet, right? People had a plan. I am not a panicker. Connect a new client function. I feel like it should be in a separate function. I really do, but I'm kind of trying to decide. I mean, you could argue that all of this should be in a separate function, right? You could argue that the only reason we're adding a new client is because we want to allow them the convenience to do all of that in one shot. It's really the only reason, because this stuff can all be done without that, right? They don't even need a constructor, for God's sake. New client connection. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a design thing. So we could just do new multi-client and then set its configuration, and then do connect after that. Function options for friendly APIs. Oh God, please tell me you're not passing a function for options. I am so fucking tired of reading. If this is what I think it is, it's so bad. People do this. It's so horrible. They pass functions as arguments. Yeah, no. Accept interfaces, return structs. Right, that's a pretty common one. I might be premature here, so I want to be sure about this. An improved API, maybe add string. No, man, no. New server, add string, client timeout, client duration, max client certs. Yeah, it's kind of a sign that there's not going on well. The function is, yeah, it's way too big. right? Many functions like light work. Yep, 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 yep. This is a carryover from Java. To be quite honest, this is very much a carryover from Java. Well, I was just thinking about using channels for this very purpose. Actually, it's funny you would say that. Passing configuration structs. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm making a config struct. Although, you see this, my config struct is like really, really flexible. Very common solution is to use a configuration struct. This has some advantages. Configuration struct can grow over time and new options are added. That's what I'm trying to say. In fact, mine is so flexible you can add whatever the fuck you want. Lead to better documentation. Hell yeah. Common block now becomes yes. Limited options. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. This is exactly what I'm doing. However, this pattern is not perfect. It has trouble with the defaults, especially the zero value. No, it doesn't. Not if you set the default object for the package. If the config structure shown here when port is provided, new server will return a server. Yep. That's all right. I don't want to have to think about it. Yeah, new server, blah. Yeah. I don't have that because I have you don't have to pass an argument. Did you miss that part? You don't have to pass an argument to my new server function. It can be blank. Yeah. This is bullshit. I mean, I'm glad he's like talking about all this stuff, but the I don't either. The address doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't. If you're going to pass a config object, don't pass a fucking string on top of the rest of it. That is no. This is totally stupid. No, no, don't do this. Don't the fuck do this. Do not pass a function as an argument. Do not fucking do this. I am so tired of seeing people recommend this shit. This is the most annoying, convoluted, unnecessary shit that I've ever seen in Go, and people do it all the time. You know, Pike does this too. Rob Pike does this all the time. I fucking hate it. Yeah, I hate it. It's like, hey, we're going to call a bunch of functions as our arguments to the server. It's like fucking horrible. It's horrible. It's completely unintelligible. When you run into a code base that does this shit, you'll see. Why do I hate it? Because it's completely unnecessary. It's unnecessary obfuscation is what it is. This is where they're being cool without it actually being a thing. There's no reason to do this. Yeah. Yeah, this is the options pattern. I fucking hate it. I always have hated it. And you know what? You can skewer me and you can tell me that, well, that's what Rob Park's like all you want. It's bullshit. It's absolutely impossible to understand. It's horrible. It's so bad. This is one of those times where Rob Pike thinks something's cute and so he does it because he thinks it's a good idea. And I got to tell you, it's bullshit. It's bullshit, but it happens. This pattern exists all over and Go. And you know, if you want to make your configuration parameters all runtime fucking function calls, great. I don't want that. I would rather deal with casting in any than force a function call for every fucking configuration parameter. It does not allow for forward compatibility. Bullshit. 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 You want to know what else allows for forward compatibility? Passing a map string any. Because I can put a function there if I want to. And now it's keyed. And so I have something to key off of. This is bullshit. This is one case where Pike is full of shit. I'm sorry. I'm not mad at you, you know, right? Color without a breaking change at the same time. I don't have a breaking change. Do you see any breaking changes in my code? I passed a config map. You want to know who else uses config maps? Kubernetes. It's like Kubernetes, the one thing they got right, probably because they couldn't understand what Pike is doing, not because they didn't want to do it, is because you can pass a config map. The end. Config map. What is faster? An unnecessary function call or a map lookup? Do you know what else is better about a config map? I can marshal at any time. Let me see you marshal a function options, functional options like that. Let me see you marshal that shit to JSON and YAML. Good luck with that shit. Good luck with that shit. There's nothing you could do. You'd have to have individual like marshaling for each fucking function. You'd have to write a marshaller that checked the type of every single thing in there for the function and returned the function call and then marshaled it by calling the function. Oh my God. It's like, I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's just making me stress. Just do what we know works from Python. This is one of those cases where Pike is trying to be cute instead of doing what Guido did in Python and make it intelligible. And I think it's stupid as hell. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I've always hated it. Okay, I'm sorry. Obviously, you know what I mean by this. Why not just use a map? Seriously, tell me why you can't use a map, especially a map string any. A map string any, if you want a function value, great. Put in an anonymous function as the value. The only reason people don't do that is because when they go to use this stuff, they have to do type assertions, right? Instead of a call. How is that more gross than a bunch of anonymous functions listed as a thing that take the same argument? You're saying that's less gross? Okay, that's fine. I look, just for the simple fact that you can't marshal that shit. All right, I will challenge you this, okay? You or anybody. Tell me how to marshal the options in that configuration object. Tell me how to marshal those options. If I want to take representational, if I want to take the state of those options and those configuration values, and I want to print that in a way that's consumable, and that can be persisted to a directory or a file, how the fuck do I do that? If you know how to do it, I'm all ears. I want to hear it. But as I know, you can't. You apply them all, and then when you marshal the thing that came out of that. All right. Have fun with that. I can unmarshal a config map with one unmarshal command. With one unmarshal command. No, you can't. You can't. No, you can't. You can't. No, you can't. It's too bad. It's, inside Nuver, these options are straightforward. The opening. I wish this shit would just be banished. I wish it was. This just confirms that Cheney's full of shit. He keeps doing things because Pike does it and doesn't actually question it. And there is no reason to do this whatsoever. There is no reason to do this. There is no reason. Name the justification for this. What is the justification for this? As sensible defaults, bullshit, is highly configurable, bullshit. I just did the same thing. How is it highly configurable? Can grow over time. Mine can grow over time. Self-documenting? No, it's not, because you can't marshal it. Okay, you can document the function. Okay, I'll give you that. But then you're like, why the hell is this a function instead of just a variable in a map? And it's safe for newcomers. Bullshit. It never requires nil or an empty value to be kept in a compiler operate. This is such bullshit. And if in a few minutes I remain, I'd like to show you how to improve my own packages. Yeah. This is no cool. This is no good. Term open to set speed, set raw mode. All right, let's look at this original. I want to see this. Required versus optional with yours. Anyway. No, you can't. You can't tell what's required versus optional. If this does that, I want to know about it. Let's see how they do that. How do they tell you what's required versus optional? How is that communicated? For option range options. I don't understand. It's no less. I don't think that's less optional than the one I'm doing. Yeah. No, this stuff is required, right? This stuff is optional. There might be something in here I'm missing, so that's why I'm looking, because it never requires no. I don't buy that. Set speed, set raw mode. I mean, you might as well be this might as well be this might as well be this might as well be Java code. Cheney writes Java code all the time. He does. He writes Java code and then he tries to make it into Go. Term that speed. No, God, no. All right, there is. Let's see. Let me think here. No, because he's taking an argument. One of the things that this could do is you could use this to validate each of the options. That might be an advantage. Yeah. Um, I mean, I'm seriously, I am trying to find an advantage that a config map does not do. I think validation is probably the single strongest thing, because the way I'm doing it, unless you create what we're doing, right? This generic set that changes the state at any given time and commits the state of the entire object. Unless you, and then the difference is that, God, the difference is that in our approach, the set function would continually grow to accept things that could be set and not. You have this database idea, right? So you're taking a state, right, a potential state, and you're updating the values from that config state at that moment, and the validation would all be in one place. So the argument would be, rather than having all of your validation inside of one set method or config method, right, that you would break it out into separate individual function calls, and then each of those function calls would have to be passed to anything that used that, right? The other disadvantage of that is that it doesn't travel together. It doesn't travel together. There's no way. I can't bundle up all of your independent anonymous function calls into something that can travel or be persisted or anything. I don't like it at all. I never have liked it. And I've been yours because you take string any versus a strongly struct type. Yeah, if I took a config type, now that is so, okay. So to be fair, the the justification for doing this is, if you make the same, okay, this is two ways to fix what I think is one core problem: flexibility, right? So if I take a map string any, I can literally add anything to that config map ever over eternity, right? And I can persist it. If you do it their way, you can also do the same thing. You can't persist it, but you can expand the number of arguments that are taken at any moment with those function things, right? If you hard code a config, which is what I didn't do, that's what I was on, right? If you do this, and you like double down on a specific configuration, right? Or worse, you make an interface that is the configuration with all the possible values you'd ever want to have, then you now have a breaking change every time you want to change what can be passed in. Because now you are sending, if I change this to CMap to be a config object, right? Now I have just created a breaking change anytime I want to allow an extra thing to go into the config. So a messy, I mean, an arguably messy config map, which is what we're doing, and is the out here, because now you have a config map that is persistable, that can be validated in one place, that can be extended at any time, and you've kind of introduced this idea of, okay, my thing has a brain, and I'm going to change that, toggle the things in the brain over time. And frankly, you can change what those things are in the brain. So we can put the mapping of a particular thing to an internal struct if we want to. Otherwise, we can force the value. I mean, this is not pretty. I'm not saying this is pretty, but this is It's flexible, and both of these approaches are trying to deal with the flexibility. In my opinion, that's the primary goal of that, of that stuff. What did I do wrong here? I broke something. 8949. Oh, what did I do? I did something. Oh, CMAP. Yeah, I don't know if we want to do this actually up here. So, oh wait, we still have a comma up here. I was supposed to fix it. So, the point's well taken though about the new client thing. So, why do we need a new client, right? Um, I don't even think we need a constructor here. Um, Actually, yes, we do. I think we should probably not do the connection though. I think we should let this be a thing, and uh, yeah. Does their method? I want to. How do they deal with validation? So do their functions return errors? Yeah, they all look at that. They all return errors. Oh god. Yeah. You notice how they just put / handle error here because they'd have to put if equals null in every single one of those cases. Talk about punting. They removed 16 lines of code from this. Yeah. You could just create a function for that. Yeah. The reason I'm saying this is going to return. We're not going to return an interface here, right? So we're going to return a client, pointer to a client, which implements the interface. So if they want to use that, allows our internal functions to do the right thing. And apparently, we're going to be returning an error because of this, right? So if we, um, you know, another thing we could do is just make a new client and have it set its own default config, and then get rid of this shit. I mean, that's really the way to go. That's really the way to go, right? That's being more one thing well, right? Um, config equals default config. We don't need arguments at all. I'm glad I'm listening to you guys because you're making a lot of sense. So appreciate that. Um, so the thing of it is we don't actually have to call a set on this if we're going to do this. What we need to do is we need to maintain an internal config object so we can get at it later if we need to. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to put it's kind of the internal state. If that makes sense. Config, and I'm deliberately putting underscore there. A lot of people don't do that. I could have just done it as this. I guess we could just do that. So that would be the last config, right? So this is just a pointer to the last loaded config. And I mean, I don't know if I need that actually even. No, I could call set and ignore the error. Let's do that. You know why? Because it's coming from a default object. So that's fine. I mean, that's fine. If I'm using the default config object and I've got a new client and nobody's messed with the default object, the problem is that people could potentially have messed with the default object, in which case we get a panic, right? So if I just call if I call c dot set config default config, which I can do, actually all I need to do is make default config private. I don't know why I didn't do that. Dev config. And now they can't set it, and now I'm guaranteed to have it be valid. So dev config, and now in return, I feel better about that. I need it. Log your current configuration. Yeah, if you wanted to save it out, right? Yeah. At any given moment, I wouldn't be able to just grab that file and dump it, right? what I need to know is do I need to keep the state of the current configuration internal object updated? I think I actually do need to do that. Yeah. Um, I do think we're going to need to have a reference, an internal reference to it. Yeah, it's internal though. So configs the c.map. And do we want to do a pointer to that map? We probably want to just update the same map over and over again. Yeah, we could just, I don't know, we'll try it this way. Uh, Latest internal state. Now that's going to be, so I kind of like that. How much way around that? Yeah. Yeah. Well, the client has to have it anyway, right? So the whole thing I was talking about persistent, it's if I don't have I don't have access to the latest config map and I'm not keeping that up to date, then the whole benefit of dumping a JSON file from that object goes away, right? Um, Whereas that maintains this kind of idea in every other way. So anyway, I think this is gonna be good enough. I'm gonna put a validation set accepts a um, a config map. I could actually just make this a map string any. If I made this a map string any, I could just, I mean, I wouldn't even have to have a dependency on the other one, but I'm going to go ahead and make it because I wanted to be able to print JSON and stuff. Set additively updates. This is where there's actually a program called Smurgo and kubectl where it takes two maps and it combines the two and you get an object out of it. That's kind of deep. Through a method in the instance. Create a little example of marshalling. I don't know. Let me go see. Let me go see what you're talking about. There's a marshal. Yeah, you'd have to create an intermediate object. I figured. Yeah, this is what you have to do. You just have to make sure you have the intermediate object. Server. My new server with God mode. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I do not like that. I know it's Go. I know it is. I've seen it a million times. I still don't understand what it gets you. The only thing it gets you is it gets you, if you wanted to add new, you get modularity with adding new functions that have validation. That is something. That is something, right? Because you're basically, I mean, you could use closures for this. You could use all kinds of stuff, right? Has some nice functions like this. Oh God, here we go. Is that 1.21? I knew that stuff was coming. I just started using stuff from the strings package, which is really great. I use the slices one all the time. Longer and longer, yeah. And the reason I don't like it is because, I mean, that's another reason I really don't like it is your function signature just got fucking insane. And now you're like putting commas and you're starting to write Rust code or JavaScript. You'd have to have 14 lines. Now, I guess you could make a separate object and create those functions and then pass that. No, you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that. You could create. You could up here. You could do like, you know, options or whatever, right? You could say ops equals. I mean, what are these? These are anonymous functions that take a server option, right? So, what do they take? They take option A, my server. Oh damn! You can't even do that. You can't do that. How? I don't think you can do that. No, because what is the option? What is the type? What is? I'm not trying to be. What is this type? Okay, so it'd be my server option. All right, that makes sense. And then you would have with God mode true. I mean, that just seems so stupid to me. I think it's totally stupid. It's completely unnecessary and it's completely unpersistable without a lot of hoops. All I have to do is do one marshal and I'm done. And unmarshal, by the way. Good luck unmarshaling this shit. I, I cannot overstate how stupid this is. How the fuck are you supposed to unmarshal options from a file and have them be merged with your existing configuration options on load? You might be able to marshal them by stuffing them into an object that you build on the fly just so you can get some JSON out of it. But try to do the unmarshaling in the reverse. You can't escape the case statement or the if statement. It's going to have to individually unparse every one of those things. So you might as well just bite off on doing that straight up from the beginning and put it in a load function. You see what I'm saying? I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking this idea, right? This idea, I think it's fucking horrible. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I am seriously trying to find some redeeming value in this pattern because people that are really intelligent use this all the time and I can't find it. I seriously can't find it. They must live in a different universe where they don't have to unmarshal and marshal data ever. Ever. And I don't live in that world. So, I whatever. I think this is cute. Ryan Dahl, who made Node in 10 Things I Hate About Node, said those things that you think are cute, like index.js, don't do those things because you'll always regret them. And this here is a cute thing. It's a cute thing. It's not an effective thing. It's not a useful thing. It's an annoying as fuck thing that makes it, but because it's sort of readable as an option and it's not a map and it looks a little cooler, somebody thinks this is a good idea. This has no practical value whatsoever. None. You want to marshal it from disk. I agree with you. It depends as always. Yeah, and I'm gonna to my cause I'm gonna bring the entire config map option, which now exists not only in Kubernetes but a bunch of other stuff. So if you want to use that pattern, fine. I think you're just going to confuse the hell out of your developers. You're going to decentralize the validation code that would already have been in your load or your set or your save, and you're going to make it so that your configuration data can no longer be persisted and marshaled and unmarshaled. There are so many reasons not to do that that I would never do it. And not to mention you're incurring additional runtime indirection that has to run every time you do any call on the thing. Oh my God. It's just so bad. It's so bad. It kind of scares me about the future of Go, actually. Somebody thought that was a good idea. And an important person thought that was a good idea. Rob Pike thought that was a good idea. No, it's horrible. It's horrible. You should never do it. You know what? And sue me. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to torture my users by doing that. Again, I don't have anything against you for doing it if that's what you choose to do, but I'm definitely not doing that. Um, so so we have this internal state idea, and then it's basically it's somebody trying to turn somebody who's like into the functional world. They're trying to turn Go into this semi-fun, which is crazy coming from Pike because he's like so anti-map filter reduced. He like literally came out against it, saying you don't need to use this in Go, and then he decides to make functional options, which are you might as well be writing fucking Haskell at that point. I mean, seriously, it's like a totally different. Why would you do that? There's no lazy execution of functions. I mean, if you're writing a functional language, that makes total sense. But this is not a functional language. You know what I'm saying? People put config data into a context. Oh fuck yeah. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, they shouldn't put config data into a context, by the way. It's horrible when they do that. When you use statically typed variables versus inference ago. When do I use statically typed variables versus inference? That is an artistic decision. That is an artistic decision, right? Um, One of the best parts and worst parts about Go is that it is a strictly typed language, but you can bypass the type system in all sorts of really horrible ways. And a lot of people will swear never to use the empty interface, right? I happen to love it, and I think that it is a fantastic. Anytime you have a large amount of data that may be in any particular form, and that API may change over time, I think it makes sense to do it. I don't necessarily like it. The reason I don't like it is because, as you can see here, I can't do direct persistence. I can't do if I had a struct and then I could use reflection and do JSON marshalling and unmarshalling for free. Um, but yeah, if you make it I write. This is me being influenced by Python. Bottom line, this is me writing Go code that looks like Python and acts like Python. And in Python, of course, there's no typing at all. There's no, I mean, there's minimal, not in the dictionaries anyway, right? Did I get that right? Yeah, did I get that right? God, JavaScript, you definitely can. So in JavaScript and Python, you can have maps that have any kind of data in them at all, right? And then you don't care until you're going to use the data, and then you have to make sure the data is the way you want it when you use it. So one of the greatest things about Go, in my opinion, is that it walks that very, very delicate line between um, sort of, you know, type, not, duck typing kind of JavaScripty Python interpreted language and a really, really strictly typed language like any number of, I mean, name your favorite. Um, so that would be my take on that. Um, No, and Mighty Core, I'm not attacking you, right? This is a really great debate, and I have no problem telling people they get paid $80 an hour for corporate training to write Go code that they're full of shit. I think that is full of shit. I hate it. I hate it. There. Don't hire me to be a trainer for you because I'm going to tell you that's bullshit. This is why I can't. I don't go out. People don't. I don't have friends. It's like I do type switches on empty interfaces quite often in message-oriented code that contains various message types. Yes, Beowulf. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. Oh hell yeah! If you're doing messages like and you just want to make a generic bus and you don't have to deal with the specific structure of the channel, oh my god, yeah. Why would you ever type that shit? you know, why would you? I don't. People do. People do. I'm like, why would you go to all the trouble to make a channel and then say that it can only be one specific hard-coded struct type? I mean that the entire value of like a messaging communication system is flexibility, in my opinion. And if I want to change something in that communication, I don't want to have to change it in all the code that brings it in. And I want the code that's going to use a particular piece of that information at the moment to be able to do it. It makes flexible code. If you hard code a message channel to a specific type, which I've done that like for an event. I'll usually have like a name and then its value will be an any or something. But yeah, I mean that's just crazy. Yeah. So yeah, hard coded to any bytes. Yes. Yeah, any number of byte slice. Yeah, I do that a lot. I do that a lot actually. And in fact, we're going to write that. We're going to write some code just like that right now. Uh, so we did bike shed the use of a config map. I know that my team's going to want the config map because it's easier to understand. I'm like kind of thinking ahead. I don't know if you saw this, but I was able to change this from an integer to a duration with one command. So I went in and changed my default configuration value from a 3. Someone said, shouldn't your timeout be a duration? I'm like, yeah, let's make it 1. And now that operator is now going to force the result of this to be a time.duration. And since I don't have any code that uses it yet, I didn't break anything, right? But the code that would have used it would have needed it as a time.duration, so I would have cached it in or something like that. So I'm all for this particular approach, and I don't think we should force anybody else to use that if they don't want to. I will say this: the point was very well taken that I was doing too much in my constructor, right? The only thing we really want in this client is we want to set some default values, and we want to get a client out of it, right? Now, the thing that's cool about this is we have not stopped anybody from grabbing the client directly. If they want to grab the client directly with no configuration whatsoever, and they don't want to call new client and then have to, redundantly apply their own configuration, then they can do that, right? If they want to do it that way, and that kind of got rid of our if then else and our little, our crazy ass stuff that we had in our argument signature here, because now they can, if they want one that we could do this. We could say new default client. How about that, right? We could say new default client, and that would give him a client versus, I mean, I don't know. What do you think of that? Should we leave new default in there? Type switches on union types. Oh, damn, that would be cool. So should we? I mean, we could put new client, or we could put new default client, and we could just say this. We could say new client returns a new client with default configuration values set. Now, here's something really crazy. If I make this public, right, then I can actually have them go read about it with set to the default config. Set to default config. If I make this public, I can kill two birds with one stone, and I can actually document this, and I could say default configuration. Default config is used to initialize all clients passed from new client. Usually, so from the time, we should put a note here. Note this does not change the current values for any clients created before the change. Created before the change. Now, CMap internal config. What's it called? C internal config config.go for details about so and it does use a map, so that's the thing. Bike shedding is strong in us today. Yeah. So we do want to have a multi-host client state. So yeah, we're gonna need a state in here as well. I think that's it for now. Um, and we're going to return an error instead of panic there. We're not going to panic. Who doesn't want a strong bike shed? I like my strong bike shed. I need a strong bike shed, actually. So I like that that's all simple now. That's simplified, right? Um, Also because connect can just be, because it hands off a client. If they want it, if they want a connection, they can do, yeah, they can do this, right? So they can now do new client, no config. So I don't like any of these anymore. This is like, we could just have that be a client. So um, client, no config, right? So that is a thing. Set map timeout error. All right, and then yeah, new client. We could say client new client. Actually, no, this is new client. The other one is an object, and this one, or a struct, and this is new client. So multihost is no client, and then this has the default values. So the default value should be 2 by default, right? Or 3. Let's make it 3. And we don't want to do this, actually. I don't need that anymore because we have the 2 main cases for making a new one. We have a raw one, and then we have one that gets the initial defaults. So def config, whoopsie. Default config. Reflection is pretty. Look, reflection is faster than most things, but it's really pretty slow. All JSON marshalling uses reflection by default. Same with YAML. But there's a lot of JSON libraries that are actually much faster than the internal marshalling because they are not bullshit. The internal JSON marshalling is really bad. It's really bad. It escapes anything with an angle bracket in it, and it escapes any Unicode character, even though JSON doesn't require that. So it makes it absolutely impossible to read JSON in Mandarin, for example. It's all escaped by default. You have to actually instantiate a new version of the JSON encoding client and turn off the escaping in order to do it properly. It's really crazy. So it's a huge fail. It's like one of Go's biggest failures, I think. Adding marshalling period was kind of. I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, Rust does that way better. So the Rust, what's the name of it? It's got a weird foreign name. Rust has a cargo package. I kind of crossed paths with Burnt Sushi. He was maintaining TOML for that back when I made the TOML logo and stuff. I was doing some TOML testing back in the day. And Sepio. I know about pest. It's horrible. And I hate it. I know. It's a peg. I was all excited about it. Serday, yeah. Serday is one of the most brilliant, amazing libraries I've ever seen. It's Rust library, but Serday is solid, man. It is so cool. It'll marshal pretty much anything. It's a serialization package. I don't even think you can call it a marshaling package, and it is really amazing. I like it a lot. That's all. So, all right. So something good about a Rust project. How about that? CSET map. Timeout 2. Set undefined. Set multihost client is pointer to interface, not an interface. That's weird. Oh, I know. Okay. Oh, right. Default config is actually What did I put here? Wait, wait a second. What am I doing wrong here? Additively updates. Uh, the problem with the CMAP thing is that it doesn't. Anytime you're doing something that's got depth, you're gonna have problems, right? So like if one of the values is a pointer to something that's very deep, um, it's not smart enough to do that. It's just gonna update the pointer to that thing, and that's where something like Smirgo comes in. So let me show you about this. Going Smirgo, which kubectl uses this to combine all of the YAML files from multiple locations in the kubectl path. Mergo. Actually, what is the name of it? I want to show you this. There's a lot of projects that use this, and I don't know if it's industry grade or not, but they use it. It doesn't matter. So you see all this stuff here. No. Pro Rust, anti-pike. Is this even, Rob? I was looking at reasons to use NeoVim the other day too, and I was legit. I was not attacking it. Oh god, I hate it when people do this. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? God damn it, you people. That is not how you write documentation. Oh my god. They moved to a vanity URL. There's no fucking way I'm using this. They broke a bunch of shit. I have people. Look, I have no problems with you doing that. I just don't think in code you should have unlimited lines. In fact, this would never pass. Remember I said about reading the commit guidelines for the Go project? This library would never pass. It would never pass. A helper to merge, not to mention the fact it won't even pass a relive. It doesn't. They're not. Oh my god. Is it Vive? Package comment should be the form. I could go on and on. So I don't want to use this, but what it does do is it combines structs of the same type together. So it's, that whole idea of like a data blob, right? It's useful for that because it does all this stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that does it now automatically. In fact, I have a feeling somebody said it was in the maps. It was in the 1.21 maps stuff. Did somebody link to that? Did someone link to the maps stuff, to the 1.21 maps stuff that's coming? That should be that should be a thing. Yeah, there's me yelling. I love it. Yes. I'm trying to find it again. Did you guys? I could have swore I saw it. I don't see it now. Oh, right. Thank you. Oh, damn. This is going to be so great. Oh, this is so awesome. Coffee's all keys and pairs and snake adds some. Oh my god. This is going to completely obliterate the need for Mergo. Yeah. Deletes any key value pairs from which M. And is it recursive? It is, right? I'm pretty sure it's recursive. The value of this will be overwritten by the value associated key. Equal function keys. This stuff right here, I wrote all of that in my Awesome Go stuff in my FN package because I was playing around with generics. I wrote all of these using generics already because I didn't want to wait. But yeah, it's gonna be maps delete function blah, blah, map. So this takes a map and then it takes a map and then the function. So these are maps dot whatever. It's very functional stuff. I hope it's a deep copy. I don't, that's really going to be the this the special sauce. If they don't do a deep copy, it's not going to be very useful. But yeah, that would be spectacularly cool. Are you kidding me? That's it. That's it. That's it. Well, there's no deep copy. Fuck that. Hey, look, they wrapped their comment because they're not idiots. Damn, not as cool as I thought it was going to be. Oh well. This is why Pike told everybody to back off and wait before committing stuff to the core libraries. You saw that, right? Everybody was getting all these generics like wrap, in the barrel to like shoot in 120. And way back when, he's like, we should take some time and evaluate this because we're going to be making permanent change to the language and make sure we don't do anything stupid like make a copy that's not a deep copy. Um, the function that removes cancel from a context is your favorite. Are you kidding me? And shallow copy. I think they should have too. A deep and a shallow copy. I'm totally on board with that. Did they got rid of it? Damn. Damn. They got what? Without cancel returns a copy of parent that is not canceled when parent is canceled. Whoa. Wow. That's crazy. And the return context returns nil. Wow. That's crazy. That allows you to disassociate. God damn, that could be misused so badly. Oh my god, I foresee a ton of shit middleware that thinks it's smarter than its parent, disassociating itself from a cancel context, thereby negating the entire purpose for having a context in the first place and leaving a bunch of shit around when the parent middleware should have been deleted. I'm going to predict that's what's going to happen. There's going to be a bunch of coders developers who are going to think they're smarter than the person who wrote the parent, and they're going to disassociate themselves from the cancel context chain and do all kinds of bad things. Oh, I can't. I know exactly, Beowulf. It's going to be a mess. Because there's always going to be that one person who thinks that they know what they're doing. they're they're going to get rid of it. So you're not going to be able to do things. You know what? I'm going to stay with Jin now. You just convinced me to stay with Jin. Because the only reason to not use Jin and use one of these new fancy ones is because they're all using the new, Golang built-in context, right? For the stuff that Jin has been using in a Jin context since before contexts were born. You can make a case that Jin context informed the creation of context in the wild for Echo and Aldum. And yeah, with context, with deadline, without cancel. Damn. I mean, that's gonna be That's damn it. Dutch is like, hey, middleware. Hey, owner of the middleware in which I am running. You imported my package. Sucks to be you. Here, let me fuck you. Fuck you in your cancel. Shit, there's gonna be so much middleware that's just gonna say fuck you and your cancel. I can't wait. It's gonna be watch. I'm telling you, it's coming, man. It's coming. I'm staying on Jin because I have control over my cancels and my context and stuff. I am if I look if I wrote the middleware and I put everything together, then I get to say how y'all behave. If you, it's like it's basically taking Kill Dash 9 out of Unix. Try Jin. 3Go Playground repos. I have no fucking idea. Probably the README. It's for the pipelines that aren't request response style code. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, there are isolated cases where this makes sense. So, for example, if you wanted to disassociate yourself from the middleware and start off some other independent process that's monitored outside of the middleware, obviously you want to turn a cancel off for that, right? I mean, I might even want to do that actually, right? So, like, let me give you an example. So, like, let's say you're firing off middleware, and whatever it is that you fired up has got its own listener and it's doing its own thing, and it basically needs to be its own process. It's kind of like it kind of gives Go internals the ability to do that uses context, the ability to, you know, background a process, restart it someplace else, and make sure it's talking over a Unix pipe or a TCP network connection or something. It basically lets you really spin off something independent of itself, and that's not bad. It's just it's going to be abused. Yeah. So Gochi that doesn't let you static FS. Oh damn. Yeah, static FS is pretty damn cool. Yeah, I haven't played with that yet. I need to. There's like a million things I need to play with. Right now, I just need to finish my POC. Um, let's actually fire up some connections and see what we can do there. So, Mergo is not anything I'm ever going to use, but it's an example of what people want with maps. They want to be able to combine maps. So, like, if I had, I mean, if I use Go 1.21 with copy, I could just do this. I could just say the internal map to the external map, and I could just run cm.map. I can run maps.copy cm. Actually, I could do it right here. Yeah, rather than doing this whole validation stuff, right? Um, I mean, I'm still going to need to pick out the values in order to do the casting and the validation. That's going to have to happen no matter what. And it just happens in this one centralized place as opposed to in a bunch of functions all over creation in that one proposed way of doing this. But, you know, but the internal, I should be able to do maps.copy. Now, here's another question. Do I want to copy verbatim all of the values from the one into the other one without losing the pointer reference? Probably want that, right? I probably do want that. So we would do copy c dot config. What is it? It's not document is what it is. So what is it? I want to read it again. Where is it? Damn it. Here we go. So copy map key value pairs to another map key value pairs. So, oh wow, this one copies a specific thing. It copies all key value pairs in source, adding them to dist. Adding them to dist. Okay, so yeah, it would be this. It would be copy cm. Yeah, got it. When is that coming out? I'm not on 1.21. I don't think that officially got released. Isn't that beta? Is it 1.21 beta? It's not official yet. Yeah, if it is official, I'm going to write code that uses it. Oh, it is? Hmm. Oh, it is RC2. Yeah. Okay. It's very very close though. I mean, it's close enough that I could code for it and then update a release. But there's no way they're going to push the release of my main binary that I just with Klogin that I just put out. That's got to go out this week. I'd have to do another release in 2 weeks or in a month or two. Yeah, yeah. Um, super cool stuff though. Um, after 1.21 becomes uh official, otherwise we have to iterate through every one of them. Now I'm already a map string any, so I don't give a shit, right? That's what's cool about the generic is that actually you can have typed maps, um, but I don't have that, so I really don't care. And because my maps all have strings as their keys, I don't need generics actually for this. Mm-mm. No, I really don't. I could just say uh, for. I mean, you know what? I almost feel like I should iterate over all of the items and then check the items for validation if I encounter them, as opposed to this check if I have the item, because I have to iterate over them all anyway to copy them over to the internal map. Either that, or I have to like blow out the internal reference to the other map to make it in reference to the new one. And since this is additive, I can't do that. So I just figured that out. Um, Arena package. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'm looking forward to that too. For uh, key value in range CMAP. Um, if uh, actually, yeah, config key equals v. Um, uh, if k equals damn, I'm gonna have to do a typecast there. I don't want to, but that's the hard part of it. They already had unsafe pointers. Yeah, I know. They had unsafe pointers for a long time. What's different about them now? Um, if k, whoops. Um, v dot int is if not is return error format. Um, oh wait. Oh no, we have to. This is one of those times where we have to actually cast it. Yeah. I can't remember if times get marshaled from JSON properly. I don't think they do. They don't. They get brought in as strings, I'm pretty sure. Right? That's another reason not to depend on the JSON marshaling internally. Cast like a peasant. Yeah, look, at least it's in one place and it's not functions everywhere. You still have to cast. You still have to cast it. Um, let's see. Timeout is a capital T, and we'll do V on this. See, that map is not an expression. $270.27. I've changed a lot of things, so I gotta fix everything. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So let's see here. Yes, they can put whatever values they want. Yeah. So yeah. That yeah. Ouch. I got like a weird hair poking me in the eye. Um, what am I screwing up on here? I'm tired. I probably should quit for the day. We'll be back at this tomorrow. I got other things I need to do, but I'll get this configuration bike shed done, and then I've already got the code that does the connection. So we need to figure out how we're gonna manage the pool of connections, and and I don't. There's many ways we could do that. Um, I suspect we're just gonna use a plain old slice and iterate through the slice and give actually let's actually think about let me get this code to compile, and then I want to think about how the internal data structure is going to keep track of each of the hosts so that we can specifically identify a host based on its performance score. And I want to think about that for a second. That's kind of fun to think about besides just config stuff. Um, so duration CMF is not an expression 43. Oh, derp. Can I use C variant multihost as client value? Oh. Why am I doing that? That is dumb. Multihost client is a. There we go. Um. Um. Should we not trust it? Should we return error? I hate that it's the right thing to do. I don't want to do that. I know there's a case of this right here I want to show you. It's in my other code from another project. New something. All right, new config plus raw config gives you a conf and an error. If I can see another, if there's another one that, I mean, if kubectl does it, I might as well do it. New context just gives you a context. See? Context is a convenience function that gives you a new context object with non-nil maps. Context map make. Yeah. Anyway, so and expects config to be valid, quietly ignoring any errors. There, you've been warned. God damn it. Don't use it. Hey, how you doing, script underscore sh? I am gonna get on my bike. I'm gonna be indoors today, just so everybody knows. We're not. We got an hour or two before that happens. I have two bikes. I have a Marrakesh, and then I have my Wahoo Kicker bike, my indoor bike, which costs 3 times as much as my road bike, my gravel bike. Set client. Okay, so this is good. I like that so much. I'm so glad somebody hit me on that one. It's one of the reasons I do like to stream. Somebody smacked me over the head. It's like, there's way too much going on in your constructor. And you're like, you know what? You're right. But I don't need this error anymore. All right. 46, we have an error. Time duration. I don't think we can do this. See timeouts on the left side. Yeah, but it's see timeout. Sorry, cycling? Yeah, just I think you should get like a cheap ass bike and then, start riding it as much as you can safely outside. And then if you want to pay the 500 for a Zwift trainer to be indoors and do all the, if you haven't seen me do any of the indoor cartoon, training, it's really fun. I got so obsessed with it that I sold my $500 trainer for $300 and I upgraded to a $6,000 indoor bike, which will pay for itself in 12 months. I'll have 12 months of gym memberships at the local gym. Our local gym is like $60-$70 a month, even for one person. Can you believe that? That's nuts, huh? So, is non-name see that timeout left on his blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. I don't want to do this. It is T. Yeah, it's spendy. It's version 2 Wahoo Kicker bike. I should probably just talk to you guys about it if you want to. These other people don't care. But if you want to talk to me about indoor cycling, oh my God, did they drop the price? Holy shit. They dropped the price $1,000. Oh my God. How much did I pay? I have to know. No, they dropped the price. They dropped it at least $1,000. Your rower? Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I would if I had room, I would get a rower too. Those are so cool. I love rowing. I would totally get that if I could. This is great upper body and lower, right? They were overpriced as fuck. All the biking stuff. Look, wait a little bit, you guys, till this season passes. Everybody's got too much stuff because the COVID thing they didn't have enough, so everybody ramped up production, and then everybody stopped biking because they had to go back to work, and they couldn't go outside anymore. And so all these bike, there's a whole YouTube video on this. All these bike companies and fitness people are all overstocked, and so it's impossible to get rid of used stuff right now. And people, you go read the Reddits about this. They're brand spanking new, like $10,000 racing bikes are getting dropped to 8 grand right now, and it's going down a little bit more and more and more. Yeah, you're right. It is 8 years. My math is a little bit off. Seven, 4,000 divided by 70. It's impossible to think I'm actually a technologist. DC. Wait, why is there no DC over here? How is there not a DC over here? That's weird. DC. 4,000. I don't think I paid 4,000. I think I paid 6,000. 70. Oh, whoops. Derp. Wait, why didn't it print it? I can't remember how to use DC. Oh, P, there we go. I didn't do it. Wait, 4,000. 70. 57 weeks. Six. I can I All right, I should probably stop streaming now. I'm losing my focus. Um now you got me curious cuz I want to know how much I paid. I can't remember how much I paid. I know how much I get the bill every month, so I financed it obviously. It was I you know what? I don't regret it for a second. This is the single coolest toy I have ever owned in my entire life. And I mean it, since I was 12. It is the coolest single toy I've ever owned in my entire life, and I can own it for the rest of my life, and it'll keep me healthy. And it's less than half of like an Emonda or an Athos all-terrain bike. First, I would do that. I would get an all-terrain bike, something that you can ride outdoors on the gravel trails that you're comfortable on, because otherwise you won't use it. And then you can put that on if you want to ride indoors because it gets cold or something. Stick it down on a trainer. You know what I mean? And then incrementally add up. I wouldn't jump right into a big expensive crazy ass thing like that. I wouldn't do that. I would work into it. But I literally ride that thing every day. Like literally every day now. So it gets its value. Credit cards? Oh hell yeah. Look, I don't want to talk to you about credit cards. I had perfect credit with zero debt until I started my own business. I don't want to talk about it. Boy, you want to hear about debt? Go talk about the guy who got hit. He crashed on the track. Now he's got $250,000 worth of medical debt. There's a video. Phil Gaiman. Oh my God, it's just so tragic. It's so tragic. America is just like, you know what's crazy is the banks love it when you're in debt. You know what their favorite person is? The person who has a lot of debt who makes their payments every month. That would be me. I am like the most perfect American capitalist peon ever. My credit's not very good because of the business stuff and the divorce. Doesn't matter. I was really great before, but I pay all the time. So I dutifully pay my 12, 11, 15% every month. They love me. They absolutely love me. And we're trying to get out from under it, and we will. My wife just got this secondary job, so we're gonna pay that shit all down. We'll be out of debt probably within 2 years, maybe a year even. Actually, you're my favorite jalopy. Yeah, Oh God, you're giving me shit already. We are very bizarre in that sense. Absolutely. Hey, Gabe. Um, Wrong type for timeout. Let me just get this code to compile, and then I'm going to do something else. Config K. We don't need config K equals value. Oh, that's like cdog config, of course. Save shell. We don't need that. Cannot use it. Oh, really? Oh, really? V, we can use that there. C doesn't use it. Its value in assignment. Variable set time duration. Oh. I don't know if you can parse a. I don't know if you can unmarshal by default using reflection of date. I need to test that. I don't think you can. Oh, it's pretty bad, script sh. Yeah, why do you think we're all crazy? You just it's so bad that you can't think about it. You really need to watch Phil Gaiman's video. Seriously, I'm gonna actually go over there and show it to you. Um, if you want to just cry your eyes out, but then kind of smile at the same time, go watch Phil Gaiman's video. Health debt. There's no better way to understand this. You just have to watch this. We're gonna watch this during my break. But I suggest you go watch it. If you don't get a chance, go watch it yourself. If you want to understand how screwed up America is, there is nothing that will play into your feelings about how screwed up America is. I mean, and you know what? He actually has had to come away with a way of thinking about it so it doesn't go crazy. Because if he thinks about it too much, it will make you insane. It will. It's just so screwed up. You'll just be like, I can't function because this is just so horrible. And at a certain point, you just kind of like roll over and it's like, okay, I have no control over any of the system I'm living in. And then you just try to figure out the best way to navigate. I have a teacher friend who has $80,000 worth of debt still from learning how to be a student teacher, and she's won awards. She's won national awards for being one of the best teachers. She was like, seriously, she was like young teacher of, you know, she was like the worldwide Young Teacher of the Year award. She's a big ass deal. I mean, that's like a worldwide ISTE Association award that she got. She's still swimming in debt to go teach people. And she's never, ever, ever going to even come close to making that money back. She will die not being able to pay that money back. My other friend who's a surgeon, he didn't even get out of debt. He's a regional top surgeon. He didn't even get out of debt for something like 25 years after he was in practice. It's fucked up. The whole system is fucked up. Meanwhile, people run around, without any debt at all because they're part of the 1% who gets money for just, walking. And it's screwed up. The whole system is screwed up. If you think about it too much, you'll be sad. So the best thing you can do is don't get mad, get busy, and take advantage of the system. And how do you take advantage of the system? Learn tech skills that those upper 1%ers want you to do, and they'll pay you god awful, downright obscene amounts of money to do for them. And then you happily take those money. It's either that or become a sex worker, one of the two. Either one, I'm not going to judge you. Tech, sex worker, You think I'm kidding? Do you know how many Zoomers there are that are resorting to that stuff on the side? And they've mentally compartmentalized their sex work apart from their like mainstream job because they have to. They can make tons of money on it. Like, how else am I going to live in this system? I don't want to think about it because it's like that's what people are resorting to in America to make ends meet. Like, literally, it's really bad. A revolution or evolution. That's what's going to happen. It's getting to something's going to trigger it. I don't know what. Something's going to trigger it, and all the people that are really mad at Obama or Biden or whoever like that, they're not really pointing their anger in the right direction. They're going to eventually target the wealthy and the 1%, the let them eat cake people. The thing is those people that make all that 1% money, they're really, 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 really good at covering their tracks. Rupert Murdoch comes to mind. The number of people who think that Rupert Murdoch and Fox News has been the end all for all people. Rupert Murdoch is just laughing his way to his Aussie bank every fucking day, and nobody demonizes the dude. If they knew the level at which he just laughs all the way to the bank at the expense of the poor people in America, they would track him down and kill him. I mean, to the point of like French Revolution. I'm not saying you should do that, by the way. Don't track people down and kill them. It's a bad idea. You'll go to jail for a long time. I'm not suggesting you violence. I'm not advocating for violence, but Marie Antoinette comes to mind. And the thing is so sad is that they thought that that was all about the American government. They thought that the election and what was happening in the American government was the target of their anger, and they're happy to storm the United States Capitol for that shit. But they won't storm the Koch brothers or Rupert Murdoch or any of these other rich people that are laughing all the way to the bank at their expense. But I tell you what, if they ever actually figure that shit out, there you go. It's gonna happen. They're stupid, but they're not. At some point, the stupid masses, wake up, and they're not completely stupid anymore. The reason I think this is just going to keep going is the masses in America are so stupid. I mean, they're really stupid. They're so fucking stupid that they're happy to believe whatever is fed in front of them. If they were ever actually educated, Paulo Freire style, pedagogy of the oppressed, there would be blood in the streets, and it would not be, Biden or Trump or somebody. It wouldn't be Nancy Pelosi. That's not who they would be attacking. No way. They would be going after Elon Musk. They would be going after Bezos. Bezos actually is actually pretty tame as billionaires go. He comes straight out and says, "Please tax me. Please, please. I want to be taxed more." But they would come after those people. And the thing that's funny is that Musk and Zuckerberg are actually playing to the masses, and if they don't watch out, they're going to end up dead. If they don't stop this shit where they're like catering to the violence of the masses and the whole thing, like, hey, let's compare penis sizes. Hey, let's go fight in the rink. They're like pumping up the crowd. They're pumping up the crowd, and they also have a lot of money. And if the masses ever figure out, and the thing is that they're like feeding off the energy of the masses, which means they're connecting with the masses. And if the masses are fickle and stupid, so when they turn against Elon Musk, I wouldn't want to be him. He'll be the let them eat cake guy. They will do it. It's going to take time, but it will happen. Eventually it'll happen. Somebody will do something really stupid, and everybody else will see how they're being taken advantage of, hopefully. And then it will be, actually, it'll probably Elon Musk saying something like, let them eat cake, and basically telling his base to just F off, and that'll be it. That'll be it. And then the 1%ers will go down. Yeah. If you work hard enough, you can make it. You can make your boss a multimillionaire. Oh yeah. No, I'm not gonna have cake. I'm not gonna finish coding. Thank you for reminding me. I've been very unproductive. I mean, we did some things today. All right. Cannot use c.timeout. Do. Oh. Derpy. Hey, look at that. My code panics. My code is panicking now. Why is my code panicking now? Because my set is empty. Yeah, there it is. Trying to assign to a nil map. Oh, we didn't instantiate the map. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yes. You know what that means? That's interesting. I think we should make this in client internal then. I think we can pull that off. I think we can make it internal like this. Because it's We're only returning an interface to anything that's going to use it outside of here. Yeah. No, that doesn't mean I should use a function. No, you don't get to say that yet. No, good try. Good try. That was a completely different stupid thing I did. So we actually don't want to be able to instantiate a new client this way. And the reason for that is because we need to maintain the internal state of that config object, which needs to be created. So it needs to be instantiated because it's nil as a zero value. So that's what's up with that one. So if we do, so yeah, no more of that. We're just gonna have to do new client and the end. The end. Undefined client. So right, I changed some references. I gotta fix those. Yeah, this would be client. Client. Yeah. Road trip. Not today. Tomorrow though. Jalopy. Tomorrow's a big long day downtown. Yeah. This is something that really confused me about Go when I first used it. So you see how I'm returning a private reference here? You see how I'm returning a private reference? It's kind of counterintuitive, right? It's like, but because it has a public interface on it, it still works. And I got to tell you that was kind of new to me when I first used it. But yeah, I mean, if we do this this way, I now no longer have to call this multi-host client. I can now call it a client, and because it implements the client interface, and that's all you need to know about that, right? So, like for example, if I let me see if I can. I'm gonna. I have to test this. I might be off on some of my understanding, but the point is if you have an interface that gets to the internals, then yeah. So we don't have that naming conflict anymore. Yeah. New. See, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to do that part. This part I have to change too. We still have a panic. See that timeout. Oh, whoopsie. Equals it. Oh. If not, is return a type error. It's just a question whether we want to like queue up the errors that we have or not. Cconfig equals v. Wait, that should be. Okay, that's good. That's good. Config equals v. There's something wrong with my set function. Yeah, I don't know what, but there's something wrong with it. Do. Yeah. Let me see if I can find out where the panic is. Nil map. Assignment to entry nil map. I think it's, yeah, my example's still bogus because I changed stuff. Multi-host new client. Print. Oh, see that timeout. Oh. That's because this didn't return a value. Yeah. Yep. Watch. This is going to be nil. It's going to print nil. God, Rob. No. Huh. Do I not have a timeout method? Oh, well, how come that's working? Hmm. Why is that working? It wasn't working before, and now it's working. And now it's blowing up. What did I change? Oh, I know why. Because I had a comment there. That's why. Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing with testing. In example tests, this is gonna be a null value. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's gonna be a null value. Example new client. I just go line 10, 27. Oh, maybe there's, well, 27. I was set default. New client. All right. Set default config. CMap. 52. Okie dokie. I wonder if there's no. Let's print C. That would be really weird if there wasn't a C. Now there's a C. Config. Is that null? Huh. It is null. How is config null? How do we get a new client? A new client, multi-host new client. Are we not instantiating? Oh my god. I feel dumb. I feel dumb. I didn't instantiate it right here. Derp. Oh my god. Yeah. That makes it a reference. So let's just make it an instance. That'll work too. Yippers. Yep. That should work now. There we go. Got 3 seconds is what we got now. Because it's a duration. And that's a successful test. Time for me to save it. We bike shedded the crap out of our client configuration. And how much time have I got? I think I have a little time left. We're gonna go do the. I'm just gonna do a little bit more. I'll go till 8. How about that? And then I'll have some food, and then we'll go sweat. So we're gonna be doing. Actually, let me just take a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna actually do some more actual work, and we're gonna do the connection. So we need to start thinking about what to put in the brain. We need to start thinking about what to put in the brain of this client. So what are we going to store into the brain of it, and stuff. I do want to take a quick look at the documentation for this though, because of that interface. This is kind of interesting. So if you do go doc -a, is it -a or -all? So stupid. A singles dash with a full word. Who the fuck does that? Oh, Go does that. Here we go. It's a new client. You get a client out of this. So this is what I was. This is beginners will be confused. This is a symbol, a hidden private thing, and people might see this in the documentation and be like, "Wait a second, I didn't think you could, see private things. Well, the fact is, if something's private, it can be returned from a thing, and its methods, its attributes and methods need to be public, and they will be visible to it. So in this case, we wrote an interface for that. So there's a method call right here, right? So a client gets returned, and a new client returns a new client set to default config. What we want to say is new client returns an implementation of the client interface, returns a new client, which is an implementation. Actually, let's update the documentation on that. Let's update the docs on that, because that would be more, accurate. Returns a new client implementation of client. So this is consistent with past interfaces return structs. So we're returning a struct. Now, why would we possibly do that, right? The only thing anybody can use on this thing is stuff that we make public anyway, right? Now, I could have done this. I could have returned a client, right? And then everybody using it, everybody who's using it at that point has to only use the interfaces from the client interface, including, this is the important part, including everything in this package. I think you should make sure that that computes if you're going to do Go and you don't know what's going on. Because instead of returning the private struct, I have been burned by this so many times, right? Instead of returning a private struct reference that implements the client interface, by returning, if I were, instead of doing that, if I were to do I could do the public one, but then you can only use the methods on it, including locally. So if I want the rest of my packages and stuff to be able to do things to this client that are private, right? So like if I want to write other code that accesses the attributes of the client internally, like c.config or whatever, right? And so down here I want to access c.config or anything. If I return an interface, I have no access to that stuff. And that is not what you want. It really is not what you want. This isn't interested in coding, but not so good at it. Yep. We're doing code. We're going to do some Go coding. I'm doing some coworking. It's pretty complicated to explain it, so you just kind of have to lurk and catch it when we talk about it. I'm going to take a break, though, really quick. Right now, here's some music. I do need to stand up and walk around. All right, so yeah, it was a pretty long pause for station identification, YouTube, but thank you for being here. All right, so everything is working in our configuration now. So let's actually add something more with more meat in it besides our bike shedding. Let's actually think about what our client is going to keep track of and how to keep track of it. So let's go back to the diagram really quick. So we need to keep track of these three connections, right? So here's, this centralized thingamabob, which we are now calling, we actually have a name, so let's put a name on it. We'll call it a multihost client. Actually, no, we're calling it a SSH client multihost.Client. And let's change that to coding stuff. So our multihost client object. Now this is an interface actually. So this is I don't know where to document this. We could probably document it either in the interface. Let's move it down here for a bit. But this is a pretty common idiom as well, to create an interface that's been exported and capitalized, and then to create a similarly named internal private struct that implements the interface. and then you don't get conflicts because one's capital, one's not. That's a habit I really like. I really like to follow. And we are gonna. It sounds like we are gonna have an interface here because there's gonna be a lot of things that we're gonna be wanting to get out of the client, right? We're gonna be wanting to get information out of the client. How many connections open do I have? What's my current state? Um, and stuff like that. In fact, I need to get rid of this state right now. It's not a proper implementation of the interface. Let's uncomment this guy. Let's put this guy back up here. All right, so we're gonna make. I don't know. I mean, this is. I told you this is a trick that it's gonna say, you're not a member, right? Because it doesn't implement the timeout function. Client does not implement client rung type or method timeout. So where's my timeout? Time dot duration, c dot timeout, time dot duration. Variable client does not implement client. Oh, wait. I need to make sure that that is a pointer if I'm going to do this. Yeah, I think. What? Oh, wait. We told it was an int. It's not. It's a time dot duration. So here we have the interface, and here we have the definition. Then we have the implementation interface. This is not necessarily one of those cases. I don't like making interface unless needed. So I feel kind of dirty doing it this early in the process, but whatever. So, but how are we going to keep track of all of our different hosts, right? Whether it be internally or externally. What do we want to? What are we going to want to do to this client? We're obviously going to want to open up a connection. We're going to probably want to connect and something like that. But we need. Let's see here. I'm going to turn this off for a bit because I have to think about this. So we're going to need to have a connect. And what is connect going to do? Connect is going to return an error if we can't connect. But what I really need to get to is how do we keep track of the internal state data that contains the connection, the SSH session, that gets returned from the dial-up. What do I save that? It's got to be in memory someplace. It's got to be in here someplace. So it can either be a list. It can be a list of all the hosts, or it can be a map of the hosts, right? If we, I'm thinking a list is obviously faster. If we're gonna be iterating through all the hosts all the time to check their, to check their performance data, then we're already going to be iterating. So there's no reason. I'm trying to decide whether to make it a map or a list, a slice, and since we're already going to have to iterate over everyone every time, there's not really any need to identify one specifically and look it up in the hash map, right? So I think it was a list. I think initially I was going to make it a slice, and I thought, oh shit, I don't want to have to iterate over the whole over the list of them every time to do everything. But I actually think that's fine because then we can apply map filter reduce and that kind of thing. Because there's no limit to the number of SSH open connections you can have here. That's kind of the point of this, is you're only limited by the number of concurrent connections you could have. So one of the cool things about this is, without this being a primary requirement, we're fulfilling the need to have sort of a broadcast application. So if you wanted to run a command on 500 systems, he just passes the command and boom, it happens, right? So that is one of the advantages of this. And one of the cool things about that, by the way, is that although we're just focusing on simple messaging scale, so like, little commands in and out, a few lines of JSON at the most. Um, we could still do other things with that, right? So what we need to focus on is how do we internally store? Okay, so I think we decided we wanted to have a be a list, right? And so then how do we give access to our end users to the list, um, and stuff? So I mean, if we wanted to, we could say client hosts, right? And host would return a list of host references. And now we have to decide whether we're going to use a host struct or we're going to have, um, a host. We need to decide whether we want to have a singular host struct or we want to have it be an interface that people. I think host is definitely going to be a struct. In fact, we already have host defined in our upper levels here. So we've already got one of these, and I think it's probably so. Here we go. We got our host list. In fact, a lot of these fields are just going to come straight over. So I'm going to put those over here. We're just going to be doing it as a user credentials to use. See, this is another thing. We need to have. I mean, these are some of the things we have to figure out. Are we going to allow each individual user? Do we going to each host to have a different user, or are we going? You know what I'm saying? So this is where the data relational domain relational kind of stuff is a thing. So timeout, we have that already. Sleep, time to sleep between dial-up calls. Yeah. Yeah. And then we have attempts, number of attempts before failing. I mean, let's not add all these right now. Let's add these a little bit later so we can figure that out. So we have a timeout, we have sleep, we have hosts. I mean, let's just stay with one thing at a time. I know I just deleted everything I just added, but I don't care. And then what I was looking for, though, is the actual definition of host. So there it is. So we have a host, we have an address, a name or IP. This is the information that's passed straight to the SSH connection client thing, right? We have the authorization bytes. This is very weird, but this is a lot of the SSH client is just weird and go. It expects to have data coming from files. So you have to get kind of creative, particularly for SSH pub key and net key. These are totally different. But this is suitable for fixed host key, and this is suitable for. So we have to do some magic here that I don't want to get into today. I'll get into it deeply tomorrow, but it is not intuitive. It is absolutely not intuitive. Both of these are public keys, but they are radically different. They are radically different, and so they may fulfill the public key, but they have to be considered separately. And arriving at this struct actually took me a very long time. So I feel confident that this is going to stay something that we're going to be wanting to use. So let's go ahead and define that in client. I mean, I know we've already got this other one defined and working right now, but we're going to put that in here. And should this be its own file? I mean, yeah, this is where things get really messy, right? So especially since I have such a big font for streaming, there's not a lot of room on the screen. But let's go ahead and set up a host here. I mean, we could put config into a file. I don't know. What should we do? We don't really need default config. If default, yeah, we do. The client could go into its own file. The host could go into its own file. Oh, hey, hi. We were just talking about how we're gonna go see your office. I showed everybody your office. You're on stream, by the way, just so you know.
You're not showing them my office? What are you talking about?
I showed them your office,
what,
the window.
The picture? Yeah.
That's all I
I
showed.
have my other glasses on today.
You did.
Yeah, my black.
I thought you were coming home at 9. I was like,
No, I was going through my stuff, and then I was like, oh, I
Yeah.
got to the point where I have to scan the last prints, and I was like, I don't know where my other flash drive is, so I have to bring a new flash drive in.
Uh-oh. I
And
have plenty of flash drives.
I know, but there was one that was falling apart that I had a lot of stuff on that I don't know where I put it.
Oh,
I know I put it in a safe place, which is the
there
kitchen
were.
desk.
I know. You and I both have that.
So let me go change.
Yeah. I'm wrapping up here. I'll be done in 30 minutes. You want to shut the door so you don't. Yeah. Otherwise, she'll walk out of the bathroom naked like she did before. There's video of my wife walking out of the shower. I'm not going to say where. It's far away. It's fine. Anyway, so type post struct. So this stuff is all going to stay. And so we're going to have a new, so that's what we're going to do. That was the main thing I want to do is we're going to save the host into a list. And then when we run connect, we should actually make a connection to each of the targeted hosts, right? Now, the other thing we need to add to our host struct is keeping track of the connection state for this specific host. And so that is something that would not be public. Right? So, and again, I'm pausing because I'm trying to decide if this should be an interface or if it should be a struct. I see no reason not to make it a struct. I mean, if we make one of the reasons to make it an interface instead of a struct is to make it read only. So let's say I were to add, if I were to add some kind of internal state, right? So we could say SSH. We could say how many we get connections, right? Connections, right? Or cons. So each host could have multiple connections. We talked about this, right? So it could have multiple SSH dot TCP/IP connections, and I need to look up what they are and stuff. Okay. I mean, for that kind of thing, I think we could probably go back into here and look here at the ssh.go file. So we have multihost client struct. So where is it? Here we go. Here's our dial-up, right? So there we go. So this returns an SSH client. So an SSH client is an open TCP/IP connection to a specific thing. So they call it a client, but I kind of see they put connection. See how it. This is, by the way, this is an embed. This is an embed. This con here thing is an embed. That means that Go doesn't have inheritance, but this means that a struct embeds a con, and it will delegate any of those connection attempts to that. So when we say multi-host client, what we really mean is multiple clients. If we're going to speak in the terms of the SSH library, we're going to be having multiple client connections to that. So yeah, we gotta read about this a little bit more because what I'm trying to decide is if we can just manage one client per host and deal with new sessions. Does that make sense? I'm starting to think that we don't want to support this here. N number of TCP/IP connections, number 5. I don't think there's ever a case where we would want to have more than one TCP/IP connection to the same target host, because technically you can do that, right? You could have multiple TCP connections to each one, right? So this, when you dial this up, it returns a net.con, and um, handle channel open. That's interesting. I wonder what that does. I don't know. Let's go see. So dial. What's the difference between dial and dial? Oh, yeah. TCP lets you put in your when you want to specify the address you want to connect to. And I actually encapsulate this in mine. So this returns an SSH client. And it makes sure all your stuff is fine, picks a host, and it does a callback key and does all this. So this code is going to get copied verbatim over to our stuff tomorrow. And then we have an insecure host key. We connect here. So we dial the TCP using the simple form. We pass in the client config for that specific host. So that's host specific, which makes me think we need to put a host here as well. A user, I think we might have to have that in there as well. And there's a pub key user.signer. So annoying. Host key callback. Yeah. This is that whole thing where they use a function. I fucking hate that. I hate that they do that whole thing with the functions that we were talking about earlier today in the SSH library. It's fucking annoying. And set up the timeout. Okay, so and that gives us a client. So what is the client? The client is an SSH client. We looked at this already. And then what? And that hands off a client. So this keeps dialing until it gets a client. And I think what we want is dial until connection with dial until, and then runs the command. I studied on a session, remove session capture. Yeah, this is some interesting stuff happening here. This gets a client and then it does something with it, right? So the difference between this existing library and the one we're making is that this one is building a new client connection every time. And we want to steal some of this code, but we don't want to use it all because we want to create a method that launches a connection and reuses it, launches a client and reuses it, right? And so I guess what we have here is we're going to have multiple SSH clients per host potentially. So we'll say clients, okay? And why? Because we may have a client that's having trouble, maybe it died out. This is a whole n number of clients per TCP/IP connection, right? So this is going to be, we have a reference to an SSH.Client. And that's going to import some code to make sure that built's okay. So, and each one of those clients, now see, here's the part that gets kind of interesting. So, how are we going to send commands to this host, right? I kind of feel like we need to have a command queue, which is an inbound list or slice that we add to, and as we add to it, it updates the slice, runs the command, and then sends this output back, so that we can have things happening at the same time. But I don't know. I mean, if we have this client here, I mean that's kind of already enough, right? So if I was going to if I wanted something to be run on everything, I mean that's another thing we have to. I just realized we need to be able to run the same command on everything, and then we need to be able to. God, this is Ansible. This is, we're making Ansible here. Um, I mean, let's think about that for a second. What can we learn from Ansible from this? Because I think there's going to be occasions where we're going to run the same command on everything, right? And we're going to want to capture the output that happened on every single host. So we're basically rewriting Fabric, Expect, or Ansible, any one of those things. And now I'm starting to think that code base might already exists, because I mean there's like Ghostable and a bunch of other things. Um, yeah. I mean, the reason we're using it, the reason I need it, is because we need to see who wins, who has the highest performance stats, and then favor that person, or that, not person, but that agent, that host, and then send the commands to that until it falls out of favor, and then we will be keeping track of performance statistics on each one uh, as it happens, and keep a running score for each host. Um, so each host would have a score. So let's actually add that back to the domain model. So um, score, and I don't know what score is going to be yet. So um, we'll call it perf. Um, and perf is a link to a um, score, perf performance months. Um, and let's make a performance here. I can move all this later. We should say perf score. Nah, let's just say performance. I don't know what this is, but this is gonna keep information about, you know, what how fast it was, latency, response time, uh, rate, and we probably also want to do something with rate limiting. Um, um, like constraints. Um, I think we should put limit constraints. So I don't know what these are going to be. I don't know what they'll turn into. We'll find out. Um, rate limiting, total number, etc. We need to set up the constraints for our specific host. And so much of this has parallels to Kubernetes, because it's, that's what Kubernetes does. It does this sort of stuff really well. Um, so yeah. So we have the performance, we have the constraints, and okay, so I think we're getting close to the end there. So that when we make up a new connection, so how are we going to make the new connection? We're going to need a method, and once we read in the configuration should have all of the settings for a specific host in it, and that's going to be interesting because I mean, I suppose we're going to have to be able to cast the thing Like, so if we do a set, if we do a new client set and we load a config, and the config has got the configuration, the embedded configuration settings for a host, for all the hosts, then we need to instantiate each of those hosts, make host structs instances for everything, populate that inside of the new client host's internal struct, and then be ready to queue up um, the connect function. So the real magic is going to be in connect, right? So now the thing about connect is connect could return a pipe that everybody talks to, a message, queue or whatever, or connect um, could not do that. It could just return maybe one instead. Um, so that needs some thought. I think we're going to have to really think about connect tomorrow. I don't know whether connect should return an error or whether it should return a pipe, right? And if it returns a pipe or channel, then uh, what we could do then is we could say, hey, do you want to, you know, channels are similar to just plain old method calls for a lot of for a lot of things. The difference with a channel is you can buffer up a whole bunch of them if you want, and then it kind of allows the buffering of multiple calls, so they can wait on the time constraints of the systems on which you wanted them to run. And that cannot be done with a sheer method call, if that makes sense. So if there's any kind of like queuing necessary because we're going to have other jobs waiting behind, then we have to have a channel. So I actually answered my own problem here. Um, I mean, the only other way to do that would be to basically implement the channel ourselves, which would be anytime they call connect, we would have our own internal, maximum number of cached actions, not connect, but whatever it is that we're going to have run a thing, right? So we could say run all, and it would it would queue all of those things, or we could create a channel for each of the hosts, and each of those channels can create kind of a queue of actions. The downside of that, however, is that we can't kind of incrementally cancel an action inside of there unless we start adding context. And that this is where the middleware part of this gets kind of interesting because we are definitely going to need a way to recover all of the individual things that are spun off of that are talking to a given host. So let's say we have like multiple new individual sessions that are sharing the same TCP/IP connection. Um, if somebody wants to come in and chop that wire and stop that whole thing, every one of those things that we just created has got to have a context in it so that we can do the cancel on it, because that is really middleware, and that's the only way we could do that. Either that, or we could just like completely forcibly, take out that TCP/IP channel, and that would leave memory leaks. So we definitely want to think about that tomorrow. That's going to be. I think we really need to get down and dirty with that particular thing. I think the first thing we should do is just get it to make a connection to a single host, and then have it do that thing, and then make another connection to another host. Um, and we need to talk about the policy. Run all. We need to figure out how. We need to probably figure out the structure of a command and what that looks like in terms of a struct, and how to pass that command. We could probably steal straight out of exec.command, and then how to pass that that struct or HTTP request. This is another one we could steal from, and in fact we might be able to use url.params for that stuff to pass the params, because then if we wanted to to implement it as an HTTP request instead of SSH or could later. Maybe that's premature optimization. I don't know. Um, but yeah, that would get us farther down the path. And there's still the part that's going to trip us up, and I'm a little bit worried about this. Is why I'm proof of concepting this out. Is the communication, the return communication. So, and this is where looking up the SSH client kind of comes in. Um, it hands off a client, but then, as you can see, we create a new session. A session is basically a login to that machine. So the client gets you a connection, and then you can get a new session from that, and you can have multiple concurrent sessions for a single client connection. And but here we go. So s stood in. So this is strings narrator stood in. So this is telling the session standard input that we want it to be a new reader. Now, the reason for that is because we are going to write the standard in as a command line argument. So in our case, we are passing verbatim an actual string that we chop the command in the front off of it off. And other than that, everything that comes after that is considered just part of the arguments and stuff. So we run the command. That's what this is about. And this is a really key one right here. So the run dot method on a session takes an actual string that is passed to the login shell of the target user on the remote host and expanded, and the shell does whatever it wants with that string. For those of you who've used exec or something like that, you're like, well, what's up with the arguments? Why doesn't it have multiple individual arguments? It's not that when I saw this as a string, it really alarmed me because I was like, that absolutely means that we are depending on the shell of the target system to parse the command line arguments. That's not being done in advance and then handed off. And the reason for that is because that's how Secure Shell works. Secure Shell requires it to be that way. Secure Shell has no way of saying, here's argument 1, 2, 3, 4, with no expansion. There's no way to do that with Secure Shell. You have to pass the -C and then put the whole thing in a string and pass that. So we are not going to be able to get around that no matter what. No matter how much we abstract that command that we want to run over there, it's always going to end up joined back together as a single string. So the question is, do we allow just plain old raw command line strings to be passed into our framework through the REST API or whatever? Obviously, we need to vet them. We created an entire Safe Shell project. It's here. You can go read it. That takes over the shell of the system that we're on, but you don't always have access to that target system. You don't always have the ability on these target systems over here to say, okay, I'm going to install a Safe Shell and I'm going to add a user, and that user is only going to have a Safe Shell as its login shell. That's a lot of requirements to put on the project, right? On the endpoints that we're not supposed to have really access to. They're all kind of hands off. Politically, these are all we have is SSH access to an existing user who's got the default shell. The end, right? In my place of work, we have an additional set of requirements that we're actually trying to remove the use of Safe Shell there. And one of the ways to do that would be to place the filtered commands inside of whatever it is that calls run. So we would do the vetting of the command in advance, and we would make something like an optional regular expression filter for that command or something to that effect. And we would say, okay, you don't pass, you're not a valid command. And we need to do that because the content's tainted. It's coming from an internet facing API. I mean, even though the internet's an internal infrastructure enterprise, network, but it's still, it's coming in tainted, right? So we would need to have that command pass, and then we would pass that on. And then, so run runs the command on the remote host. Typically, remote passes this command to the interpretation, to the shell. A session, it doesn't have to pass it to the shell for interpretation, by the way, right? And I did mention the other day that there are a lot of Go projects I found while I was looking for all this stuff that actually implement their own implementation of a secure shell server built into their daemon. And so they accept commands directly. They don't pass anything to the shell or to secure shell. It just they actually answer SSH by itself, which is extremely valuable. The fact that you can do that in Go is just huge, huge kudos for the Go as a language for middleware. Because you can basically turn any microservice you have into something that also has shell access through SSH built in. As a method of administration or whatever else you want to do, and you can isolate how many commands you can use, with your own, by just supporting your own set number of strings. Which is, I mean, if you don't understand why that's valuable, then you haven't used Ansible, right? Because Ansible, that means that you can write a microservice that answers SSH commands that Ansible can call without any additional configuration, and you can make an Ansible playbook recipe or whatever that calls out to that microservice remotely and does whatever it needs to, and can be managed through Ansible just because it has SSH client support. So by building it into the microservice and not depending on the default login shell. I mean, that's ridiculously cool, particularly if you're thinking of putting services that are running on Windows machines or something like that that don't have a shell at all. Um, or edge devices, all kinds of reasons you might want that. Um, if the remote server does not send an exit status error of type exit navigation is returned, the command completes unsuccessfully or is interrupted by a signal. The errors of type exit error. I have noticed that it's very common on SSH to get an error that's not really an error. So we actually just recently made a change about this because exiting out can exit with a -1, but it can also not have had a return code that was negative. So there are situations where the exit code is not consistent with the return value, where you're getting an exit code which is producing an error condition, but you had a successful return code, or you had a successful program that ran that produced a negative return code that you want to see. So it actually ran the program, but you got an error that you actually want to see as opposed to just throwing it away as an error. We're going to run into this a little bit later too. So if the remote server does not send an exit status, blah, blah, blah. The return address is nil, has no problems copying set in and exits. If this nil has no problems copying set in, set out, and set error, and exits with a 0. So this is the finite operation necessary to run a single command. What I don't like about this is that you get a session only accepts one call to run, start, shell, output, or combined output. And I'm pretty sure that shell is the one we want. So shell starts the login shell on remote host. The session only accepts one call to run, or shell. So the reason for this is because once we call shell, I'm almost positive we can pass commands one at a time. Now, the tough part is going to be how do we disambiguate the standard error and the standard output coming back, right? Because if we keep like a single shell with multiple sessions, each session you can actually close that session down. You'd be pretty sure that your standard error, standard output are all encapsulated separately. But if we're gonna reuse a session shell to send multiple commands, then we need to figure out a way to delineate the output of those commands. And we already have played with ways of doing this. Another simple solution is to just force it to be one session per command, which is draconian, but it's just, it's more performant than what we're doing now, which is forcing one dial-up TCP/IP session per command, which we dial in, we get a session, we get a client, we get a session, and then we send it one command, and we take all of that back and we tear the whole thing down. So it would be better than what we have now, but optimally though, we want to be able to reuse as much of that stuff as possible. So we'd want to reuse the client connection. We want to reuse the session, and we want to reuse the shell, and we want to keep sending commands to the shell, and send the responses to a message bus or somehow back. And that's where I'm kind of focusing my effort right now. So um, so we have run command. I think we need to look up session more. So okay, so here we go. So that's why I was confused. So a session has a stud in, a stud out, and a stud error that are IO readers. And if stud in is nil, the remote process reads from an empty bytes buffer. So I was afraid of this because there's no guarantee. So let's say we open a login shell, right? And we send 3 or 4 commands. There's no guarantee that the IO reader, because it could be sitting around waiting for input, right? And so this is a problem because you could send just a basic ls command or whatever, and the system could be really busy, and the machine could have gotten the ls command and not have sent anything back to stud in yet, right? So do we block, right? How long do we block? Because we got to read from IO reader. And if we try to read from IO reader and we don't see anything, that doesn't mean that it's not run. It means it hasn't finished running, right? So I'm pretty sure reading from the IO reader is already going to block. It says it's a bytes buffer. If set is nil, the remote process reads from an empty bytes buffer. You can put any reader you want here when you define a new session. So when you're creating a new session, you can define the IO readers that you want. So if we wanted to use a blocking buffer, a blocking reader, we could do that. We could say, hey, I don't trust you until it's all there, or we could buffer it all up. But the question is, how do we know when we've actually got an answer, right? Depending on the command. And since if we're doing this generically, we don't know what the specific command is going to be. So we don't, there are certain commands that have no returned output, right? So then how do you determine that those are actually running as planned? So it gets tricky. Here we have run session command. So we started building a command up here. Actually, the command is the thing that was passed in. And then we have, now in this particular case, why do we have studied? Oh, that's a standard input. Never mind. We added a standard input so that if we wanted to pipe in something to the command. So the command itself represents, of course, the individual command name on the remote system plus any potential arguments. Those would be on that line, and that would be sent to the shell of the login user on the target. And then the stud in would be that string, in this case, would be piped in. It would be piped in. And this particular command, that the function I wrote, or method, it buffers stud in and stud out until it's done, right? And gets an error. So it can get an error through a timeout. If it hangs around too long and it doesn't get an answer, it times out. It can get an error run. Okay, so there we go. So yeah, there's a million reasons that it could get a failure. But let me just check this thing here. So session.run. So that run runs on it. What I want to know is if this blocks until the command has been finished, because that would be the information we need, right? That if we know that run is not going to return, this is where JavaScript async stuff gets really hairy if we were playing around with the same thing asynchronously. But in this particular case, I think run is actually going to block until that answer comes back, which is again why we want one of these each in a go routine. We don't want these, blocking the whole main thread. So run runs commands on. Now, to be fair, we're getting a little bit of async going on here because each of these new REST API requests is forking off its own go routine for Gen. and that go routine is giving us our sort of our load balancing already, because we don't have to have additional load balancing in the SSH client. We just have to have it pick one and go with it, right? So or to try them all equally at the same time, and whichever one answers wins. Um, so so run runs on their command on the remote host, typically the remote server passes the shell for interpretation. A shell just accepts only one call to run, start, shell, or whatever. I actually think I'm starting to think we should be using run instead of shell at this point. Uh, the return error is nil if the command runs. Has no problems copying and then exits with this exit hero status. If the remote server does not send an exit status or error of type exit missing error is returned, the command completes unsuccessfully or is interrupted by a signal. The error is of type exit error. Other than that, other error types may be returned for IO problems. Okay, so so that answered my question. So rather than using shell, we want to use run, because run lets us buffer stat in, stat out like we want to. Output and combined output are not necessarily one. They don't give us that fine line, that fine grained control of that. So I'm going to finish looking at run, but we need to look at shell as well. And the reason that per session in my document here, per session, we actually don't have commands per session. What we're going to have is runs per session. So every time that I call SSH client.run, or sorry, SSH session, SSH client session run, it takes the command, runs it, and waits around until it's either canceled, producing errors and IO problems that are show up as errors, or it finishes successfully, in which case at that point it has perfectly copied all of its stat in, stat out, and stat error in a fashion that can be read. Now, this did not accept an IO reader from what I saw, so I assume I don't know. I imagine we would want to use a buffered IO reader there, because I don't. How are we going to do it otherwise? You know, I just don't see how. Let me read about shell for a second. Shell starts the login shell and remote host. The session only accepts one call to run blah. Yeah, but then what are you going to do with it? I don't even know what that means. Shell session run steady NV. It's not clear to me what the shell function does. So what if it starts the login shell? It doesn't take any arguments. What do you do with it after that? You know what I mean? It's like I don't know what you do after that. Starts a run. Start runs command on the remote host. Typically, remote server passes command to the shell for interpretation. A session only accepts one call to run start. Yeah, I got it. You've said it a million times. All right. So if either is nil, IO writer out and error, run connects the corresponding file descriptor to an instance of IO discard. There's a fixed amount of buffering that is shared for the two streams. If either blocks, it may eventually cause a remote command to block. Huh. Specific remote response to standard output. Okay. Close. Combine output. What does output do? Output runs command on the remote host and returns the standard output. How do I go back? I don't remember. How do I go back? Is it P? I've been learning some of these new VI fancy things. I don't know which one it is though. I guess I could just get out of session again. All right, so request PTY. See, why would, unless you were going to send the PTY information, that's just really weird to me. Want payload byte. What is this send request? Request an out of bound channel request on the SSH channel underlying the session. Huh. That must be for like SSH tunneling and stuff. That's kind of cool. So stutter pipe. Wait, what's wait do? Wait waits for the remote command to exit. The return error is nil if the command runs, has problems copying. So a lot of this stuff is if you want to kind of, I think run does all of that combined. I think run's the only thing we really want. I think it combines all the other stuff. And I'm getting really tired. What time is it? I am tired. Are we done? Damn it! I gotta take a break. I'm gonna have to push this back a little bit. Okay, so let's look at this tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be run though, because run does what I've been using it for already. I am still kind of conflicted about what shell does. It says it returns a shell, but who cares? You know? So that seems a little off to me. What I think happens is I think shell needs to be called before you type start. So I think if you wanted to do incrementally the stuff that you can do with run, you would call all of this other stuff. I think run is atomic enough that we're good. Run does not return; it blocks until it has a return. So I really think that's what we want. So run wraps the session. Let's see. Oh wait, this is my particular one. That was my documentation. That's not their documentation. So wait. So run. Okay, so this is the official documentation. Oh, maybe not. This is weird. It pulled up the wrong documentation. This is SSH.run. This is much higher. We don't want this. I don't know why that pulled that up. I shouldn't have done a session. Run runs the command on the remote host. Typically, the remote server passes the command to shell. Yes, session accepts one call. Only one call. Oh, wait. Oh, man. Wait a second. Whoa, I think we just found a limitation. Because that says... That right there says you can only call run start, shell, or output once per session. The return error is nil command has no problems copying blah 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 into the session and exits with 0 exit status. If the remote start, that means okay, that's super important to figure out. That means we cannot have more than n commands per session. This is actually not allowed. That is great because that's a limitation that is kind of good. So yeah, you then this one is not, these are not options. These are not options. So you can have one TCP/IP thing, and you have one session, I mean, you can have n sessions, right? And you could have n number of commands. No, each session has its own. Each session is terminated and it needs to be discarded after that. Wow. So I think that was what was going on with shell, actually. Yeah, now I remember. Because the example we saw, if you call run, that discards the session. I don't think you can call run again. It says the session only accepts one call to run, start, or shell. And I think what shell does is it accepts multiple input commands from the command line shell. Yeah. So, oh, that would make sense, actually. That would make sense because so that means the difference between shell and run is that shell allows you to send multiple commands one to a line, because we looked at the tutorial. In fact, it's still up. The tutorial is still showing this. So you'll see it comes down here, makes all its connections and everything. And where is it? So get the host key. So there we go. Look. So this is the example. This creates a shell, and then it has a number of commands, and each of the commands is F printed to the standard input of the shell. All right, now I got it. So strictly speaking, we could have that, right? Because what we would do is we would just open up. Okay, all right, we can do this. We can do it. Because what we would do is we would just open up a shell. You can only have one shell per session, right? If you do the session.run, you only get one command. But if you do session.shell, you can pass one command at a time. But there it says, wait for the session to finish. You see this? This is a problem. This is a problem because we're not going to be able to distinguish the output of one command from another one. The only reason you would want to do this is if you wanted to do multiple individual commands and you didn't, you couldn't pass those with semicolons in between on a single command line or something. Because this, if you do a session.wait like this, that's going to wait around for the entire session to complete, which means that it has fully populated the standard in and standard out, coming back, standard out, standard error, and the return value, the exit value, right? That it has fully done all that. The same thing it would do with run. So the only thing that the shell version of SSH is getting us, the only thing it's getting us is the ability to send multiple commands one to a line, but we still have to iterate through them and then wait around for that entire thing to finish. The value of individually sending a command and then guessing about how many lines of output that command just produced is dubious at best, because there is no separation between the output from each of these commands. It's impossible for us to determine that unless you're calling an application that produces a delimiter of some kind in its output. The output is all going to be scrunched together in a single output reader buffer. So there's absolutely no way to distinguish between the individual commands. If there were a way to establish between the individual commands, then we could open up a shell and reuse it, right? We could just sit there and hand off new commands and wait for it to finish, hand off new commands and wait for it to finish. But I don't think there's a signal. If there was a signaled event that said, "Hey, my command that I just sent is now finished," right? If there was some way that the thing waiting around was getting signaled in real time to say, "Hey, you got all your stuff now. Go read from standard output now and standard error. Read all that stuff up to this point and stop," right? And then send the next command in. And then this could become, rather than this be a string here, this little loop here, this could just be hanging around waiting on a channel. and then we would send messages to the channel, and they would get directly passed to the command line of the remote system, which is the most efficient. And then the output from that would come immediately back. So it would literally be like we had an actual, terminal session open on that remote system. Uh, if we can't do it with the session.shell, we'd have to do it with session.run, which means that we'll have to fire up a new login shell for every command we want to run. And again, that's not as effective and efficient as what we would be able to do if we have open up a shell, but it's still way better than tearing down the TCP/IP connection every time. So this is good. This is good news. I do want to see if there's some signal or method of communication that comes from that happens when you use the shell method. So here we go. Multiple command examples. Golang expect example. Dial expect.spawn SSH. What? There's a go expect example? Shikes. Oh, expect would be awesome. I love expect. Yeah, this is how we used to hack stuff in the old days. So commands TCP/IP new session client. The first session close. Standard in pipe. Standard in pipe for the commands. Okay. Uncomment to store output variables. Yes. Enable system set out. Yes. Comment these if you want to uncomment to store. Uncomment these if you uncomment to store in variable. Yes. Send the commands. God, there's got to be a signal. There's got to be something. I'm not giving up yet. So shell starts a login shell on the remote host. And then for each line of stud in that you send it, if stud in is nil, the remote process reads from an empty bytes buffer. Stud out and stud error specified remote process is standard output in either. Yes. If either is another run connection, disconnected. Blah. Request PTY. This is pretty damn interesting. If you request a PTY, you could actually send one command at a time. Yeah. Signal. What is Signal doing? Oh. What is Signal doing? Abort. That's it? Are you kidding me? All right, so I don't know. I have a feeling we're going to be forced to stick with sessions, which is fine because the biggest latency is establishing the IP connection. So the session should be fine. It should be fine. What is request subsystem about? I mean, what is this about? Request subsystem requests an association of a subsystem with a session to the remote host. A subsystem is a predefined command that runs in the background when the SSH connection is initiated. That's got to be an SSH server thing. Yeah, that's not what we want. That's for sure not what we want. So again, there's no supported way of knowing when a single line of shell input has finished processing. Now, depending on the shell you're using, you could do that yourself. I mean, you could do it. You could echo, some sort of, end of data thing. Another thing you could do is make sure that the returning output is always one per line. Again, that's one of the reasons we would use JSON on a single line, right? So it's just extremely dangerous to do that. It really is. It's like, for example, if you wanted to run, I don't know why you would do this, but if you wanted to run a command on a remote system and pass it to JQ, we'll say JQ's on the machine, and you did it so that it printed more than one line of output, or worse, you had a program that didn't play nice. You would probably not be reading enough information. You wouldn't know how much data to read. So, whereas if you use the run command instead of the login command, the shell command, then you're guaranteed to have that program completely finish in whatever state before it ends. And then when it ends, the line after that, you can then safely use the buffer standard in/out and know for a fact that that is exactly everything that was output by that command, whether it had an error or not. And there would never be any question about that. So I'm going to make a decision about this and decide that, that's already the way we're doing it. The only difference between that and the way we're doing it now is that instead of firing off the way we do now, we fire off a every time we call run. Every time we call run and we send it, we have a command in the center input. We want to send that command, and then we buffer up everything and get the error out. The only difference between that and the other one. So tomorrow is what we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to put this into a new method, and that method is going to be running that client. That multi-host client is going to have an internal cache of hosts that includes the cached connections, SSH TCP/IP dialed-up connect. So that is the fundamental difference between what we did then and what we're doing now. The fundamental difference is that we're creating. They get it in the wrong spot. Damn it. The fundamental difference is that we are going to keep track of that data internally. And I think we already kind of did that, didn't we? Please tell me I didn't kill my stuff. I think I did. Oh, there we go. Config CMAP. All right. So, oh no, we didn't. Okay. So we have a number of hosts and okay, wait, where's our host definition? Please tell me I didn't. Okay, here we go. All right. So the difference between then and now is that instead of having a run method off of the multi-host client, which we will also have, we'll have two run methods. We're going to have a run method off of an individual host that keeps track of what it's connected to and how, which is really just wrapping the SSH client library, and in a way that's easier. It's got a friendlier signature, and then in addition to that, we're going to wrap all of those hosts up in a multi-host client object that is aware of these different hosts, so that and I assume what we should do is when we say connect, what we should do, depending on what the policy is, that we should connect to the first one and then cache that connection. And then the connection would be cached per host into the client, the clients list, right? Now, we can make it so that each host has cached a single connection, or we can have it be multiple connections. And I can see arguments both ways, right? especially now, that we know um, that we only get one session. We can't, reuse that. Having multiple concurrent connections to the same host, multiple concurrent TCP/IP connections using SSH to the same host, could give us quite a bit of performance boost because we can now do a bunch of stuff at the same time, and they will be managed entirely separately by the target host operating system as if they were, separate processes, because they are separate processes. So, and the reason that's an advantage is um, we might want to have a long running session, and we don't have that right now, right? But right now it's all, hey, fast and duty, fast and loose messages, right? But if we did have a long running connection, we wouldn't want to hang around and wait for that SSH connection to that specific host to end. We would want to say, okay, it's taking you too long. How long are you taking there? And then we would go. And another thing too that we could do here is we could, we're taking that single string to pass to the command line, but in addition to that, we should create a struct that encapsulates a job, if you will, or an action or something, and um, that job is going to need to have information associated with it, including a context, so that we know when to cancel it, right? And when we cancel that context, we want to tear down that session so we can reuse uh, that session, and then we see how many sessions do we have in the work group and stuff like that. So it's very likely that our hosts are going to have um, probably some sort of pooling or worker group where we have multiple that are running and we wait around for one to go away and then we add another one. And I have a long time ago I wrote some code that does that very thing using channels. Um, and that's kind of a way. There's a kind of a cool thing you can do with channels, buffer channels, to say you only want so many events on a given channel, and then um, you when one of those things goes away, the number goes down, and then it will unblock, and it will pull another thing down. It'll get off of it, and it'll reuse that same connection. So we can probably use that here to set a specific number of target hosts for a specific. The reason I know about this is because I wrote code to limit the number of background processes in Go. So I wanted to be able to run a whole bunch of Go routines to do a whole bunch of things simultaneously, but I wanted to have some constraints on it. I was actually um, writing some code that ran pandoc against like thousands of directories concurrently, and I needed to throttle it depending on how many resources we had on the system. So the way you can throttle the number of background processes is by using this technique. So I'll dig that technique out tomorrow, and we'll look up how to do that. And then each host at that point would have a pool of TCP/IP connections um, that can have multiple sessions on them, and uh, and then we're going to have to, we'll wait for the session to return, and then we're going to, of course, close out the session and start a new one. So start a remote shell. So yeah, once we get the end of that session, I think we can just go. What we want to do is when the session's over, we want to tear down that context so it frees one of those buffered things, and then we want to allow another job to come into that channel. So I can tell you right now, we're going to be taking a channel architecture to the hosts. And so each host is going to have some kind of channel, probably an input channel. And I don't know what we're going to call it yet. But, we'll say work or something. And it'll be either a two-way channel or an input channel or whatever. And that's going to be how we're going to do this, right? So each host, then once it makes its initial connection, it'll have one or more SSH client connections, And actually, um, each of those will likely be a channel as well, as opposed to a separate SSH client. We will make we can make a I mean, God, we could probably, yeah, we can make a whole worker group queue out of SSH clients, because an SSH client is what comes out of an established TCP/IP connection. So that's a lot of good stuff to do. All right, time for me to say goodnight and go do something else. I am going to post this video. It's pretty long, but post it as is. I feel excited about tomorrow's work. I think I know exactly where we're going with this. Um, and what we're going to end up having is a pool of connections per host, and client connections, I should say. And per client connection, we'll also have a pool of individual commands that can be reaped through, canceling context early, or if they go early, if they get canceled for any other reason, they'll error out appropriately. And then the question is going to be to set up the policies with regard to um, whether we want to say the larger scope, right? We want to have something on top of all of that that's going to be saying, okay, I want to run, I just want to run. We need, so our multihost.Client is going to have some very high level methods, such as run anywhere, run everywhere, run on first, run on preferred, whatever, right? And those high level calls will be what our REST API will call into, and all of those uh, calls uh, will be sharing the same client. Now, yeah, that's going to be the tricky part. Is we need to have um, when we run Gin, when we write the middleware for Gin, uh, we're going to need to make it so that all of the Gin middleware shares uh, the same object. And I don't know name wise if we can do that. I think when a middleware answers a request, I think it fires off a new Go routine with a new memory space, and therefore, if it says something new client, it wouldn't be unable to share um, between the two. So we're probably going to have to do either a channel or some kind of closure, because otherwise all the gin processes are not going to be able to share that, because they don't want a bottleneck. We're trying to make a bottleneck on purpose, actually. So um that's a thing. Another possibility would be some sort of like queuing architecture where, the gin middleware just drops a job into a file or in some memory space, and then the other agent picks it up from that global space and says, "Hey, what do you got for me?" And it goes and takes care of it and returns it. And then there's this kind of like mail delivery system in between, as opposed to, some indirection, as opposed to directly calling out to stuff. So I am gonna have to look at that tomorrow morning before I get back on the stream and see how Gin is invoking the call. Right now, we're getting that concurrency because each of the Gin middlewares, when they execute a single API request, that each API request fires off a separate SSH connection and tears it down and does another one, and that can happen all concurrently. So we get the load balancing built into it automatically. Um, and quite frankly, that might be enough, actually. Um, so uh, I know it seems weird, but this is not a thing, right? I mean, this is not really what's happening. What's happening right now is effectively there's like three of these, right? And each one has its own connection, and which one it connects to is really the only algorithm there. Each one has a separate independent connection. That creating this line right here, so that all of the middleware is talking to the same controller, is tricky. That's going to be tricky, because how do you do that, right? Do we make a microservice that runs on the API server itself? Uh, you know, that's probably the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to probably totally separate this from the memory space of the REST API and even make a separate container and pod for this and make this itself a microservice that listens on whatever port, even speaks protobuf, and then this could talk to it, and each one of its requests would be a request response kind of thing, and then all of the management of the pooling and the maintaining connections and everything could be kept in containerized inside of that pod. And that means you would have a microservice that to which anything could speak, frankly, to send a request that you wanted to go to all your hosts. And then you could define an API endpoint even for that, depending on what you want to do. And then that would be HTTP as opposed to SSH, but then that would play nicely with the REST API. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I think that's probably what we need to do, because whether this is a Gin API or whether this is a Gin framework or we use anything else, um, we would be making the only danger with that would be securing it. So obviously this would all be in the same localized namespace within Kubernetes, but you'd need to make sure that whatever sends a request to this, that it is um, that it's authorized. Now, all of the authorization is already happening in advance for this API before it ever gets here. It's all going through TLS validation and even login. And people are already having to authenticate against the client and stuff. So that's not the issue. This is, and the commands that are being executed behind this API are very strictly. It's not like, hey, run this random SSH command on these targets. It's this has all been encapsulated behind a specific endpoint. Um, but the more I think about this, the more I think that we need to, um, I think that we need to create that remote terminal access. It's funny because this is exactly what I made for IBM. If we do that, we literally are remaking a bunch of the stuff that I did for IBM. In fact, I I don't mind saying, at one point, if I was authorized, I had a certificate and everything, I could run any command I wanted to as root on any number of thousands of Fortune 500 computers. So when people talk about security and stuff, I'm like, because we had to have the ability to run these agents on these machines to do the auditing, but in order to debug these things, we had back doors that would they were everybody knew they were there. It wasn't like we were trying to be hiding or anything, but we could run individual SSH command lines with the right authentication on any of our target OSs, and they all had root access. So because we had to have root access, you can't do audit compliance without root. So that was pretty scary. But at some point, you have to have root in order to do this. In this particular case, this system we're making, there's no need for root access. This is you get some whatever certificates and users you set up for to log in. You're going to obviously have to set up an SSH passwordless login to do this. Uh, and I mean that is exactly the same thing as if you had an HTTP endpoint over there. You'd be probably doing some kind of like a TLS validation or whatever. It's the same security that we're doing in Kubernetes, right? The whole cert-based authentication. Hell, we could even do LDAP tokens. Let me think about that for a second. No, I'm trying to think if there's some other way. No, because we still need the SSH client. That's what we need. So basically, this is just a gateway to, hey, here's the commands that we support that you can run over here, and we're gonna load balance them for you. Have a nice day, and then we could actually use Kubernetes here uh, to have the redundancy, and then just focus on making a single pod with an application, a from scratch Go application actually, that just maintains that one SSH connection. Holy shit! I just blew my own mind. Oh my god! Why are we not doing that? If we allow ourselves to let Kubernetes in the picture here, um, all we need is pods here. We would just this we would have multiples of these, right? God, I got to think about this. So if we did that, the only question here is how do you route the inbound REST requests? I mean, not did I say Rust? The inbound REST requests. So, um, because right now there's a single gen server that is forking off multiple processes, right? And there's no way to say, I want you to talk to this pod, I want you to talk to this other pod. We need a load balancer if we're going to do that. And then if we want intelligent load balancing, we're back to doing it ourselves. So that's a no. All right, never mind. I mean, I thought for a second that we could have got around a lot of these problems by making a very simple container that just maintains a single connection to a single host. And then we could farm off those connections using microservices. But that would be, it would be, it would be a lot. It would be super complicated because we'd have to set up multiple TCP/IP microservices in order to do that communication, and they would have to be talking to each other to communicate performance statistics and stuff like that. They're not in memory. There's no single configuration file or anything like that. So we don't want to do that. We want to live in the same memory space. All of the connections want to live in the same memory space with a single configuration that can be marshaled and unmarshaled. And then we need to, this piece right here, the brokering of the communication between, that is actually going to be really big. So the brokering of the communication between the REST API and the SSH bus will say that's going to be a big deal because right now we're going to have multiple independent Go routines, each one its own GIN middleware processing a REST API query, and each one of those has got to go to something. So that does make an argument to make this a microservice and to put it in its own pod or its own deployment. And ironically, if we do that, they are really they could have two, and each one would have, you could have each one of these be ephemeral and replicated, and each one could have some X number of configurations pointing to these different hosts, right? In fact, you could even have one that points to another different set of hosts, but it would still point all three of them. And then the question is how does this node talk to that one? This load balancing proxy here is the thing I don't understand, and that I guess it would just have to be a single host. I keep going back, get back to that. It would have to be a single host because we only have one IP address, right? So, but that should be its own deployment. That should be its own deployment. The only reason we should ever have two of these is if we figure out a way for the REST API to discover which one is there. But I do want to think about that for a second because that would give us some resiliency to the whole system that is worth considering. If we Kubernetes-ized this, if we made this SSH agent controller so that it could be run as multiple pods, multiple controllers, and then we would have a level of resiliency and redundancy. By just having one of them and making it into a pod, if it goes down and it comes back up, it would be happier, right? We can manage it as a Kubernetes service, which is probably the way to go, as opposed to compiling this stuff into the API itself. So, I mean, another advantage of that too is we'd be creating a generic bridge to anything that needed to do SSH commands. So the architecture would ultimately come down to create a declarative filter of commands that are allowed and set up the SSH remote access to these machines, which could be done just by logging into it. Another reason not to do from scratch, actually. I'm glad I never thought of that. That would be a reason to do probably an Ubuntu server container image if we're going to do that, or to do a we could probably get away with Alpine doing that, but the point is we'd have to have SSH on here, which is very odd. It's very odd to put SSH clients into containers. I mean, that's like really weird. So we would probably have to use a Ubuntu server and install that into the image, and then um, we would put into a config map. I mean, a Kubernetes config map, the tokens and data and stuff like that that is needed to communicate with, still secrets and stuff, and then that would be in there. That would be necessary in order for it to communicate to these endpoints. And other than that, you just have to have a filter of commands that are allowed, and 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 formulate the rest, the very, very, very simple REST API input to that, stick an Nginx server up on the front of it, and call it a day. Right? Because, I mean, that's it. That's all we'd have to do. Yeah. I mean, in some universe, if I were to put Gin on there as well, we would have the concurrency if each one of those Gin things made a direct connection. But again, that's just gonna keep spinning up it's not gonna reuse the existing connection pool. The only way we're gonna have a reuse the existing connection pool is we're gonna have a single pod running with that single container in there, and it is going to uh, have in-memory connections, one or more connections to these three hosts at the same time. It's the only way that's going to work. And then it has to receive some form of communication, whether it be looking in a queue, which is not, I mean, that defeats the whole point of latency reduction, period. So we probably want to have that be listening and then have it kind of shuffled off or distributed from some centralized for broadcast server. Okay. That's good for me. I'm going to go raid somebody. I don't know if anybody's there still, but I'm going to go raid someone. We're going to go raid someone doing Go things if we can find somebody. Is there anybody doing Go things? Oh, Nick's doing stuff. Let's go raid Nick. I like Nick. Let's go raid him. We're going to raid Nick on. So thank you everybody for hanging out. What's that? Oh, I missed your connect. I missed what you guys were saying there. Give me a second here. I need to go back and catch up. Oh wait, you guys were talking about stuff. Why didn't that show up on my chat? My chat started failing me. I didn't see half of your comments. I'm so sorry. I didn't see your comments. I am so sorry. I was wondering why you guys are so quiet. My app died. It says I have to log in again. So whatever. So I'm sorry. Hopefully you guys didn't have too many good ideas that I didn't hear. It says my login expires. It said. And now it's back, of course. So I'm going to read the comments before I go. And I'm going to do it on YouTube at the expense of having bad comments on the screen. So YouTube, forgive me if I go through something. NASA research. Is this NeoVim? No, I don't like NeoVim. Why? Why do you use NeoVim? Com science degree. We talked about that. Gorilla Web Toolkit projects are being revived. Seriously. Red Hat pulled it out of the woods, huh? I mean, the Gorilla was a good one, but yeah. We're back on coding and not Zwifting. I know, damn it, Dutch. How much time do I got? How much time do I have to rest before I have to go? Oh God. How much time do I have? I have to keep pushing this back because I have got to take a rest. I got to eat some food, and I have to take a rest. So it's gonna be a late one for me tonight. Gonna be a late one, but I'm gonna do it. So if you guys want to hang out, I doubt you will, but I'm gonna keep pushing that back. This has been an extremely productive day for me. I feel really good about it. I'm looking forward to having fun now, though. I feel really solidly about the architectural direction we're going. So I appreciate you guys' help. Let's see. Jin is in spirits. Let's see. Get head of line blocking problems with multiple TCP/IP streams. I don't think we're going to get that, no. Because we don't manage the IP streams, thank God. Yes, SSH connection pool, that's what we're doing. Yep. Force command makes it arbitrary. Showed balancer. Did you find one? Load balancer. How many sessions are allowed in a pool? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I mean, I think we should allow as many as they want. It should be configurable. I'm reading into a demux layer at the showed balancer. You need to decrypt. I and I don't think we're gonna have that problem because we haven't had it so far. Because the SSH stuff is already handling the thing. Are you talking about Inspector? Are you talking about the if we're gonna try to make it a service? You know what I mean? So that's the part I'm still kind of unclear on. It just kind of occurred to me at the end here. Right now we have two options, right? So we make the API. Actually, no, we don't. Whoa, howdy. If we write this code, I would have to write. Wow, this is so important. I got to go through this. Either we make it so that the new client, multihost client dot new client is being called by some software that then fires off. It's like the gin. It would be the stuff that runs outside of the gin scope, right? So we need to look at gin to see if it has a scope outside of the middleware that all middleware share, a global essentially. And I assume so. I assume it has that, right? You just make it a package scope variable. And your show balancer doesn't need to decrypt SSH or SSH demux layer. Interesting. So either we put this multihost new client inside of that software that gets called and then gets included in the middleware through use of a global closure, which is, not a good idea. Or we create a separate independent system that kicks off a messaging thing, and then when we fire off all of our middlewares, we enclose the channel inside of the middleware. So the middle, it would either way we have to have a closure. If we're going to put all of this stuff in the same memory space, so that we have access to the API that's being compiled, right? It's a separate single binary, and we have this idea of a multi-client, multi SSH client. We have the ability to put both of those into the same binary, but if we do that, the only way we're going to be able to achieve this singular bottleneck to be routed by the client, the multi-host client, the only way we're going to be able to do that is to have all of the middleware share the same central channel in some way. And the opposite, and the other way to do this, of course, is to make the SSH multi-host client app a separate container and have it be a microservice, and then have its REST API be more of an IPC, more of an RPC thing, remote procedure call sort of thing, right? It wouldn't be REST API, it would be a remote procedure call. And in which case we would make a standalone service that has all, it maintains all the connections and everything, has its own memory pressure, it's got its own recovery, it's its own container, it can be tested independently, and could be used by anything that wants to talk to it, right? And then the abstraction between the two, the separation would come not through some sort of global closure, embedded channel thingy, but it would be, straight up an IP connection to the thing. And then we'd have to decide how much encryption security to put on it. That gets into the question of, do you trust Kubernetes does, right? Kubernetes is regularly calling things with no security whatsoever. It's not a best practice, right? The best practice is to put MTLS on there and make sure all the pieces, even inside of a cluster, even inside of the containers inside of a pod, are communicating with each other with proper credentials. But we don't have to do that. We could say that this application that's running this REST API, it's facing here it is right here, right? This piece right here, it could talk to this via just a regular TCP/IP connection, and or it'd probably be HTTP. We just make it a simple, non-TLS HTTP client that's managed through Nginx or something, and then it would handle incoming requests to be a very, very simplified API, and then we could test calls to that by SSHing into this device or into a sidecar container, and we could actually debug this. God, I love this idea. So because one of the problems with this entire thing is going to be maintainability over a long term. And if we embed all of this stuff inside of the same binary that's running the API responses, how are we going to do that? How are we going to communicate with it in a way? We're going to have to fire off a middleware just to be able to communicate with the thing. So I think that I'm really, really, really glad that I talked through this so much today, because there is a natural border here between the REST API fulfilling, same here, same document, but the REST API thing fulfilling requests from the user, and forwarding those requests as SSH connections. And another reason that this independent component, this would be an actual pod here. Another reason that this pod would be nice is because, as I said, we can test it and observe it and do all of that, stand it up all by itself without having it even integrated with the REST API. The development of this tool would be independent from the REST API in terms of like development. We don't have to wait on a new release of the API binary versus this particular pod. And in addition to that, we could actually provide other things that could be authorized to be done from the SSH stuff, or we could use the same container image in the same app inside of it to broker, to bridge communication with another set of SSH only accessible services, whether they're specified for this particular purpose or not. So making that be a standalone container that's got a single listening service is the way to go. It's easy for me to test. It integrates with whatever the hell we want to use. And it's basically, God, we could go so far. We could go so far as to create a client. Remember I talked about creating an application that you can SSH into? We could actually make it so you can SSH into the container, which would really blow my mind, because obviously you're not SSHing into the container, right? You'd be SSHing into the service that's doing SSH proxy, and then you could actually execute those commands on all the systems all at once and figure it out. I mean, there's a lot of really crazy things you could do here, but most importantly, we would have access to this standalone Linux server that's running SSH outbound client, access to all these things, and brokering all that communication. The other thing too about that is that if something goes wrong with that communication between all of those things, we can debug the outbound connection going through from this client. From here to these things, we could actually SSH. Well, actually, no. In that case, it would be more like a podman exec or a kubectl exec into this pod, and then we would see the running service container there, and we would see what it was doing. We could either exec straight into the pod, or we could run a sidecar and see what was going on network-wise in that area, and we could even track the amount of things that are coming out of here. And by building that, we are not forcing ourselves to only build a Kubernetes app. We're containerizing an SSH bridge application, and that's really all we're doing. So it's extremely dangerous stuff to do. This is not the kind of stuff I would recommend most people just like jump on and start to do. The hacker in me, though, is like going crazy as well, because my God, I mean, the cool things you could do with this, right? I mean, it's, I don't know how much more I should say about that. Let's say, if you're a hacker and you compromise, we'll say, several machines that you're able to get SSH onto, right? You could manage you basically, you can make your own SSH botnet. And, so once these targets are, I don't know how much I should talk about with this, but once these targets are compromised and they're running an SSH server on whatever the fuck port, right? by having a multi-host client like this that you have central access into, I mean, you could use this to, you could have thousands of these, right? And that would be really stupid because they're all one hop away, right? You wouldn't want to have this multi-host client connecting directly. You'd want this to be, if you were going to do this, I'm not suggesting you do, but if you did, you wouldn't want this multi-host client to be anywhere near you. It would need to be several hops away from you, like I don't know how many Tor indirections, but Tor is not even reliable for anonymity anymore. But if you were to do that, then this could be your final leg. That would be your communicator with all these SSH botnets, and then you could get on there. You could actually execute commands simultaneously on all your target systems. And right now we're only doing messaging scales kind of things, but we're not transferring payload or anything like that. I mean, you could do that with a bash script as well. Hey, Moonpipe. Um, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Ansible's style management here, not owning a whole bunch of systems. No, no, no. This is what we're trying to do is basically we're trying. It's kind of poor man's. It's kind of like a poor man's microservices architecture where we only have SSH access to the targets. And this is specifically to kick off batch processing jobs in my case, but it could be anything, right? So we want to make an SSH bridge, and we want to be able to set up policies so you can run a command and have it run on everything, or the first thing. And then we also want to have performance data maintained by the central connection manager or the controller, whatever you want to call it. The broker, we'll say. I it's probably going to end up being called broker. Because it needs to decide, oh, hey, this guy's more performant than these others. I'm always going to send my commands to them. And then you could declare policies about SSH commands. Like I want, or even individual commands. You could send an SSH action command, whatever you want to call it, and say, I want this to run on everything in whatever particular order. I want this to run on everything, but I want it to run on the thing that's the fastest first. I want this to run on one thing. I don't care which one, as fast as possible. I want this to run on the slowest possible thing. So we want to be able to pass in malware before you mentioned Ansible. Yeah, well, it is. We were having fun because the more I realized that, I was like, hell, if you wanted to use this to write malware, you totally could. Because if you put this as your manager, if you made your SSH connection manager the final point, and you use SSH on your compromised systems as your primary method of communication, which you probably want to do anyway. You probably want to have like an SSH running over there that's disguised as some other process or whatever. Yeah. If you're going to do any of that, then managing a system like Ansible is now the same thing. I mean, I can't overstate how parallel operations work is, platform engineering is, from malware engineering. Platform engineering is just malware that's not mal. That's what it is. It's malware that's not mal. Mal meaning bad. Platform engineering is, how do I, coordinate all the things? Yes, you totally could use Ansible to hack. You totally could. This is what I'm trying to say. So it's like, yeah, deploy the botnet Ansible task. Exactly. You don't think they're already doing it? People are using Kubernetes for it. The entire malware ecosystem is like, the big one was SolarWinds. It was running a whole bunch of Kubernetes on the back end because they accidentally dumped some of their, they revealed some of their return hops or something, and say they were able to fingerprint it as being Kubernetes. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'll end on this. So like 3 years ago, I started streaming and everything. It was because I was trying to change jobs and things. I was like, I don't want to do Linux operations and stuff like that anymore. I want to do something better. Maybe I'm going to go into hacking. And I did. I had like 300-400 people watching me prepare for OSCP. I never, ever, ever touch those kind of numbers now because it's not as sexy. I'm just doing, plus I'm an asshole, but mostly it's because it's not as sexy. I'm just doing plain old operation stuff. But what I'm trying to tell you is that operations is sexy. Operations and platform engineering, and even Go, there was a 4,000% increase in Go malware in 2020. 4,000% increase because it's so easy to write. It's so concurrent. All the stuff that we're doing right now, it's got built-in SSH server. It has, industry grade encryption built into this core libraries. And so it's a no-brainer when it comes to hacking. And point being that operations and platform engineering is as sexy as hacking. It really is. And guess what? You get paid more money and you don't have to write reports usually. So yeah, there went my OSCP. I was like, fuck that. I want to make more money and I want to spend more time on the command line. I want to design really awesome shit. And had I gone into hacking officially, I'm doing security audits and all kinds of stuff that fall under the security space, you know. So, hacking is just understanding how the systems work. So if you're going to hack an enterprise system, get an operations job. If you want to write malware that affects entire enterprises, become a platform engineer. You see what I'm saying? It's like they're 100% same skills. The skills are exactly identical. That's all. Raw dogging SSH commands feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Just in case some of the botnet is offline. You can use Ansible to hack. It's a plush-based architecture. I think a pull-based architecture like Chef is better. Oh, push. Oh, right, the whole push thing. Yeah. No, you totally could. Yeah, you could totally use Ansible. Yeah, because Ansible will run any SSH command on the target. The difference is that there's expectations about what port it's running on and everything. It would be hard, right? Most people would never do this. First of all, unless you get caught, let's be real. Nobody's using SSH for the botnet. They're not. They're writing their own agents and they're creating their own protocols to talk onto those agents. And sometimes they're carrying payloads and they're reporting back to HTTP services and things like that. So most of the time, using SSH for hacking is not really realistic. The one guy that I caught, and turned in, who hacked my system back in 2001, he was setting up an SSH based access inside of my dev tree. This is my own fault. I've caught him because I set up my own tripwire and everything, but and I saw him. He was like setting it up. He'd actually already hacked a guy in Purdue, and then I hacked the guy in Purdue using his SSH connection, and then it turned out it was he was actually hacking me from Amsterdam or Germany. I can't remember. I never could read the language, but I reported it to the ISP responsible for the IP, and they sent back some stuff saying that they were grateful for that. No, I didn't. That guy, strangely, it's a fun story. I actually called a local police department when I found out, and I said, do you want to know about this? And they're like, no. They could care less. I was like, was there more than $500 lost? No, but he hacked my system. I was like, oh well. The local police could give a shit. They did not care. They did not care at all. I was like, because I was Mormon and I was all black and white about everything. And I was like, oh, I want to do the right thing. I'm going to report it. And they did not care. Bigger fish to fry. Oh, hell yeah. They were like, we got way bigger fish than your stupid little non-event. And I was like, okay, well, good to know. I'm learning something about the attention of, our local police system officers. They apparently don't care as long as you don't take anything. Basically, they gave me a green light to hack anybody I ever wanted to, as long as I didn't do any damage that anybody could see. And I was like, you probably don't want to tell me that. So if I wanted to write malware that affects entire enterprises, I would hack the PC of some poor. Yeah, push malicious changes. Absolutely, moon dumplings. I know. You're not going to go through the iron gate steel door and take down their corporate enterprise and all that stuff. You're gonna fish some idiot who has a lot of access, right? Obviously, that's the way to go about it. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, we get excited about stuff, but it's actually another reason wasn't really into security, because so much of security is, I mean, let's be honest, most of the stuff where enterprises are losing money has nothing to do with how secure their TLS connections are between their, their deployments in their Kubernetes cluster. It's more about all of the dumbasses in the company who do shit all the time to give up the keys to the kingdom, and other people don't even have to do anything. They just get on their system, use kubectl, do whatever the hell I want. Um, so and that's not fun, right? I mean, if you're an engineer, and I mean, I realized I was going to go into forensics if I was going to do security at all. I wanted to go into forensics. I don't got the chops for forensics. I am not that good. I don't know assembly as well as I should. I know the general idea of it, but I mean, I see forensics people and I just bow down to them. And I want to be them, but it takes a lot of time. If I were going to do, and there's the very, 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 very few forensics jobs, and they're almost all government. There's almost zero. I mean, unless you're going to spend all your time finding 0 days and you're good enough to cash in, like the very few people are who do is cash in on 0 days. Who, by the way, when they cash in, a lot of times they're not cashing in with the officials, right? They're selling their 0 days to the government and they never make it to authorities. And then the governments use it and they hack everybody using the 0 day you just found for them, and they pay you off. Or you sell it to the mob in Los Angeles or Las Vegas. There's go watch Cyber War from Vice. There's an entire episode on 0 days, and watch it very carefully and rewind it a few times and read between the lines. There's one. Can I end with one? This is kind of a fun one. I think this one is actually public. But this is, if I ever got, so why am I telling you this story? Because as much as I wanted to get into forensics, I realized that if I wanted to work for forensics, I was either going to be selling my 0 days for lots and lots of money to nefarious governments, or to, nefarious uh, non-governments, we'll say. And either way, I was going to be putting myself at risk, and my family. And I was like, I don't want to do that. So I'm pretty sure I could do it if I really, really focused on it. But um, and we have people in the stream that have that as their job. There's quite a few people. They're not always here every day, but what's bullshit? With Rust and Linux and Windows kernels, good security changes are coming. That's pretty funny. I believe in Jesus, therefore I'll go to heaven. Oh God, it's okay. Don't get mean. There's some fun chat going on. I want to say advice, 0 day. I think this is actually public, but Russian hacker was hacking 0 day. Today's official trader. What was this? All right, we're going to talk about 0 days. So YouTube, I'm going to go cancel the video. You're going to have to come watch if you want to see. I can't talk about this stuff publicly. So goodbye, YouTube.